Greetings, chess fans. This is 24th July of year 2025, and also this is the final day of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival here in Switzerland, because today concludes the main event of the festival, which is the GMT Masters and Challengers. It really feels special because today the winners will be crowned in both categories, although in the Challengers we already have him. In the Masters section, everything is button clear. Also, in the playing venue, we have these open tournaments like the Masters Open Tournament, Amateurs Open Tournament. Everything concludes today. So tune in for some amazing action and get some popcorn. I'm Gramster Nations, and as usual, coming back for one more final time with Angelika Volkova. And let's get it done.
I mean, this is the final day. This is what we've been waiting for, this 2 weeks for the day to decide who is going to be a winner. As you already said, we know it in Challengers, but in Masters, everything is wide open. I'm just looking forward to the fights we're going to see in the Masters tournament.
Yeah, indeed. It feels like the culmination of 2-week long event, and we are finally here. So the games are going to start in about a minute, but before we delve in the start, let's check the current standings in both tournaments, because in the Challengers, we do have the winner. His name is Niklas Teodorov. Yesterday, he did it. He has a 5-point lead over Aram Hakobin, which means he cannot be overtaken. But the Masters tournament is open, even though Aravind is leading the tournament with 2.5 points over two followers. Selexelem and Fedosev are fighting it out against each other. And why this is so important, once again, every victory in a classical tournament is awarded by 4 points, and only 1.5 is for a draw.
And now this is very important because you remember in the first day we had Chess 960 tournament, and the Chess 960 tournament is going to serve as a tiebreaker. That's why in case Aravind plays a draw, Selexelem or Vladimir Fedoseev will win. They're going to catch up with him, and we're going to see who did better in Chess 960. That person is going to be a winner. So let's see what are the pairings for the final round. We see handshake already at the board. Vladimir Fedoseev is being seated with white pieces against Selexelem. That's going to be a battle to look into, because both of the players have still the chance to win the event. And Volodar Murzin will play with white pieces against Aravind Chitambaram. Yesterday, Volodar Murzin beat Vladimir Fedoseev. Will he be able to strike again, or will it be Aravind who will win the game and win it all? Huge question in the Masters.
Now, in the meantime, in the Challengers tournament, there's still an open fight for the third place, because Jumabayev is 1.5 points over David Navaras. Of course, there's still a battle for a place on the podium. But of course, all eyes will be on the Masters tournament, because everything is undecided. Here you can see the players are in good spirits, and I think we also might see a special event.
And also we saw there was a Paul Köhler there, the tournament director. He was making the first move on this board. We saw him very short. He's very shy of the cameras, but he's the person who is making it all done in the tournament. So huge shout out definitely to Paul. And Peter Bonenbloh is the president of Biel Chess Festival as well.
So the games are starting. So here we go. We have 2 d4s on the board and 2 e4s. All right. The question is, how many risks is Aravind going to take against Volodar, because he has a solid lead. But once again, if he draws and either Fedoseev or Selexelem wins, then that winner of that game might become the winner of this year's edition.
Arthurs, and what do we see? We see London in the game of Volodar Murzin against Aravind Chitambaram. It's the first game to the left. This weapon, this London, was a weapon of Murzin throughout the tournament. He played it against Aravind, he played it against many players, and now he goes for it again. And look at this, it is a mirrored London. We see that Aravind is just copying the moves of Volodar.
Yeah, so this is one of the lines in the London. We'll see how the game is going to go. Both of the contenations are perfectly playable. By the way, we see the first brilliant move in the opening by Vladimir Fedoseev. It's not really a piece sacrifice. The knight on g5 can be taken, but White will recapture the piece immediately. Again, this is still the opening prep, and yeah, let's see where it's going to take us.
Definitely. So, and also we have 2 more games in the Challengers. Is David Navarra against Renat Jumabayev. The second board to the right. It's a battle for the podium. It's a battle for the third place there. So we see there is Italian. So we will see where it's going to bring us. Is it going to be some slow Italian, or it will be an exciting one and sharp? We will find out. Meanwhile, Aram Hakobian, second placed player from Armenia, now he's facing Nicolas Todor, who already won, clinched the victory in the tournament of the challengers, and we see Berlin on the board.
So I think we should delve in the game of Fedorsev against Alex Salem, because that potentially might be the game that's going to decide everything in the Masters tournament. For Arvind, it's a bit more difficult because he's playing against inspired Merzen after yesterday's Merzen's victory over Fedorsev. So Arvind plays with the black color. We'll see if he's going to take risks. And here we just saw a couple of minutes ago White sacrificing a piece and immediately gaining it back.
Oh, wow. So bishop was standing on g5, and now h4. There are no squares for the knight to go, so knight will be trapped. But where do you give up the knight? Is it going to e6 or somewhere else? But
I think e4, knight e4, yeah, knight e4, knight e4, queen d5. I'm not really sure I recognize this particular line, but this motive of giving up the bishop on g5 is also a very common theme in the Berlin variation. So sometimes White also gives up the bishop on b5, which would be the other side, then plays a4, recaptures it, and it has nowhere to go. But let's step back a bit from the first moves and see what was the opening, and it was the Grunfeld.
Grunfeld, and they already had the Grunfeld earlier in the tournament, and it was a variation of, it was a different line. Oh, so Vladimir deviated because he played knight f3 in the other games they played against each other. It was in rapid and it was in blitz. He played knight f3 and then h4, if you remember this game. So
right.
He went very sharp. But now he deviates and goes for bishop g5.
And bishop g5 is a bit more positional choice. The threat is just to take it f6 and win the pawn. Black responded knight e4. You would think the bishop is under attack, and I think one of the main moves here is actually bishop f4. But as c takes on d5, I mean, engines love these moves. Of course, you see White just dropped the bishop on g5, but the point is, as you saw already, knight g5, h4, White wins back the piece, and the first moves are incoming very quickly. Knight e4, Black decides to give away the knight, and this is the current position.
And looks like it's still a preparation even for Saleh, although now he stopped for a moment. We see that he's still considering, so maybe it was not exactly what he was looking into. But since both players had Grunfeld, it's definitely something what Saleh might have considered, that Vladimir will deviate. But the line with a piece sacrifice, are you really ready for it in the final round, or the standings dictate it all? Arturs, what do you think?
I mean, if I'm playing with Black, I don't think I would be like super scared, because I'm seeing immediately the benefits for the choice, because Black is left with a Daxwa bishop. And if the position is going to open up at some point, White might regret the choices that he did. He might miss the Daxwa bishop. But then again, we have the pawn on h4. And this signals that White could be going for h5 idea and organize some counterplay here. So there's a potential that this is going to be a sharp position. And I think also for Fedorsev, it would make sense to keep the queens on the board.
Definitely it does. And now big question for Saleh, where to place the queen? Queen is under attack. Does it retreat back? Does it go to a5, similar to some Scandinavian variations?
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to mention it. Yeah. Queen a5, c6 looks like a Scandi to me.
Yes, with a g6 included.
Right.
So yeah, definitely a few moves. Also coming back to d8 makes a lot of sense, because the queen is not being in front of the pieces and being targeted. But also d6 still being active.
Yeah, queen d6 is, again, in the spirit of the Scandi. Queen d8, not sure I like it. I mean, it's also a move, of course, in the Scandinavian. That's the one of the three continuations. And queen a5 is a bit maybe more aggressive, because Black would pin the knight on c3 and perhaps also prep to play something like e5 here. And queen a5 is played.
Queen a5 is on the board, so we see that Saleh Salem is going in a style for... Oh. And h5 immediately is being struck by Vladimir for the save. He's going for it. He's going for the attack on the h file.
Yeah, I mean, there's some hostilities about to be executed here. H takes on g6 is the current threat, and rook on h8 is not protected. I think that Black most likely will play bishop g7. G takes on h5 feels to be a big positional mistake, because it just ruins Black's pawn structure. Maybe there's also room for g5, but this might lead to really weird positions because maybe white could play h6, the bishop no longer stands on g7, and we could get a rather unbalanced position.
Arthurs, I'm very surprised because we see that Saleh Salem now is taking time. Maybe it's not something he was considering that will happen. And looking at Vladimir Fedoseev, he's still in the book. He still knows what's coming next. What would you feel on place of Saleh Salem in this case? Because you know, it's a very important match. It's about who is going to win, to fight for a chance to win the tournament. Because in case Aravind will not win, the player who will win this match is going to be a champion. So for that reason, it's a very, very important match. And now you're in this situation where your opponent is in the preparation. What is your thought process?
No, I mean, I'm happy. I think there's definitely some ways for black to get dynamics. Like, again, these two bishops that I mentioned, this bishop g7 stuff and c5. So I think there's no need for him to be concerned about position. And also, I think that this position doesn't really feel to me that there's no room for improvisation, right? I mean, like I already said, black would play bishop g7, black would play g5, maybe black would even play e5, maybe black would play c5, perhaps knight c6 is an option, or knight d7 is an option. So I think that there's still a lot of room for flexibility here. And while here Saleh is thinking, we're going to go to the overview and see what else is happening in the other games, because we have 3 games, and of course, a lot of eyes will be on the game of the leader, Aravind, playing with the black color against Volodar. This London position on the board, which is looking pretty simple to me, to be honest.
Yeah, looks like there has been a trade already of one pair of bishops, and white is striking the center. And then it looks like there is also 2 other games which are ongoing in the challengers.
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry, Angelique, that I interrupt you. I see there might be a very interesting choice in the game of Haram Jacobian against Nicholas Theodorou. Now, this is a very, very famous position from the Berlin variation. There are 2 leaders fighting out against each other. So he might repeat exactly the same pattern that was just played in Fedoseev's game against Salem Salek. You can take on e5, knight x on b5. This is where you play a4. Does it feel familiar to you? It's exactly the same. Right. Now knight e4 is the move. Knight e4, queen d4, d5, e takes on d6, queen takes on d6. This is a very famous way for both players to get a draw. I'm not saying that this is going to happen, but I've seen this at all levels happening so many times. So that's why here, I think the big question here is what Aram is going to do. Is he going to play for bishop c6 for a more principled fight, or he is going to play d takes on e5 and this famous draw's line?
I'm just wondering if the players prepared together, like Aram and Haugoman together with Vladimir Fedoseev. I mean, the same line, and I guess also the players on the stage, they're standing up, they're looking around. I would just love to see the look on the face of Fedoseev or Aram or their opponent, seeing that exactly the same might happen. And Aram is taking time. We see that he's taking time. Meanwhile, Nicholas is full in the prep. He spent just over 1 minute on the clock, so he knows this line exists. So he knows that he's ready to go into it, and probably he's ready for a draw. But I think it's a question to Aram right now.
Aram is like, I know I shouldn't, but I want to. Maybe that's the discussion he has inside his head, because once again, these 2 players already have secured their places. Essentially, Aram cannot catch Nicholas Theodorou. It's the matter of pride, extra rating points. You know, maybe play out the principle in the final round, beat the leader, be within 1 point, and just feel better inside. Also, the rating might be important for the future tournaments, but essentially, they have already secured everything they can in this tournament.
Absolutely, and for Nicholas, he was already a winner, but definitely it would feel great to finish the tournament also on the light note, not by losing the game, because winning the tournament and then losing last game, it feels a little bit strange, it feels a little bit
And we're following d takes on e5, he sacrifices the bishop on b5, and this is leading to a very, very interesting line here. So here, white gives up the bishop pawn b5 here. Now, I think a4 is going to follow. Is here Jacobian going to figure it out? Yes, he does. He plays a4. Very, very strong move here. The knight on b5 is now attacked. You cannot play a6 because 8x on b5, 8x on b5 leaves the rook on a8 under attack. Knight e6 is just bad because it gives white a very powerful initiative. So knight e4 is pretty much the only move here. And after knight x on d4, if black is ambitious, I think he can try something like d5. But my gut instinct, Angelique, is that they're heading for exactly that endgame.
Arthur, this is absolutely incredible. I'm so happy to be in this moment right now here, and that we first went into the game of FDSA. We caught the moment of h4. Now we're in this game. We are catching the moment of the a4. Exactly the same, but on the other side of the board is happening. So we expect knight d4, right? This is the only move. Is knight d6 possible?
Unless I'm like completely unaware of some latest developments here, I don't think you can play knight d6 here, which just gives white a terrific initiative here. So it's got to be knight e4. Maybe, Nicholas is looking for this continuation that might give him the game, but I think when you play the Berlin, you got to expect the d takes on a5 and a4 could be the move. Sorry for the arrow. Because this has been played so many times, and both of these players, they know exactly what's happening here.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them, and it's now Nicholas Todor is trying to find the move in this position. Of course, knight b to d4 is the one which is most likely will be played.
Yeah, and here in the database, knight b to d4 has been played 747 times, and probably like 746 game of the finish in a draw. Some people have tried here d6. Maybe this is still a playable move. I'm pretty positive it's not going to happen. So, yeah, there you go. So here, Nicholas is thinking about the choices, but I think he already made up his mind.
It looks like 75% of the whole games, right? Altogether, 1,000 games had this position. And
knight e4 is played. Knight e4, knight e4, knight x on d4 is played. Is black going to accept a pawn on e5, or instead he's going to trade on d4 and play d5?
And now it's another choice which Nicholas has to do in the position. Before we had a choice from Aram. He took on e5. He went for this line with the a4. Now, and we see d5.
d5 is played. All right, that's interesting. That's interesting. I don't think it really changes anything because after e takes on d6, black can still play knight x on d4.
Yes. And it might transpose to the same position.
I think it's going to transpose. So here Aram is thinking, to be honest, I think that this is going to be one of the most peaceful games of the round so far. So both players come to the board with cordial intent.
We have the take on d6. It has just happened. We're going to see some trades. So we see the transposition to exact line. Arthur, you were showing we might see the game finish in a few moves after some checks.
Yeah, so you got to take on d4. Let's just not queen h3. Don't get excited. It's what's queen x on d4. And here you're going to take on d6 with a bishop. Queen x on d6. Now you're going to play queen e4, queen e6, queen d4, queen d6 couple of times. Check the score sheet, stop the clock, call the arbiter, fix it, and be done with it.
And just go to enjoy wonderful weather here in Biel in Switzerland. Go to the lake, maybe together with the opponent. Maybe play a blitz game. We had players playing blitz game in the lobbies of the hotel last night, so it was very nice.
We could talk about it maybe at some point. So yesterday I saw several players from the Challengers tournament, Daniel Darda and Frederick Svane. They have already been eliminated from the tournament. By the way, queen e4 is played, and there's going to be queen e6. I don't think there's anything else going to happen here. So let's see what happens. But also we were joined by Vladimir Fedoseev yesterday. And it was very, very nice to see him because he had this absolutely terrible loss against Voldemar Merzen, and he was all smiles. He even played a couple of blitz games, so it was great to see. And there's a repetition.
Queen d4, queen d6.
So these are the winners and the best players of the Challengers tournament. For them, once again, there's nothing really to fight for. The distance between both of them is too large. So Ram simply decided not to risk too much, It's been a very long and tough tournament, and I think also Nicholas has been playing wonderful chess after this absolute disaster start in the chess 960.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable performance. So the queen d4 is on the board. It's going to be third repetition after queen d6. If Nicholas right now wants to claim a draw, he will play queen d6. He will not play it, he will play. All right. So he gives the opportunity to claim the draw to Aram, because this is already a threefold repetition. This position has repeated 3 times. Now we see that Aram was looking for arbiter. I think he's counting.
And I imagine arbiters coming like, what, really? Seriously, guys? I mean, this is move 15, right? And you already found the threefold repetition. Anyway, jokes aside, the game is finished. The first game already quickly wrapped up within the first 17 minutes of the final round. Not really a big surprise once again, but we do have a lot more action going on in the other games, because here you can see it's a fight for the championship title still in the Masters tournament.
Definitely, there is a lot of action, which we are looking forward in those 2 games. We have Vladimir Vodarmurzin playing against Arvind Chidambaram in the first board to the left. We see there was some development on the board. We're going to check it out in a moment. But meanwhile, the second board to the left, Vladimir Fedoseev against Saleh Salem. The pawn already advanced all the way to the king side. What's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, here I think the intentions are pretty clear by both players. They're looking for a bigger fight. This pawn on h6, you would think that White would want to open up the h-file, but Fedoseev decided to put the pawn on h6. And now the question is, does the blocking on g8 feel safe? I'm not really sure, because in the longer run, in the endgame, the king on g8 might be feeling some problems because of back rank issues, and the pawn on h6, especially in an endgame, could be a strength. It could be also a weakness. We'll see.
Yeah, it can be easily taken in the endgame, but it also can help in the attack in the position. But now we see knight f3 is on the board, and I look at the clock situation, and I see that 1.5 minutes was only spent altogether for all the moves by Vladimir Fedoseev. He's still in the preparation. This is what he was preparing to get into the game. And meanwhile, Saleh Salem has spent almost 20 minutes altogether.
All right, this is pretty wild. And I think we're going to show you those last moves that were played that we did not see. It was right after queen a5. This was the position, h5, bishop g7, and here h6 was played. h6, bishop f6, queen d2, short castle, knight f3. I think these moves perfectly make sense. The valuation bar still is somewhere saying that the position is balanced, but I think this position has a potential to become really wild.
It does. Looking also at the white center, there might be opportunities for white to push for e4, but if white goes for it, if white grabs the center with the e4, there might be a weakness on the d4, so you have to be really careful how you're going to proceed. I mean, probably more calmer move would be to play e3 and then to develop the bishop out. But is the calm game is something what Vladimir wants?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure about the c4. I think e4 is more reserved for the ducks with bishop on e3 or the bishop on f4. But again, these positions are really concrete. So I suppose we're going to see. Rook d8 makes perfect sense. e3 is played. I think there could be c5 and knight c6. And we're going to get our answers pretty soon. And I noticed also one idea. For example, if black does play c5, you need to watch out for knight e4. So I'm attacking the queen. Let's say takes it. I might be threatening to win the bishop on f6 or the pawn on c5. So what do? I mean, you probably take it. I give you a check, takes, and maybe even in these positions, even though black feels pretty safe, the question is, what's going on with the king and the pawn on h6?
But here there would be knight c6 targeting the knight, and there might be isolated pawn in this endgame. We might see the positions with the isolated pawn on d4.
Sure, yeah, just an idea. I'm also seeing that engine likes it, but I mean this move, knight e4, could be a thing at some point. Try to trade the queens. I don't know, maybe it's not king d2, but knight e2, the knight could control the c5 square. And I think here Salem has to make a pretty big decision. Does he play c5 or make some other preparation move. And again, there's many moves. There could be knight c6, bishop f5, or even other moves.
Definitely. I mean, there are many moves in the position, but I think right now for white, the biggest problem would be to try to defend the pawn on d4, and that's why this e3 move was played, just to try to be solid. I'm just wondering if there is a way that black could get the isolated pawn without trading the queens, or is it impossible? Like, I would love at some moment to play c5, but without trade of the queens.
I'm not really sure what after c5 white can even do.
Or maybe the queen trade would be even working well for black.
Yeah, I think he wouldn't mind, as long as he casts some pressure here. Maybe there's a d5 move, but this makes the bishop on f6 quite a bit strong. Maybe this is the idea indeed, and then play e4, e5. It does feel that Fedoseev is still in the prep, because once again, the clock situation suggests that he knows this position. He has 1 hour, 58 minutes and 26 seconds, so he has spent slightly more than 90 seconds for the first 13 moves. So yeah, I think he knows this. We'll see.
And this matchup, one more time, is super important for the overall standings, for the fight for the first place. In case Aravind will not win, so it's going to be either he will lose or it will be a draw. If one of these players is going to win, he will be the winner of the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters 2025. And it's not only the place what players are fighting for, it's also the prize fund in the event. Because as we can see, there is total prize fund of 28,500 of Swiss francs. First place is getting 10,000 Swiss francs. Second place, 7,500. This is a huge difference between first and the second place that players are fighting for. Third place is getting 5,000 francs and fourth place 3,000. This is what we have right now because it's a final stage. There are top 4 left, and the players who already eliminated got 2,000 Swiss francs and 1,000 Swiss francs for the 5th and 6th place.
Yeah, in the meantime, the move has been played in the game. c5 was played by Saleh, so he's not afraid of a challenge, and d5 immediately was responded by Fedoseev. So those are the moves we expected, and it's a fight for one of those amazing prizes in the overall rankings.
Definitely. It's very important for the players not only to win the tournament, but also to get the prize. And also by winning the event, they are not only getting the title, but they are also automatically being invited for the next year's edition to defend the title. That's what we had 3 years in a row. We had Lim Le, Grandmaster from Vietnam, who was winning with a hat trick 3 years in a row. And he wanted really much to come one more time here this year. Unfortunately, due to family reasons, he couldn't be here. But we always have defending champions, so the player who will win Masters will come for sure next year to defend the title.
I hope so, because so far I've heard from all the players they really love the place, they love the setting, they love the restaurants. By the way, we have quite a few amazing Swiss restaurants very close to the playing venue. Looking at the ongoing games, I would like to now delve into the game of Voldar Merzen against Arvind. That's the top left corner. This is the London. It feels really peaceful. I mean, it doesn't strike me as a position where both of the players are looking for a super sharp fight, because again, we have a very symmetrical pawn structure. The only exception is that black's pawn maybe on the d-file stands a bit on a different square. This can be easily fixed. There's a chance that quite a few pieces could disappear from the board. And I think here also Volodar needs to decide how ambitious does he want to be.
Yeah, and meanwhile in the Challengers, one more game is still ongoing, and it's not everything settled there, because it is essentially a fight for the third place. It's fight for getting onto the podium between David Navarra with white pieces against Rinat Jimabayev. It's the second board on the right. You can see it. There is an Italian. We can see Italian opening with a pawn advancing on the A file. We see it's already advanced really far. This is a game what we also want to check out. But first, of course, let's focus on the game of Volodar Murzin against Aravind, because this looks like the exciting one, especially having the current leader, Aravind, playing the game.
Yeah, but here it's going to be very difficult for him to get things complicated. Volodar just played 92. So he is heading for the c4 square, I suppose. The bishop on e4 is under attack. And there might be more trades. And in the meantime, why I'm saying that this position is looking really peaceful, because black doesn't have any weaknesses that white can target. And maybe if Volodar could get a position when he gets to take on b6 and black is forced to take with a pawn, yeah, then we could talk about something here, because those double pawns, there might be something. Maybe this knight c4, get to the pawn on d6. But here it's going to be difficult. And I think that bishop d5 here would make perfect sense. Control the c4 square. And what do? I mean, knight c4, I think black will be happy to take on b3 himself, probably. And if there's a trade, the queens are off the board. Rook threatens to go here, win the pawn on a2, so you play a3. I'm going to show you a very exciting line.
Super exciting.
And there's even more exciting move.
And more exciting trades. And more
And just knights on the board. I'm afraid, yeah, that's what it looks like. It still might go either way. That's why I said it really depends on Volodar. How ambitious is he in this situation? Because he has played with the white color, and theoretically he might be fighting for top 3 finish, but it's going to be really difficult for him to do it. And one would think that he would have chosen something sharper. So once again, I think these are going to be the most peaceful games. Volodar against Aravind, and also, of course, the game that already finished, Nicholas Theodor against Aram Hakobin. We suspected this might be the case, but the other games definitely no. They're definitely going to continue to the finish, because there's a lot of at stake here.
But I'm not sure that for Aravind the peaceful outcome is going to be what he wants, because in order to win the event and clinch the title of this year Grandmaster Triathlon winner, he has to win. That would be 100% securing his first place. If he plays a draw, what Aravind has to hope for is that in the other game in the Masters, the draw is going to be agreed as well. So that's why it's a very tough situation also for Aravind. With the draw, he's not securing the first place, but he's securing top 2. So he's securing the second place for sure. Unless there is going to something happen in the game of Saleh Salem against Vladimir Fedoseev. But as we can see, both players are ready for the fight. And by the way, Arturs, in this moment, there is still a choice for Aravind to go. You said that bishop d5 is something what he can do, but is there bishop g6? Because bishop could also return back, or is it not such a great move?
I mean, perhaps, you know, the only idea I can think of, this bishop g6, maybe it somehow better controls this the c file, but white could most likely, again, if he's not in the mood, for example, he can just take on b6 and play knight c4, attack the knights. That's why, again, the mood of Volodar is very important here. Also, rook c3 is the move. I want to play rook c1. And now the question is, does black want to take on c3, because white is going to get a pretty nice pawn structure? And overall, I would say that if I was, you know, really looking for this huge, gigantic fight with black, I would have chosen something sharper, really. This looks very, very peaceful to me. So we'll see, we'll see. There's definitely still a lot of fight to fight for. It depends on the both players, but if they're both happy with the result, very often they find ways to make it done. So now we are going to once again go to the overview of the games, because there's one more game we haven't seen. That is David Navarra against Renat Jumabayev, and I'm definitely absolutely sure this is going to be a long game, because David needs the victory with the white color to finish in the third place.
Definitely, it's a fight for the third place, fight to get on the podium. We know that Renat Jumabayev has more points than David Navarra, which means that if Renat plays a draw, or at least doesn't lose, he's going to be the one who will secure the third place. So for David Navarra, it's a must-win situation. And he also has white pieces which might bring him even more motivation for this game. And I look now, the pawn is already on e5. Arthurs, do we expect a fight in this game?
Yeah, it's absolutely a big fight here. So once again, the Italian game might give the wrong impression, because the Italian game often is treated like, oh, it's very positional, you know, there's not a lot of going on. But it's the other serious alternative to the Raul Lopez and the Berlin variation. And this is the so-called Hungarian variation. So I'm going to now step back from the starting move so that you get to see what was the opening. So bishop c4, knight f6, d3. In case somebody wondering why not knight g5, yeah, it's totally playable, but I think the current word is that black is doing pretty great in these lines. There's knight a5, there's the modern move b5. Many interesting choices for black, and the engine fully supports black's position. So that's why white rejects this opportunity. And bishop e7. You know, Angelika, I got to tell you this. For a longer time, I thought that the Hungarian variation is not great. Like, I thought that compared to the classical Italian with bishop c5, d6, which feels very active with the bishop on c5, giving black a lot of activity, that this bishop e7 is too passive. But based on my last experience on this line, I have changed my mind. I think that bishop e7 gives black a very simple game. He wants to play stuff like d6. And one of the big ideas overall, so that everybody is on the same page, why this bishop e7 is such a necessary move and not bishop c5, because there are moments, for example, here, after the show castle, you need to watch out for bishop g5. So it creates some kind of a problem here with the pin here. And if you play h6, white keeps the pin, and you need to make up your mind, is g5 a thing? Because white could sacrifice on g5, and maybe in this position this is not so great. So that's why some players, they're just like, you know, I'll just play bishop e7, be solid, and at least there's no bishop g5 here.
Sometimes it is just safer to put the bishop on e7, because in the lines when you develop the bishop to c5, sometimes you miss the bishop on e7. You would love to bring it back, but it is not possible anymore. So for that reason, bishop e7 looks like a great move. Of course, not so active, but there are no more ideas of bishop g5 in the position for white. It eliminates those, and yeah, we see castle, castle, and now rook e1.
Yeah, this is a very important move because it stops d5, and if you would be a bit careless, for example, you could play, I don't know, something like c3, you need to watch out for d5. That's an attack on the center. You take it, rook e1. And sometimes, oddly, this bishop on e7 stands even better than on c5 because there's some different properties. And I think black typically plays something like knight b6. You cannot win the pawn on e5 because you see knight c4, your queen on d1 is left defenseless. So it's simply no good. And if you play something like bishop b3, I quite don't recall what was the move here. Could be bishop d6 or bishop g4. I think bishop g4 makes quite a bit of sense, pinning the knight, and all of the stuff with h3, g4 does not work. And I think this is also one of those moments when black actually enjoys not having the bishop on c5.
Yeah, because there is no tempo, no attack with the bishop on c5. Perform the rook on e5. All right, so a very interesting line. Yeah,
so this rook e1 is a necessary move. You stop d5, black plays d6, and now black is threatened to play knight a5 to trap the bishop. I mean, normally everybody who plays the Raul Lopez or the Italian game, they know the rule. Never give up the bishop for the knight unless you get something in return. So this a4, once again, is just a nice move to stop black from playing knight a5, which is still a move. But here black played rook e8, inviting white to repeat the position with knight g5, knight f3. But of course, this is never going to happen because David needs to fight for the victory, and he claims space with a5.
a5 is on the board, probably not something what Rinat was expecting, but he should understand it's all about the third place here, because for David Navarre, draw is not enough. For Rinat, it would be great just to play a draw, secure the third place, and just go to the beautiful lake here in Biel, enjoy the mood. But David Navarre is in the fighting mood in this game, and they have had quite some nice experience also against each other. But it was Rinat Jimabayev who won against David Navarre in the rapid game, and he was also dominating against him in the classical tournament as well as in Blitz. So I'm not sure about what is this choice going to bring to the players, because anything can happen. But one more time, there is a lot at stake. There is a huge prize fund.
Yeah, I mean, they're fighting for either the third or fourth place. So definitely something to fight for. 1,000 euro difference, as you can see, between the third and fourth place. So for David, yeah, with the white collar, a 1,000 euro game. You know, Angelika, I'm looking at this rookie 8 that was played, and I try to understand what is the idea. Because if you go back to the position, I know this variation quite a bit. So I have played it many times from the white's perspective. I've been thinking actually to play with black. The main idea is knight a5 and c5. So black stops your idea to play b4, white plays c3, white can play knight e2, white can play knight a3. There's very interesting nuances, feels to be quite similar to the Real Lopez. Then there's also a very challenging continuation. I think it was king h8, with the idea to play knight g8 and f5. And this king h8 sometimes is mixed with h6, king h8 and knight h7, f5. There's some nuances. It's not going to happen over the board, so I'm not going to bore you with the details. And the other move is bishop e6. Bishop e6 takes, and black is just going for a simple game at semi-open f-file. And this rook e8, that's a bit mystery to me. So could it be, by the way, a6 is on the board, could it be that he wants to play bishop f8, then play bishop e6, recapture with the rook, so that he can play d5? But I think that this idea mostly is reserved for the classical Italian game with the bishop on c5. I have not quite seen it with the Hungarian version, but it might be.
But Arthurs, what if after bishop f8, white would go for, okay, let's play some moves.
Yeah, c3, I think,
Okay,
could be the move.
F8, there is knight g5.
I mean,
how do you defend?
That's definitely a move. Yeah, rook e7, I think it's necessary because d5 is asking for a lot of trouble. d5 takes, and you're looking for queen f3 or knight f7, and there's all kinds of unpleasant tactics, so it just doesn't feel right. So you got to play rook e7, because bishop e6, I think these positions are somehow always worse for black. He's missing the last square bishop. He has a worse pawn structure. So I would say after c3, bishop f8, knight g5, rook e7, queen b3, queen e8, and then you're going to play h6. But it feels really cramped here, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels very crowded, and feels like not enough space for black. And for white, it feels like positioned with a big initiative due to this queen on b3, a lot of space, enjoying for white pieces. Yeah,
and also, by the way, notice this idea of a4, a5, it stops knight a5. This knight a5 idea is a very common defensive maneuver, so that's why white plays a4, a5 for two reasons. Reason number one, fight for space advantage. Reason number two, suddenly this c3 and queen b3 starts to look a very powerful battery because it applies pressure against the pawn on f7, also attacking the pawn on b7. Probably playable for Renat, but I mean, visually, I'm not a fan. Like, I don't know, maybe it's playable.
But it immediately restricts many ideas, as you're mentioning. Knight a5 is something what you would love to play, because the c5 move is stopping the d4, because d4 is something what white wants to go for, and for black it's d5. Yeah, so that's going to be essentially a fight. Who will be faster, white with a d4 or black with a d5? And so far, it looks like white could be faster, and we might even see d4 working in the next moves, but I think due to bishop g4 probably still not working. We can try.
Yeah, I mean, this c3 idea, that's a very valid point, of course. It's one of the big ideas of the Italian game, when to play d4, and you got to have a very good feeling when this is the right move. You said yourself, Angelika, there might be bishop g4 counterattacking the center, and sometimes black after c3, d4 can just take it and counterattack with d5. So let's just put it this way. So d4 very often is in the air, but not always immediately. And it might be even played, let's say white will play c3, 92, knight f1, knight g3, h3, bishop e3, and then finally he plays d4. But here we see knight c3 already has been played by Navarra. So I think he's heading with the knight to d5, and then probably the c3, queen b3 as a continuation.
Yeah, we might see it on the board. We see h6 has been played. So probably it means it's a preparation of the move of bishop f8. Black is stopping knight g5 jump, so in the next move, black is ready to go for bishop f8.
That's a very valid point. This h6 is very common for Italian game and Andrea Lopez positions. Makes perfect sense. So probably knight e5 is going to happen. Alternatively, the knight on c3 could go to knight e2. Knight g3, the g3 square is surprisingly a great square for the knight, so that white can proceed with c3, d4. We'll see.
Yeah, one more time. A lot at stake at this match, as we were mentioning. The first, second place are already established for Nicolas Theodore and Aram Hakoben. But the third place, this is something what these players are fighting for. And David Navarra will try his best to go for it and get extra 1,000 Swiss francs.
All right, let's go to the overview and see what else is happening in the other two games. We have two more. Maybe let's have a quick overview. What's going on in the game of Oldar Murzin against Arvind. There's trades incoming. Yeah, the queens will be off the board. I don't think that here the players are going to find a way to keep them. Bishop c6.
Wait a second, there might be a repetition.
Might be. Queen b3, bishop d5, queen b5, bishop c6. Could be. Queen takes on b6 is also a move. Looks very, very peaceful.
Shall we take a look there? Because I think it's a big moment now. We're going to see a repetition, or we're going to see a trade of the queens. Big decision now for Volodar Murzin. Depends in which spirit he is now for this game. For him, by the way, it's all over, kind of. I mean, he doesn't have a chance to fight for the first place. He's far behind in the field, but of course, he's still playing chess for the love of chess and also for the rating points, which is super important. So definitely there might be something he will try to fight for. But what would you expect, Arturs, in this position? Will it be queen b3 or queen b6?
I think you play queen b3 if you have a very good read on your opponent's intentions. It's like, I've been in this situation so many times when you're playing against an opponent and you think that the opponent is capable to draw, you don't really mind it yourself, he plays something peaceful. And it's like a mutual understanding between these two, right? They feel like, yeah, I mean, I could play, of course, for like queen b6, etc., but queen b3 is not really terrible. I see you could play bishop d5. It's like, it's no agreement between the two, but they perfectly understand where it's heading, and sometimes they like help each other, you know, so they find the fastest way to repeat the position. I'm not really sure. I mean, of course, queen takes on b6, followed by knight c4 also is a move. Here, for white, there's no way to be ambitious. So queen d3, queen e2 literally makes no sense. It just leaves the pawn on b2 hanging. So queen b3, bishop d5 is a very realistic way to continue, because after queen b3, I don't think that black wants to improve the white knight heading to a5.
Definitely. And is there a way for black to double on the c file? Because the bishop now is standing on c6, or there is no realistic way to be ambitious. Maybe we can try to play some. I
mean, yeah, we could try to do it, but I think white's going to be simply faster because white's the one to move. So if I want to play this, I could do it myself, either rook c2, rook c1, or rook c3, rook c1. Both of these moves will be met with some resistance, obviously. Maybe this is a move. Black could go here, force me to give up the c file. Then I could play rook c3 instead. And then maybe there is still a chance to get a slightly unbalanced pawn structure with something like d5. And again, there's so many easy lines to find the equality in these lines. So I highly doubt it that this is going to be a very long game. But we'll see. So in the meantime, I think we are definitely going to come back to the ongoing games here, because here Volodar has to make pretty big choice. Does he take on b6 immediately, or does he play queen b3? But dear viewers, we're gonna make our very first short break for the final day. This is the 58th International Biel Chess Festival, the very, very final day for the broadcast. So stay tuned and come back after a very short break. We're coming back live with the action from the Biel Congress Center, where the 58th International Biel Chess Festival has reached the final day. The main event of the festival is the GMT Masters and Challengers. This is the final round. One game already has finished in the Challengers tournament, Aram Jacobian against Nicolas Theodorou. Theodorou is the winner, but in the Masters tournament, everything is just unclear.
Definitely, we still have 3 potential winners of the Masters Grandmaster Triathlon. It's either the current leader, Aravind Chidambaram, a superstar from India, or it's going to be a winner of the match between Vladimir Fedoseev and Saleh Salem in this final round. That's why we have super exciting pairings for today. So there is going to be a huge fight happening. But meanwhile, Arthurs, also in the challengers, there is a fight for the 3rd place. It's a fight for the place on the podium between David Navarra and Rinat Jumabayev. What do we see on the board, Arthurs? Is there any huge update?
I mean, we have a sharper game, which is not really surprising because there's so much at stake in the Masters tournament. The game in question is Fedoseev against Saleh Salem. This very dynamic ground fall position. But in the game of Voldar Merzen against Aravind, we did not see Bishop d5, the maybe initiation for a trap of repetition. Instead, there's Queen takes on b3. But I mean, the position still remains very balanced. So I would expect that still it's a good candidate for a peaceful outcome. We'll see, of course. And then there's the Italian game in the game of David Navarra against Rinat Jumabayev, where there's a fight for the finish in top 3.
Definitely, we have a lot of action, Arthur. Shall we dive into the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Saleh Salem? I just want to see how it continued, because we had a very interesting opening choice from Vladimir Fedoseev and very big preparation. Looking also at the clock situation, we see it immediately, because Vladimir is the one who spent 12 minutes, and it's Saleh Salem who spent over 40 minutes till this moment.
So, Bishop g4, as we can see, is a great move. I suppose Black is fighting for the dark squares, and he had to spend all of this time to navigate the complexities of the position, because, as you said, Angelica, apparently this is a really great prep by Fedoseev. Visually, I'm not sure which side I would favor. Like, this pawn on h6 confuses me. I think mostly Black would be pretty happy with the position, but if White is able to play at the right moment something like Queen f4 and e5, e6, things could get really sharp. Also, a very big question is where White is planning to castle. Is it the short side? I think it's actually very realistic because the h file is closed. The pawn on h6 cannot be bothered, and long side is a bit too crazy for my taste. Because if you cast the long side, this suggests that you have to go really crazy with your pawn play at a king side. And visually, I just don't see how it can be done. What would you play, Angelica, here?
It's a big question here, because it's Black who has a bishop pair. We see a beautiful bishop on f6. Now it's bishop developed to g4. There is already a pin. I mean, I would not go for the long castle. It would be too risky to me. But yeah, short castle is something what I would consider. Although there might be some issues with the pawn on d5. I'm just considering if there is a way that Black can try to attack it with some e6, just bothering the pawn. Because now the pawns are being stuck, so to say, on e4 and d5. There are great central pawns, but there are many weak squares around them. So I'm just wondering if there is something Black can do.
Yeah, e6 is definitely a big move. So let's maybe include e6 immediately. And I wanted to show my idea. I want to play Queen f4, which I think is going to be a very common idea in these positions. I want to take on f6, give you a checkmate on g7, by the way. No, this the pawn on h6 does a wonderful job. So let's say bishop takes on c3, b takes on c3, the bishop on g4 is hanging, and if you think it's the same, well, I'm afraid I have bad news for you. Yeah, looks pretty bad.
And the queen is chilling on a5. It's not helping at all.
No.
The queen is too far.
Not at all. So maybe actually I could try to improve your idea. So you said bishop takes on f3, bishop takes on f3, and now perhaps you can play e6. But I think again I can try to play the same idea, Queen f4. Now the bishop on g4 no longer is under attack, so you take on c3. I mean, you don't have to, but I just want to show the line. Queen takes on c3, sort of guarding the f6 square. But even here, there could be problems with some e5 ideas, or first takes, and then either bishop g4, e5. The black king is quite exposed.
Definitely, and too many weak dark squares around the king. This is how it looks, so not something what black have to go for. So black has to indeed be worried about the king side situation, considering that the queen is on the queen side, also the knight is on the queen side. All pieces somehow are there, so there could be always this queen f4 idea. So short castle.
Yeah, which brings the question what black should do. So it's not e6. I was actually thinking also about another idea. There's knight c4.
Oh yeah, bring in the knight to e5 also, or on c4 it's also great.
I tried to play knight b2 actually. That was the idea. Queen b2, bishop c3 stuff.
And
But
rook c1 has been played.
oh, all right. Let's just focus on what we have here at hand. Rook c1. Look at that.
So he's not yet going for a castle. He's not yet deciding where the king will be. It might be logical, Artros. Maybe he wants to play king f1 at some moment, just to slide with the king back in case rook is needed on the h file.
This is a very good suggestion. Yeah, I like king f1. I was thinking about that. Like, do you castle short or do you play king f1? Because very often when we talk about the castling, it's a pretty much misunderstood concept. Because I think there's two main reasons why you want to castle. Reason number one is you want to bring the king to the safety. And reason number two, you want to activate your rooks or connect them. But here you see the white rook possibly already does something good here, and the king at f1 feels safe. So why would I castle just for the checkmark move, right? Also, sometimes misunderstood by players at any level. And yeah, and the rook on c1 defends the pawn on c3, so looks logical to me.
Looks definitely makes a lot of sense. And also looking at the clock situation one more time, just 15 minutes spent for Vladimir for the save. So he still is somewhere, of course, most likely not in the most precise preparation, but he still remembers from the files similar positions and the way how he should play. So that's definitely something what he can tell about him. And for Saleh Salem, this position is definitely a surprise, this opening preparation from Vladimir for the save. But as you were also mentioning earlier, I don't think that it's such a big thing, because the position which they got is a huge fighting position. And considering the current standings in the Masters tournament, this is something what you want to get. You want to get the fight because there is only one chance at this moment to fight for the first place. If someone of them is winning and Aravind is not winning his game against Murzin, it's going to be one of them who is the winner of the 2025 Grandmaster Triathlon.
Yep. Huge stakes, of course, here. You know, Angelika, there's this story I told you, what happened yesterday, so I would like to expand it a bit. So yesterday evening, we are like gathering. I had a dinner together with Frederick. Frederick's father, he's still here. We met at the local Verona restaurant, talk about life and everything, chess, etc., future plans. And then Frederick said, you know, every evening we are playing some blitz in the hotel. So do you want to join? I said, sure, of course. You know, I'm still a GM and I want to see how I fare with the young guns. So it was Frederick, Daniel Darda, me, and also another friend. And later, Vladimir Fedoseev came by. And I think it was around 11 p.m. So he was in a pretty good mood. We joked a bit about his yesterday's game, how he managed to lose this game against Volodar, that he has some chances still to win the tournament. But anyway, why I'm telling all of this? So the players were playing against each other. Fedoseev was taking on Daniel Darda, Frederick Svane, and I could feel the respect for the young players, definitely. Yeah, so they were like all quiet immediately. You know, that's Fedoseev right there, sitting against them, right? And Vladimir will be playing some really good openings. There was this absolutely crazy queen endgame with an extra pawn. I think it lasted like 300 moves. And Daniel Darda was desperately trying to hold it on. It was pure cinema, to be honest. Maybe we even got some games on the camera, I don't know, because we were filming this event. Either way, it was really great to see that Vladimir is in a much better mood after such a painful loss. And yeah, it was fun.
I think it's also super important for the players, like generally, like doesn't matter this tournament or any other tournament or World Cup or Grand Swiss or whatever big event is coming up soon, is to still try to get your mood back after the loss. Because if you're going to think a lot about it, you're not going to move forward, you're going to still stay in the past. So you're still going to stay at that moment where you lost the game against Murzin like Fedoseev did. But what we see today is that Fedoseev, already yesterday we saw that immediately after the game Fedoseev was smiling. Then he went to play some blitz games against you, against youngsters from the also from the Challengers tournament who disqualified Daniel Darder and Frederick Svane who was playing in the Masters. And today he comes with a new energy, with a new power and a new opening preparation. How important is this trait of the character to just try to immediately focus on the next game?
Very difficult. I think it's got to be some natural gift, like how easy you can forget the painful losses. Because who was it? I think it was Michael Tal who once famously said that every single loss is like a micro death, like especially the painful losses. You just can't forget them easily. But for Vladimir, of course, I mean, he said it was unpleasant, but he's over it. And yeah, I mean, both of the players are incredibly positive throughout the tournament. So it's going to be an exciting fight. And I think also for both of them, more tournaments are ahead. I'm not really sure about Salem, but I think he is also most likely going to play in Grand Swiss and the World Cup. Fedoseev, absolutely. Yeah, these are the big events. And also the Biel Chess Festival for both of them is a very, very important stop to test things, get in shape for the main tournaments, which is part of the qualification path to the FIDE candidates.
You know, Arthur's also recalling, I just recalled one of the player who stands out a lot, like in terms of huge comebacks, and also the player who was playing here last year in the Challengers. It was Vaishali Ramesh Babu. She was absolutely amazing in the candidates last year. She started with the losses and then she finished with 5 victories in a row, finishing like from the bottom, coming up to the almost very first place. She almost won it all. I mean, absolutely incredible. And then she came to Biel last year. And
I remember.
Do you remember what happened?
I remember, yeah.
She was starting with a victory against Donchenko. Then she won against, I think it was from Ukraine, Igor Samunenkov. Then it was another victory.
There's at least 3 victories in a row, so it was a very, very impressive streak.
And she was the least, so she had the least rating. She was the last ranked player, and she even qualified for the finals for the top 3 and got 3rd place. It was absolutely a remarkable performance. So, and of course, she was here last year with her brother. They were participating both in the Biel Chess Festival. He was playing, of course, in the Masters. She was playing in the Challengers. But it's nice to see them here, the only Grandmaster duo.
As I understand, the brother also plays chess, yes?
Yeah. Yes.
He's pretty good at it. His name is Pragananda. All right, this game is definitely, we are going to keep our close eyes on, but we have more games to check. Just to give you updates, what else is going on in the remaining 2 games. Voldar Murzin against Aravind. There's no repetition just yet, and A5 on the board. Okay, this is interesting. Is this an ambitious move? Or it's like a preparation move to go for the trades at the queen side? It looks pretty aggressive to me, but still might go either way, of course.
Yeah, big questions how it's going to continue. Yeah, we still have 2 games of the Masters and 1 of the Challengers on the board. We see that Rinat Jumabayev is offering some trades. Where shall we dive in, Artur? Shall we go to the David Navarra against Rinat Jumabayev?
Yeah, let's do that. There's a bit more action. There's queens on the board. Only 1 minor piece has been traded. Now we just saw Jumabayev played knight e7. He's trying to smoke out the knight from d5. Once again, Jumabayev's situation is pretty crystal clear. He needs to be solid, needs to get the draw. I mean, if he can win, great, of course. But draw him secures the 3rd place for Navarra. On the opposite, he needs to win. It's a fight for extra 1,000 Swiss francs in the prize money. But this rook on e6, it does feel a bit odd, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks very strange. Yeah, rook is being surrounded by all the pieces, the knights, the pawns. And usually rook loves the open files and also ranks. But for now, rook has not even 1 square. in
So
the position.
the rook has no moves. Very often we can't say that in the middle game. Also, the bishop in f8 has no moves because everything is blocked. And I think also the logic is that white would want to avoid the trades because when you're having space advantage, well, your opponent's pieces are feeling claustrophobic. What do? You retreat. So after knight e5, knight e7, something like knight e3 would feel quite natural to me.
But then there might be d5 breaks. So
Very good.
it's a big
Exactly.
question.
That's a very good question. Yeah. What happens after d5?
Because it feels like on one hand you're not trading the pieces, you're not getting your opponent try to breathe more air, get fresh air, but on the other hand with d5 you're opening up a position and it's black who has, by the way, the advantage of the space in the center with the e-pawn. Wow, and e4.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to understand what the players might be thinking about. So this line looks very safe, like knight d4. I don't think black can have any problems whatsoever. Everything is super, super safe. So for Navarra, knight retreat is probably not an option. And the other real alternative is to play either c4 or take on f6 and make the rook at f6 feel weird. I think both of them look reasonable to me. For example, c4. If black takes on d5. Actually, a good question with which pawn. Both of them look pretty good, but let's say c takes on d5, rook e8, and somehow try to press these pawns, or even maybe play d4 at the right moment and then have a pawn majority at a king side. I think we just got to move.
And we see that knight f6 has been played.
Yeah, that's the second idea I wanted to mention.
Yeah, this is looks very similar. And here to play c4, is it? And now c4? Or not at all? Or d4?
Or even d4. Yeah, now this position looks a bit different.
Now it's a different story.
Well, but here has some pressure. I don't think that black has equalized. This bishop at f8 is silly. So the rook at f6 stands unpleasant. And this very often feels to me like a standard game at the highest level. So everything starts like how typically a GM game goes. Do you think like one GM completely dominates the other GM? No. Often it's like it starts with some inaccuracy. Like you play an opening and maybe you don't play the most precise move and you feel like, okay, this piece is a bit odd. But it's not a big deal. Like you shouldn't be like having even big trouble, not even speaking about losing. But sometimes these small annoyances, they very often tend to build up. So it's a small annoyance, a couple of moves later, it's pretty big annoyance, it's still okay, kind of. Then a couple of moves later, it's a problem. Then even more later, it's a very big problem. And then you're in a very difficult situation. I mean, this happens so many times. And I think here Navarra is on a really great start because the rook on f6, the bishop at f8, they feel like these small annoyances. And there's definitely something that white can work with.
Yeah, definitely. This small nuances can become to the big problems and big weaknesses later on. That's what definitely can be happening. And this rook on the 6th rank, one more time, big question to this rook. Is this bringing some extra pressure on white, or will it be able to attack like rook g6 at some moment targeting g2? Or it's rather a very awkward piece which doesn't have squares, because essentially it's about the break in the center, what we are talking here about in Italian. So who is going to break in the center first? Will it be black? Will it be white? And looks like so far that white is ready for the break, while black is absolutely not ready. e5 is a big target. d5 will not happen in the next 2-3 moves for sure. You have to defend e5 first.
I mean, if I would have to choose, yeah, d4 makes sense. And if I would have to choose what you said, is the rook at f6 a weird piece or black is actually ambitious? No, I think it's a weird piece, simply weird piece. Yeah. Because for rook g6, you need extra pieces. The king side attack to succeed, you need the bishop on c8 or d7. White could always just play king h2 and shut the doors. So here, for Jumabayev, it's unpleasant. Let me show you one more line where things could get even more unpleasant. Like, it starts to become quite a big problem. For example, black plays knight g6. How about d5? So, what are you going to do with this rook? It's like, you can't attack it. But then you start to look at it, oh, wait, it's a problem, right? It's an actual problem. So it started with this inaccuracy, maybe. And I think this inaccuracy goes already to rook e8. That's why I said I'm not a fan of the line, because it doesn't feel like this is the best setup you can play in the Hungarian. He went to this on purpose. He played bishop e6 because he wants to take with rook and play d5, followed by bishop takes, rook takes. He wants to play d5, exactly. Knight e5. Now the rook on e6 feels weird. It feels weird. And after d4, it can feel even worse. And also, e takes on d4, knight takes on d4. I don't think that this rook on f6 stands again great. It could go back. And rook g6 just feels like it's some sort of activity, but is it activity? Because it's going to jump under a 4 or 5.
Probably something what black has to consider is to push d5 themselves, so just to go forward with d5 at some moment. But then e5 is a big question, and now there are no moves for the rook.
You need to be very careful here. I mean, g4, f5, you might just lose the rook.
Wow.
And White has a very, very nice pressure here. So far, Navarro is playing wonderful chess, exploiting all the inaccuracies by Jumabayev, and Jumabayev here should be very, very careful. I don't like his position.
And one more time, this is very important matchup for the player who wants to get to the podium. Of course, Rinat Jumabayev, for him, draw is enough. He would be in front with the points and he would get third place. But for David Navarro, this is the only chance to get to the third place. It's a must-win scenario. If he wins this game, he will be the third and he will secure a prize 1,000 euro higher than the fourth place. This is a huge fight.
Yeah, big fight for extra prize money. Well, yeah, I think here Jumabayev is suffering. Let me see if we have any updates in the other games. So let's have a quick look.
Look at this pawn structure on the second board to the left, Vladimir Fedoseev against Saleh Salem. There has been trade happened and surprising take with a pawn to build up a very nice pawn structure. And this is essentially a fight between two players who might be the winners of the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters.
It's a great move. I love this move. And I think we're going to go full screen so that we can explain why did Fedoseev take with a pawn and not with the bishop. Because first impression when you're seeing this is why? I mean, why are you doubling the pawns? Why are you weakening the king side? You can't castle the short side, etc. But I think this g takes on f3 is the start of a very nice idea to play f4 and play e5. Because if we roll back a move here, you see, why could not easily play e5? So for him to prepare f4, e5, he needs to remove the knight. Where exactly? It's not clear. Then play f4, then play e5. So it takes forever. And this bishop takes on f3. Actually, I have a question. How forced was this for black?
Oh, we were discussing this bishop takes on f3, including the idea of e6, but we were also discussing that it's not really working. But we looked at this position with inclusion of castle. That's what I remember, because we looked at the short castle, then bishop takes f3. But this is a different story. Rook c1 was played, no short castle.
Right.
King is not on g1.
I see the engine says it's balanced somehow, but I can see both players a lot to fight for. For white, maybe it's a bit easier, like f4, e5, a super easy plan. Perhaps put the bishop at f3, the king goes on g2. So it's very easy to imagine 4 next moves for Fedoseev. At the same time, also for Saleh, he sees what white wants. Can you play e6 here? Are you sure you're not going to miss queen f4? That's a very unpleasant move, and queen and f5 is sort of disconnected. Or does he have the time to organize some counterplay at the queen side with knight a4? But what if I play f4? And if you take on c3, I take with a b pawn. This might easily go wrong for black. You see him grabbing the center.
Arthurs, could it be that Saleh Salem was hoping for bishop take on c3 in order to play your idea with knight c4? Maybe that was his plan. Bishop takes f3, bishop f3, knight c4, knight e5, or just bringing knight to c4?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he was expecting g takes on f3. Like this is it's a very common move for these positions. I think that he knows that g takes on f3 had to be played. I mean, I would be, let's put it this way, I would be surprised that Saleh was surprised. I would be really surprised. I mean, you got to expect G-Dex and F3. He's such a strong and dynamic player. But this knight A4 does not work. And also, you know what would worry me? The queen and F5 is still disconnected from the game. This would really worry me. Maybe I can bring it in the game with queen B4, queen D4, because very often when you don't know what to do, what do? You formulate things that need to be done. Like the queen and A5 is out of the game. How do I bring it in the game? What about queen B4? Can I do that? And F4? Wait, look at that. F4, this is not working because I have queen takes on C3. You cannot take the pawn because of the checkmate.
So
I like Fedosev's position here.
You have to trade queens, and then it's just very big suffering for black to play this endgame with these beautiful pawns in the center. No, this is something you don't want to get with black. Absolutely not.
A huge moment here, I would say, for Saleh, because is he aware of the evaluation bar? Of course not. He's not aware. But if he took on F3, this means he has decided something. So that's why I'm a bit surprised that there was no next move. In this position, when you take on F3, I think at this level you expect that probably G takes on F3 is going to happen. That's the most dynamic choice. And you want to play the next move, and yet he's hesitating. Is he double guessing his choices? Or he's not sure? Because you can't now go back. Because if you take on F3, you have to make the next move. Otherwise, never take on F3. You could do something else.
Yeah, here you could. Maybe you could have started with queen before, although
Or maybe the same idea, knight A4.
Yeah, knight A4.
Just, stop it. You see, the engine doesn't like, but I was thinking that even this looks pretty reasonable. The pawn on E4 is under attack.
Yeah, definitely. And
yeah.
Big question, the position. I mean, we were discussing already the take on F3 with the idea of E6 earlier, but E5, isn't it essentially?
You mean E5? There's also this idea.
Oh, and there is the main point of it, there is no queen F4. There is no queen coming to F4, and you have only one move to take.
He played.
He played E5.
Oh, he played E6.
He played E6? Wait, but E6 there is queen F4.
Yes.
This is different.
This is very different. So E6 was played, and we just thought that what about E5? We're going to go back to the E6. What about our E5? You can play knight C8, knight E6, establish a nice blockade. But I think that he was a bit afraid about a queen being shut off. And it also doesn't really rule out F4. I could still play F4, F5, and these obstacle bishops, I'm afraid it's not a draw, because when you have a direct attack, it feels like an extra piece.
But this F4 square, I mean, it's super important in the position, because whenever you move the E pawn, either it is E6 or E5, you have to watch out for queen F4. And if you play E5, then you're taking care of the space. There is, by the way, en passant, possibility for white, but of course white would never want to take on E6 because there would be a problem. Queen is hanging on D2, so you cannot take en passant. And it means that after that, the pawn is established on E5. But probably also what Saleh didn't like here is that you look at this pawn on D5, it's a protected passer. Potentially for an endgame, it would be a huge resource for white. Maybe that's something we can.
Yeah, I can completely understand him. I'm not sure I think he saw E5. Absolutely, he saw E5. He saw knight C8, knight E6. But the question is, you also remove any tension from the center. And maybe white could just play this position positionally. But again, I mean, it was not played. We're going to focus on what's the current position, because this is the position on the board. And answering your question, Angelika, can white play queen F4? Probably. It makes most sense, because now after queen F4, white might be also thinking about d takes on E6 because the queen no longer is pinned. For example, knight D7. Watch out for this idea. Bishop C4. Might be some complications here.
Yeah, and then suddenly there are so many weaknesses on the king side. And the queen, one more time, I want to highlight queen on A5, not in the game. This is a big difference between the E6 and E5 move. And I'm wondering if Vladimir has already understood which plan he should follow and if he should go for the queen on F4. Artus, you see this position, you're playing it with white. Do you see queen F4 in how many seconds?
I think he already saw it like half an hour ago, to be honest. Like, he's just double checking all of these lines. And when we realistically look at the position, I mean, what else do you have? Because, I mean, black is going to just take on d5 and ruin your pawn structure completely. So, yeah, it's going to be queen f4. Unless there's no knight move, no bishop move that makes sense. King f1 is way too slow. So he is already somewhere deep inside. He's somewhere here. Let's say queen f4. You got to protect the bishop. Knight e7. I think it's going to be knight e7.
There is also bishop c3 you have to calculate. Probably just
Yeah, I mean,
capture.
we showed this line in some other lines.
Yes.
Queen f6, queen g7 is very big threat. So I don't think the black can do that. So he could take on c3 to win the pawn on d5, but he's not winning the pawn on d5. Why do you take on c3? Yeah, that's the logic. So yeah, I think it's going to be queen f4, knight e7. The question is, now what? Now what? What's the move? So I saw Engine didn't like this move, d takes on e6. I saw that. But maybe I can just improve the tension with bishop c4. Yeah? Oh, no. Apparently not.
What about king f1? My idea is after take on d5, I would take with a knight.
Yeah, it's a move.
Computer also.
Oh, no, it's a move. It's a normal move. I like it. King f1, king g2. Also, oh, sorry, I'm going too far. Also here, black has a very nice control to dark squares. So you definitely can understand why Select did this. I was hoping there might be bishop b5 to hit the knight on d7, but I think I'm going to drop something on b5. So I cannot do that. So what else is there, actually?
I mean, d6 would be very wrong. You don't want to separate your pawns so much. You would like to take on e6.
I mean, we can't completely rule it out because it might disconnect the black queen. Actually, this is a bit puzzle to me. Like, I think king f1 makes sense. I was briefly looking at some crazy lines like e5, but yeah, I just don't see why would I do that. I try to free the e4 square for the knight, but I mean, the knight is pinned anyway, so not e5. A small mystery.
Big mystery, yeah.
Or a big mystery.
I was looking at before shortly, but of course, if black takes with a pawn, you're happy. You have knight b5 maybe, but even probably with a pawn takes, you're not happy now.
I mean, maybe you can go for the f4 e5 idea.
Just move back with a queen?
Yeah, but where? Like,
Queen d6? No, queen d6,
queen
knight e5.
doesn't feel right. Yeah, you're dropping the
Knight
queen.
e5.
This is no, my queen. No, don't do that. Maybe queen g3?
The Bottas gambit.
Yeah.
Queen f4 on the board, by the way. Queen f4 has been played. We see it. Vladimir doesn't spend too much time. By the way, 40 minutes difference between Vladimir's clock and Saleh Salem. Vladimir has almost 1 hour 40 minutes. Meanwhile, for Saleh, it's only 1 hour. It's a huge difference in the clock. And also it means that there is a big preparation what Vladimir is using in this game.
I would like to consult a bit with the almighty Stockfish. So I just switched it on. And it does say d takes on e6, actually. I was thinking about it. Yeah.
We were discussing it. Something was not...
Yeah, maybe it was
before.
not properly calibrated. I don't know. And show castle. This is what Engine says. Shot castle. Black brings back the queen. Something like, okay, king h8 literally makes no sense here. Some logical move. Maybe bishop e5, perhaps. Queen g4, knight f8. Bishop c4, f4, e5. This is how Engine thinks. Actually, I like it. It looks very human. But you know, Angelica, there's another move we haven't discussed. And that's the move bishop d4.
Oh, removing the bishop?
Keeping tension on the e5 square. It looks so scary because I could play e5, queen f6. But realistically, it doesn't work because of knight e7.
Bishop d4 is on the board, Arturs. It has just been played. We might see what is about to happen. So what is after bishop d4?
Okay, so here's what our friend says. They capture, open up the position, makes sense. Queen g4, target a pawn, makes sense. And black plays, okay, king h8. Literally makes no sense here. I think it will be something like rook e8. Yeah, this looks perfectly logical to me. And white still plays the short castle. I suppose you play some sort of a knight e7, f4. Oh, it's very dangerous. Oh, no, 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 no. This is very dangerous for black. Look at this. So f4, e5, bishop d3. This pawn, you remember it. I mean, after the opening, it didn't really feel like a big deal. But now, with bishop d3, obstacle bishops with a direct attack, I really like Fedosev's position here.
No, it's a completely different story. I mean, here, definitely, I mean, this position looks amazing, considering that there is not a single piece close to the king to defend it. There is queen far, I mean, queen abandoned her king, and just left to the queen side. There are all pieces on the queen side. It's only the king, the only piece on the king side, which is battling for life. And
I have a question, actually, Angelique. What do you think about my theory? So we were discussing this yesterday, was it? Day before yesterday, maybe yesterday. That I thought maybe Fedosev is guiding his prep. Because he was playing these offbeat lines, and I actually talk about this with other grandmasters like Frederick Spane and Daniel Darda. We talked about this. Do you think so this way Fedosev is guiding his prep? I said, no, I'm not really sure. Maybe, this is how he plays very often. But I mean, there's still two major tournaments coming up. That's the FIDE World Cup, that's the Grand Swiss. We talked about this before. And he suddenly plays this new idea, like this h4, h5. Could it be that for such a critical moment for the tournament, he's like, okay, I gotta try one of my big ideas, I mean, he's like, probably has like 20 or more opening surprises prepared. It's like, there you go, for Biel, the decisive game, I'm gonna play one of my very big preps. What do you think about this theory?
just bringing out the ace out of the sleeve, I mean, it looks like it is possible, because looking at the position, looking at how Saleh Salem was surprised in the game, and before he played completely different variations against Grunfeld from Saleh Salem, I trust it could be true. I mean, this is absolutely, this theory is possible.
It looks to me a very serious preparation, because in many games, Vladimir was just experimenting straight. And this is here where he goes back to the classical chess. For him, this is also a very important game. I wouldn't be surprised. What do you think, Angelica? We could probably go back to the other games. I think we haven't checked them for a while. Maybe we missed some action?
Definitely. Let's take a look, and we see the first game on the left. It's Volodar Murzin against Arvind Chitambaram. There has been a trade of the queens, but the battle is still ongoing. We see that now there is a big question. Will their rooks also be traded in the position? Meanwhile, Arvind is bringing the king to the center of the board. We see he slowly slides with the king a7. And now he just offered the rook trade on c8. Question, is it going to be accepted? But also, super important match in the challengers. David Navarro against Renat Jumabayev, and it's David Navarro who is pushing. He has just broken the center with d4. It's the second game to the right. And we see he has a very active knight on d4, also more space advantage in the center with a pawn e4, while black has this awkward rook on f6. But Arturs, it's your choice. Where should we head out next?
Yeah, I mean, we could go to see full screen Volodar Murzin against Arvind, because Arvind is the leader of the Masters tournament. But this game, unless we're going to see a repeat of the famous game Robert James Fischer, Boris Spassky, when Spassky famously played bishop takes at h2 in a similar position. That's the only drama I can think of. Maybe white just takes the pawn on h7 and allows g6 to be played. Apart from that, no. I think this position is as equalish and as drawish as it gets. So I think we can stay here for a while, because I think it's going to wrap up very soon.
Yeah, and it's a pity to see that Arvind is allowing all those rook trades heading out for some peaceful outcome. We see a rook trade on the board now, the bishop. Which move count is it right now? I think it moved 25, isn't it?
No. Yeah, this is mode 25, and the players cannot agree to the draw before move 40, and usually there comes this mutual understanding, right? So one player repeats the move, the other repeats, etc., because there's no need to do that. But here, I mean, there's a complete symmetricality on the board. White can play a3, b6, I don't know, h4, h6. So bishop takes on h7 here. This is the very, very famous game, idea at least, from the World Championship match back in 1972 when the American chess legend Bobby Fischer famously took the pawn on h2. Do you remember what was the reason, what he saw there? I think he miscalculated something.
Yeah, he said that there was like this h5, h4, like that it was still possible to get the bishop out. I mean, we could have shown this here, that how the bishop is trapped on h7.
Yeah, so maybe before this last move, yeah, you're saying takes, g6, h4.
And king is in time.
King f8, h5, king g7, takes. Something like this was played in the game of Fischer against Spassky. Definitely surprised Spassky. He's probably very happy about it.
But Arvind said no, take on h7 will not allowed. We see prophylactical moves being played for the overall standings. This is a very crucial result. I mean, if the players will have a draw, but one more time, they cannot agree on a draw. There is a Sophia rule here in Biel. Only from the move 40 the players can agree on a draw. Till move 40, there can be a draw only by threefold repetition. So if their players will find a way to repeat the position 3 times, there is going to be a draw if someone will claim it. And then it means that both of the players getting 1.5 points. Yeah, one more time, there is a very interesting format here in Biel. 4 points for the victory, 1.5 for a draw. So Aravind would get 1.5 points, which means he would be ahead of the whole field. But it would allow Saleh Salem or Vladimir Fedoseev, when they would get 4 points, catch up with Aravind. They would have the same amount of points. And here we go backwards to the first day of the festival where they played chess 960. And at chess 960, Aravind had the last place. He has the worst tie break. So it doesn't matter who he faces, he fails. So that would mean if one of the players will have a result in the board of Vladimir Fedoseev against Saleh Salem, and this game will finish in draw, we will have another winner, not Aravind, but someone, and it will be decided in the tiebreak, I think, for the first time since many years, because I don't remember when was the last time the first place decided because of the chess 960.
I don't think so, it was. Yeah, because this is usually the case. Somebody was always ahead by a certain amount of points. We're going to get to that. You know, the only thing, Angelica, I'm surprised that this game is still going. It seems that both players are happy with the result, and they're spending like 1 hour each. After the opening, I had my doubts, maybe it's going to be a larger fight. But both players are very, very carefully treating every single piece on the board. It's just the bishops here. Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of happening here. So we're going to go to the next game. We haven't followed for a while, directly to the game of David Navarra against Renat Jumabayev, because that's the Italian game we have. And Marazzi bind is on the screen, and Navarra enjoys considerable space advantage, while Jumabayev still has the awkward rook on f6.
I'm just looking at the pieces of black, and I see that they can barely breathe. I mean, they would love to have more air, but unfortunately, I don't see a way how the rook can get out from this awkward position on f6. Meanwhile, one of the main ideas for black could be to target the pawn on e4, but I don't think that it's such a big target. It's being covered by the rook. There also could be queen c2 played defending the pawn. I don't think that black can do it. And by the way, d5 will never happen because there is already c4 on the board. White is controlling the d5 square very nicely.
Yeah, that's why the c4. This resembles the Marazzi bind, a very, very famous pawn structure. You put the pawns on c4 and e4 against the pawn on d6. You are squeezing black. And also, this suggests that white would want to avoid some trades. But the last move surprises me a bit. Here after c4, why black didn't play knight c6?
Knight c6, offering a trade and also getting away with rook to e6.
Yeah, but I mean that's what I want to do. I'm annoyed with this rook on f6. I want to solve it and just get it back and play g6, bishop g7. Okay, I'm slightly worse, but what to do, right? And this move rook e8, I think it somehow black is now suffering even more because I could play bishop c3. You see, you can no longer play knight c6. The rook remains now under attack. Not great. So you got to move the rook now. It's going to go to e6. Now it goes to this g6 square. And maybe there's some queen h3 ideas, but I don't buy this.
I think that's something what is happening right now in David's head. He's calculating all those lines. Is bishop c3 possible? Because rook g6, I mean, once you see this rook g6 on the board, you see there is a pressure on the g2 square. There is opportunity to take on h3. You start to seeing some goals, but looking at the white's position, all the pieces are so close to the king, so it's going to be probably very easy to defend. Probably something like queen f3 can be even played.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the small queen f3. You know, I'm sitting here with white. If I was David, I would be thinking I have a large advantage. Absolutely. I mean, I know this. I feel that black is like...
struggling.
Definitely struggling. So I'm looking at queen f3. Black is definitely going to play knight c6 later. He's annoyed with this knight. And I tried to make work queen f5. Like, that was my first idea. I noticed just to somehow disconnect black's position. I don't think you can take it. Oh, sorry. Mouse slip.
Queen's gambit.
No, that was a mouse slip, I'm afraid. And this rook is stuck. Yeah, it's looking really bad. I'm going to play a 4, and thank you. Thank you for the rook. Yeah, you're going to do that. But the point is, of course, after knight c6, queen goes here, black can play either rook d8 or queen c8 or something, and the tension remains. But one thing is clear, is that David doesn't want to trade the knights. Because if he does, like if he trades, for example, here plays, whatever, I don't know, queen e2, knight c6, this will never happen. Because then there's almost no pressure. Black plays queen e6, rook e6, g6, bishop g7, the advantage is gone. So he needs to find a way to keep the knights on the board.
And that's the point. How can you keep the pieces, the more pieces on the board, so that black is struggling even more in this position?
We're going to see. I mean, the game naturally continues. And while here also David is thinking about his choices, we're going to go for another short break. This is the final day of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. We have made it. The winner of the Challengers Tournament has been crowned. He is Nicolas Theodorou. But here, the Masters Tournament is still wide open. So we'll be seeing you after the break. We're back live with the coverage from the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. This is the final day of the main event, GMT Masters and Challengers, that is being played in the heart of the Biel bilingual city, the Biel Congress Center. Here we see the players from the Masters tournament. The tournament leader, Arvind, with a black color, playing against Volodar Murzin, the reigning World Rapid champion. But the position is so equalish, so dry, that I think it's going to be very difficult for either the players try to play for something more than a draw. And this also means that it's a realistic shot for either Vladimir Fedoseev or Saleh Salem win the tournament, because if either Fedoseev or Saleh wins and Arvind draws, the winner of that game will be crowned as a champion of the Masters tournament.
What a big drama in the Masters. Meanwhile, in the Challengers, there is still undecided who will be taking the third place. Who is going to take extra 1,000 euros? Will it be David Navarro or Inat Jemabayev? This game is spicing up. And this was a game we checked just before the break. It's the second game to the right. And by the way, David played a move we have not expected. It's a rook lift. Very interesting rook lift. Rook a3 was just played on the board. And we're definitely going to look more into detail into those ideas. But shall we go to David or Arturs? Do you think we should go to the Masters?
Yeah, we are going to start with this game. And the move Rook a3, this was played just as we went to the break, and the engine marks this as a mistake. And I think I understand why. So David's idea is to play Rook g3, which makes sense, right? He has the knight on d4, the bishop on d2, looking for a kingston attack, and maybe he expects the black to play knight c6, and he has probably prepared knight f5, followed by Rook g3. But do you notice something? The bishop on f8 is looking at the rook on a3. Could this be something that Navarro simply forgot? Because now black has a very surprising resource, d5.
Wow, what a break in the center, in the most protected place. Literally targeted by two pawns, pawn on e4 and pawn on c4, but you don't care about it, because after take on d5, there's going to be take. And it's the bishop which is opened up, targeting the rook on a3. Brilliant resource. Wow.
Yeah, the question is how to evaluate this position now. I think probably black is going to take on e1, either bishop e1 or rook e1. I can't really tell. Bishop takes on a3. B takes on h3, queen takes on d5. You would think that, oh, white has two minor pieces for the rook, it's really great. But actually, this position is not so clear after all, because black is also pretty active here. The rook is controlling many nice squares. No longer it's feeling so awkward on f6. It could be still a 3-result game. But you know the thing is, Angelika, this rook a3 move, it, for some reason, resembles me the game of Magnus Carlsen against Vishy Anand from the World Championship match, either the first or the second match, Game 6, where Carlsen famously blundered a combination that Vishy did not notice. Why I'm saying this, d5 was not in black's radar at all. After rook a3, d5 slowly is a move. The question is, do you see it or you don't? So it's very easy to see. When we have the relation bar, it immediately suggests that, oh, there's got to be something concrete. And then, oh, of course, it's d5, right? But you play with black, you're so fixated in your idea, you want to play knight c6, you want to fix the placement of the rook at f6. So the question is how easy it is to pick up d5, attack the most defended square, as you said, and also evaluate this position properly.
Whenever you have such position at the board, whenever I have it, what I try to see after each move, how position changes, and that might help you with finding these hidden moves. But you're right, Arturs. I mean, it's extremely difficult. Like whenever you didn't have this d5, you didn't plan it, but the last move of the opponent, it always changes something. The position change. It includes some ideas. It includes some opportunities for both the opponent and yourself. And right now we see bishop on f8 is hiding behind the knight and the pawn. So it's also not so easy to see that it might target the rook, but if Rinat is going to just with probably with 1 second look at the bishop and the rook, he might find it.
He's got to find it. You know why?
Why?
Because after knight c6, this is definitely his move he's thinking about right now. And after knight f5, he's got to see d5 right now. So he should see here, after knight f6, knight c6, knight f5, I might have d5. Now, this is a completely different position. Here, it does not work, because after c takes on d5, bishop takes on a3, there's going to be intermezzo move, d takes on c6, queen takes on c6. I mean, actually, the line still continues. B takes on e3, and for some reason, you could take on e4, and I already found the reason. It's knight e7 check.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a very nice check. Rook e7, rook e7. White wins just a piece and wins the game. But you see the line, knight c6, knight f5, and an experienced grandmaster is asking myself, okay, I have this d5 idea. Can I improve it? And once you have that thought, immediately you see d5. So it would be quite surprising for me to see that Renat would not see d5 because he's very sharp. He sees these things very quickly. The question is, how do you evaluate a position? And I also suspect that Renat convinces himself, did White did this on purpose? Did White play rook a3 to promote with d5? No. Why? Because he already had this great position with a very nice space advantage. So he convinces himself that most likely Navarra missed. And that's why I think that d5 is a very, very realistic move for Jumabayev to find.
Arthurs, and also looking backwards a bit to the games which Renat played on the board. Meanwhile, we have a result. It's Voldar Murzing and Arvind Chidambaram who had a threefold repetition, and the game finished in a draw. We already don't see, by the way, this is probably Arvind is walking away. So the players agreed to a draw. Second result in the round. Not to say that it was a surprise after the opening and the trade of the pieces that we've seen, but definitely it's a huge change for the overall rankings, Arthurs. Now it's all about the last game remaining in the Masters. If someone is going to win it, that person is going to be a winner of this year's Grandmaster Triathlon.
Yeah, I think also Arvind, of course, is going to want to keep a close eye on the ongoing game. The game Fedoseev against Salek, which is we are going to turn to in a moment, is very, very sharp. So Arvind has secured at least second place, and if it's a draw, it's a first place. So yeah, 2 more games ongoing.
2 more games ongoing here in Biel. And what I wanted to tell about Renat, I mean, you said correctly, he's such a sharp player. Recently, he played against Aram Hakoben, found this very nice and sharp ideas. Also, the game, remember this thriller game against Daniel Darda, where Daniel was winning, and then he found the moment, he was striking back under seconds. I mean, he was having seconds on the clock in that tough endgame and end up turning around and winning the game. So Renat is a super strong player. He's capable of finding many strong moves. And now, this moment, we see him taking time now over 14 minutes right now. He has thought for 14 minutes and 19 seconds in this position. I think he sees d5. He's calculating on the life, and we are going to see it. I mean, it's very great resource that he has.
Do you think David sees the move d5?
I mean, he's not even at the board now.
That's that's a very interesting moment here because I think he sees. Because this is how a chess player's mind works. You calculate a really hard position, you play a move, you immediately see everything. Like, that's pure magic. And I can tell you a small story from my own experience. So I was playing this open tournament, doesn't really matter which one, it was a classical game. Playing against a talented youngster, and I sacrifice a piece. I'm thinking, oh, it's a really beautiful piece, etc. But I'm thinking like good 20 minutes. And I'm checking every single line, like I'm totally sure it's working. As soon as I make the move, I see it's wrong.
Oh my
Immediately I make the move, it's wrong, it's not working. It's like my eyes are open, immediately everything is very clear. So what I do, I'm sitting at the board for like a couple of minutes. I'm like counting literally seconds. I'm convincing myself I cannot get up because my opponent is going to have some read on my body language. I got to remain calm for 3 minutes. So I'm sitting there for 3 minutes. I'm burning deep inside. I'm even taking a cup of tea or coffee or something. I'm trying to look really calm. I want to run away. Then I get up. I slowly walk away. I'm saying to myself, do not look back. Do not look back. I leave the hall and I just run away, basically, to the restroom. And we don't see David on the board at all. This is a very difficult moment for you to come back. It also might signal that he suspects. He suspects that d5 is on the board. You just don't want to be present on the board so that you don't give away with your emotions.
But I think also whenever you're at the board, you're playing the move, you might still not see it for the next few seconds, but once you stand up, once you go to the restroom, once you wash your face, you have your game in your mind. And whenever you have your game, not looking at it, when you're not looking at the board, but have the game in your imagination, in your head, it's a different way of looking at the board. I mean, I don't know which Arthurs you have board, because some players have 2D boards, some players have 3D boards, it's different. But then suddenly you realize this idea. And probably that's why he was in the bathroom. He realized he was washing his hands, washing his face. He realized it, and now he doesn't want to come back.
I don't know about the others, to be honest, but for me, it's instantaneous. Like, as soon as I make the move, I see it. Yeah. Like, it's very rarely like I'm walking somewhere, I'm thinking, oh, wait, there's something like this, and I'm starting to think about it. Very often, it's like I make the move, I see everything. So maybe it's just me. Maybe this is not happening here, but Renat is very, very concentrated, and I'm trying to look at the angle of his look. I think he's looking at the d5 square, isn't it?
Yeah, he looks forward, like straight in the middle of the board, and this is where d5 is. I mean, we might see it on the board happening. But I just shortly touched this topic, but I want to ask you, Arthurs, when you imagine chessboard, how do you see it? Because I believe Magnus was asked, and he said that he sees it as a real 3D board. I myself see it as a 2D board. I see it like a board in the chess base, on the chess.com, so like a 2D board, like the one which we also have now on the screen in the commentary. But when you imagine chessboard, what do you see?
I have never thought about it, to be honest.
Or you don't imagine, you just see the moves.
I think it's a 3D board. I think I'm mostly imagining a physical board. I never really thought about it. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, some players are working so hard with chess on computers. Yeah, maybe this is how they imagine it. Elizabeth Harman from the Netflix TV series, she was looking at the ceiling and seeing the pieces there. But I think, yeah, it's 3D for me.
So like Magnus. That's why I'm not a grandmaster.
Like Magnus, sure. You say so.
That's why I'm not a grandmaster artist. For me, it's just, for me, just a 2D.
Yeah, I mean, anyway, here, very big moment for Renat. It's possible to miss, but considering that knight c6, there you go, he reached for the move. I think he's going to play d5. He's going to bait right now.
Wait.
He missed.
He played knight c6. Oh, no.
He missed. Or maybe he didn't miss. Maybe he was just not sure about this endgame.
Maybe he didn't like something. But Arthurs, we have more actions in the other game which was happening, Vladimir Fedoseev against Saleh Salem. Now that we have result, I think it's also very important to check. But I see many trades are happening on the board. And apparently there was not the best choice played by Fedoseev.
Let's go straight to it. That's a very, very important game for us to follow. So we're going to the game of Fedoseev against Salem Select. That's the Masters tournament. Here, this is the fight for the win in the tournament. D takes on E4 was a miss, and some mistakes, as you said, were played before. Okay, but first, what do we see here?
Yeah, we see that there are many capture. I mean, I see that there is, first of all, the pawn can be captured on E4. And question is, how do you capture it? Then we also see this awkward queen from black on the queen side. It's not working at all. An opportunity of the knight jump to c7, knight can jump to d6. I mean, there are many moves for white.
Wait. What about knight e4, queen f6 here?
Oh, wow.
What about this move?
How do you stop?
I mean, if I would just put it on the board, how is this even equal?
Maybe you cannot take, what? King f8? I mean, king f8 is the only move. Wait, is black escaping this?
How is this not a checkmate?
Knight e7? Knight d7, sorry? King, queen h8 or something else? Bishop c4. There is bishop c4. I mean, you're continuing attacking.
I mean, the queen is a bit under attack, but you could give a check and then play bishop c4, but watch out for the queen g5. Let's just put it on the board. Queen g7 check. King e7, bishop c4 would be a very nice continuation, but there's going to be some queen g5 checks here, and black at least has a draw. Engine says actually black is winning. Is this intended? Or this is a miss? Like, I would have thought you need to keep the bishop alive to stop any queen of 6 ideas. We got to go back a bit. We have to understand what's going on here.
What is going on, Archers? I'm shocked.
So we left it queen f4, bishop d4, should castle. We were here before. Engine does like should castle. Engine says first include the trade. Not super clear, to be honest. I'm not sure like if it's that an obvious idea. So black decided to take e takes on d5. Knight b5 is a mistake by white. And instead of knight b5, white was supposed to play rook d1 with the idea to sacrifice the exchange, I suppose. Let's say if I take it on e4, rook d4, same idea. Queen f6, king of 8, knight e4. Oh, it looks so scary. And yet the engine says it's somehow balanced.
This is a completely shocking. I mean, you're playing black this position. You're having black. You have 42 minutes on the clock. Your opponent played out the preparation.
And according to an engine here, bishop b2 is the best move. So you keep the bishop alive. Rook takes on c5. And now take on... Actually, yeah, why not this? Because at least you keep the control of this square, of these squares, dark squares. The bishop is alive. It's not really about the pawn on b2. I mean, this pawn on b2 doesn't really matter. All I'm trying is to keep the bishop alive. But he must have not liked something here. Maybe he saw something like... But maybe e5? No, e5 doesn't work. Bishop c1, bishop h6. I think it's like a general feeling. You look at this position, the queen is still out of the game, the king is getting exposed, but I still find it quite difficult to explain why we go for this. But maybe it's, again, getting very concrete.
You're having black pieces here. I mean, are you going for this line? I mean, doesn't look scary.
No, I don't think he blundered. He calculated this, and the clock situation suggests that he has spent some time on this. He has 42 minutes. So according to an engine, this is the line. I mean...
But he played very quickly this take on e4, didn't he? I mean, he didn't spend almost no time. On d takes c4, there has been like seconds spent.
Right. Okay. I mean, what else I can say, really? I mean, it looks scary, but I mean, the line goes according to an engine like this. Knight e4, c takes on d4. Maybe white can delay queen f6 and play c takes on d4, and then play queen f6. So the engine goes something like this. d3, queen f6, king goes here.
I mean, you don't play d3. Like, whenever there is a checkmate threat, you don't play d3.
How is this equal? I just don't get it. It must be because of the exposed king. Like,
we have knight d4 on the board, and immediate take has just been happened. This is what we see. Take on d4, pawn takes on d4, recapturing. Wow, I mean, we don't see dark square bishop in the position anymore. Suddenly, dark squares of black are being so exposed, being so under attack. I mean, I would be scared to death in this position for black. I mean, I don't know how Saleh Salem is so calmly going for it, although looking at his body language, maybe he is uncomfortable with his position. What do you
there's
think?
no way. I mean, there's no way he went on this on purpose. Like, I'm looking at this position, once again, especially since he has the alternative. He has the alternative bishop b2. He has alternative bishop h8. Why would you risk with this?
Maybe there was something more scary. Maybe after bishop at b2 there was rook c5.
No, I just don't buy this. Like, once again, I mean, this entire sequence, like takes, knight e4, takes, you see queen f6, okay, you figured out king f8, right? But I might include f takes on e4, queen f6 threat remains, your queen is still out of the game, you move the knight, there's going to be bishop c4, targeting the pawn. Yeah, I mean, here the engine says, yeah, d3, everything is good, you know, bishop g4. Knight d7, it's equal position, but you know, I'm generally afraid here, like takes, queen f6, king f8. You just don't go to these lines from the black's perspective. It just looks so unreal.
Yeah, the moves which you are seeing suggested, I mean, they're very artificial. I mean, you don't play these moves if you are human and you are scared for your king. I mean, one more time, in the chess, you have to checkmate to win the game. And I mean, if Salem sees all these lines, I mean, I'm very happy for him, but...
How does it look to you? Does it look like this was his intention, or he looks nervous to you?
It's very tough to say for these two players. I mean, actually, we have these two players who are very good at poker face. We realize it about Filosev many times, whether winning position, whether losing, whether slightly better, slightly worse, or even equal, he's remaining the same. For Salem, although, it's a bit different. We've seen some emotions of him. We've seen that he was changing the way he was seated. We've seen him changing his positions a lot. So he's more person who would reveal what he thinks during the game. But right now I see that he's fully focused on the position.
I think Fedoseev is surprised. Like, he didn't expect this, but then again, Vladimir was surprising us yesterday. Because he made a very big and quick decision after the first time control. The second time control started, he had extra 30 minutes, he just rushed against Merzen, so maybe he just learned the lesson, right? Of course, jokes aside, he knows everything about not rushing, etc., but sometimes the hand does the move, and must be some glitch. Like, I have a very hard time to believe that, no, he does look nervous to me. I think he's looking with the expression, I can't believe it that I did it. That's what his expression looks like to me.
Sometimes it just happens. Sometimes you just go for it. I mean, looking at Saleh right now, he's looking around. Do you think he's looking around the playing hall because he simply cannot now look at the board? He cannot look at the king side, what we might see, or he has all it figured out? I mean, I wouldn't for sure. I would be so scared.
It's a bit mystery, indeed. But then again, if he, like, okay, maybe he mixed up something, or you know, sometimes this happens when you play a variation, you play the second move as your first move. You're thinking, okay, I'm going to go this, and I do this instead. And you're like, what did I just do? Right?
Oh, no.
This has happened, definitely, to many players, many times. But then you start to think, okay, maybe it's not so bad, right? So, okay, fine. There was like, whatever happened, maybe I'm still not like in trouble here. Queen f6 is at least king f8. F takes on e4 is played, sure.
He took a pawn, it's on the board. So now, and Saleh Salem is looking away. He's not even looking, okay, now he's looking back at the position. But big moment for him, how to stop this idea of queen f6. I mean, queen f6 is not...
Or about queen b4? Is this the way to stop it?
Queen b4, queen f6, queen f8.
Yeah, that's what I wanted, but now the queen on b4 doesn't give you any perpetual check ideas on g5. And I might play rook c7 anyway. Rook d7. Takes, and some sort of a... Oh, there's no bishop c4. Sorry, I should have found a way to include bishop c4. It feels very suspicious. Not over. I mean, I think we're very far from over something, but the body language of Select suggests, if I'm not terribly wrong at reading them, that he is not happy what he sees.
Definitely, and I was considering, is there knight d7 in the position? So my idea is I want to stop the queen f6.
Knight d7.
And also, okay, I don't stop rook c7, right?
You don't stop rook c7, that's one thing, and also there's bishop c4, bishop b5. Looks very, very unpleasant. Like maybe rook c7 is stronger, I'm not sure. But I like this bishop c4. Knight e7 is a very human move because you also want to get queen e5 to the defense. Yeah, I think it makes sense, but as you can see, the engine doesn't like it.
It's like, I'm just wondering if there is the only way to go. I mean, we were discussing this variation with this engine line with a d3, but I mean, how can you
No, d3 is just not real. Like,
as a human, how can you pick it up?
no, you don't. I think you don't play like that. I mean, this d pawn is even going nowhere, and d3 you just improve White's bishop on g4. That's the engine saying us this. Yeah, you just play d3 and there's nothing. But we humans, we tend to disagree.
And for Saleh Salem, it's a very tough situation right now. 40 minutes on the clock against 1 hour and 9 minutes for Vladimir Fedoseev. Huge battle right now here. Both players know Aravin just finished in a draw. And the winner of this match is going to be this year, 2025, Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon Champion. So this is what players are fighting for the first place. And the difference between first and second place is in 2,500 of Swiss francs, which around equals the same as in euros. So it's definitely a lot to fight for. And knowing that result of Aravind already happened, they can have big ambitions, both of these players. For Aravind, he already settled. It will be either second place or the first, depending on the opening, depending on the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Saleh Salem. But draw is not enough. So we're going to see the two-result game for sure. I mean, both players will try to risk an attack.
I think the next move is critical. And Saleh knows this. He knows that he possibly messed it up. Whatever was the reason of e takes and d4, it's gone. You got to accept what you have here. So the first thing what you need to do is overcome, if this indeed was the case, overcome the initial shock. Okay, I'm still alive, everything is good. And then make sure you're not committing to a second mistake, because the two mistakes in a row is a very, very famous rule in chess. Most often the first mistake you make, it's like making your position worse, but it's not a losing position. And when we are in this state, like we think, oh my goodness, what I have done, it's over, I'm so bad, I don't know how to play chess, etc. All kinds of excuses. You make the big mistake. So I think everybody who's watching can relate to this. We have done this so many times, all of us, we've been in this situation. So it really takes all of your resolve to get over it. Yesterday, Fedoseev didn't manage to do it himself.
And it's move 23, Artus. It's move 23, 37 minutes for 17 moves. It might feel like a lot, but once you realize that there is no time increment, there is no increment per each move, there is no 30 seconds. So this time is then becoming a little bit more limited. So it means 2 minutes, if my calculations are not wrong, 2 minutes per each move is what Saleh Salem has now to reach move 40. And he's already spending almost 5 minutes on this move.
And I just realized there's also bishop d1, bishop b3.
Oh.
Very strong idea. Maybe it's not even bishop g4. You know, this bishop g4, I was thinking it somehow facilitates the idea to play e5, e6, also take away the c8 square for the rook. But the other idea is to play bishop d1, bishop b3, target opponent f7. So for White, the next moves again are incoming really easy. So he goes for his king's set attack. The pawn on h6 is a very, very annoying piece. And I think it's basically a confirmation this was some sort of a glitch for Salem. There's no way you go for this position on purpose.
Definitely. You don't. You absolutely don't. I mean, there was something what he missed before, and now probably the realization kicks in at this moment. He's trying to figure it all out. He's trying to fix, but this pawn on h6, Arturs, what we were discussing from the beginning of the game, and this pawn on h6 is such a huge factor in the position. Imagine it being on h2. There would be no issues for black, right?
Yeah, but it is on h6.
A pawn is there.
Pawn is there. All right, so the game continues, of course, and Saleh is trying to figure out. We're going to jump straight to the other game where David Navara in the Challengers tournament is fighting for the third place against Rinat Jamabayev. A move ago, the Kazakhstani Grandmaster missed a great opportunity to equalize the game with d5. Either he missed it or misevaluated. I thought he had to find it. He did not. And maybe, you know, the reason is why he did not find it. Because he was fixated on the idea to solve the problem of the rook. Because this rook was bothering him on f6 for a longer time. So that's why maybe he was so focused on it that he looked at knight c6, knight f5, rook e6, and he was looking at this very hard, evaluating, is this good or not good, still suffering, but maybe playable. And very often, I find myself also in this state when there's a distraction, like you're looking for something, very often you don't see what's happening in the background. So this d5 push, I'm going to roll back again in case you missed it. There was a move d5 after Navarro's mistake d5. It was never there before. It was only here. So when you have a distraction, meaning you want to solve the problem of the rook, you might not see anything else. But I mean, I still find it quite surprising because I think that with knight c6, knight f5, he should have noticed the d5 maneuver. And that's why I would have thought he's going to formulate that d5 is a move earlier.
Yeah, definitely. It's something what was in his head, but in different variation. This d5 is definitely, he was thinking about it, but not at this moment, not right now. Or he thought about it, but there was something he didn't like at the end of the variation. We will not know, but it's definitely something what the players are thinking about, calculating all these difficult variations. But now looking at the rook, it feels like it has a better time. Now on e6, it's targeting the pawn on e4 suddenly. There is a doubled rooks. So it's not so awkward than it was before on f6. Now suddenly there is a question for white. How do you defend a pawn on
I think
e4?
I just go for the kingside attack with rook g3.
Oh, you don't care about the pawn, yeah, of course. Because,
Should I?
yeah, of course, you have knight h6.
I don't know, like, I'm just seeing some knight h6 ideas. I mean, it's definitely a move. Like, takes, I'm seeing all kinds of knight h6, king h7, takes, and I mean, just use your tactical imagination. So queen h5 or queen c2, or there's many ideas. So I would not be totally concerned here. So probably Navarro here is like, okay, rook g3, I'm gonna try to take it, king h7, and then what? But then I could play bishop c3, apply pressure. Black probably is gonna play g6, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this looks like a very tempting option, just going forward, going for an attack, while the bishop on f8 is defensive piece, but it's also very passive. There is no way to go from the f8 square. It was going to be stuck there for a very long time. I think for black, it's the only chance to build up the pressure against the e4 pawn. Because in case white would play something like f3, then maybe that would make more dark squares weak.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, f3, I think it would weaken those dark squares. But you know, Angelique, I'm thinking there is a probability, not very high, that Renat saw d5. He saw d5, he saw all of the complications, and he chose rook e6 just because he thought it's less adventurous, it's more concrete, probably not more concrete, but more safe. And he wants to play like king h7 and g6, and if the knight leaves, why would he want to go for that endgame when he can have this? And maybe he's hoping the white pawn on a5 and the weaknesses on the dark squares, they're going to tell at some point. But, I mean, I don't quite believe it myself because I'm seeing this rook g3, king h7, and now, all I need now is some kind of an active move.
Yeah, I mean, the move could be queen h5, but what do you threaten? There is g6.
There's going to be g6, yeah. I'm not even sure this pawn on e4 matters at all. Like, I could give it up for some complications. Maybe it does matter.
Maybe bishop c3?
We looked at this. Yeah, we looked at this before there was g6. And maybe this position is still very unclear. Maybe, you know, maybe Mabayev, yeah, he saw everything, and he just decided. For him, if we go back to this moment, after rook a3, d5, c takes, knight e5, e takes, rook e1, bishop e1, oh, maybe queen e1 actually. Queen e1, bishop a3, takes. He was just not sure about this. And maybe he felt that there's a risk, c5, but no, actually it feels very solid for black. Why would this be worse for black at all? Like,
No, it doesn't look.
yeah, so I think he didn't see it, but we're going to find it out either way.
Of course we will. And one more time, this is a big fight in the challenger section for the place on the podium, for the third place. In case Renat Djemabayev will be able to solidify in this game and find a way to at least draw. I mean, of course, victory would be amazing, but if he finds a way not to lose this match, he will be the third in the standings, and he will get also the third prize, which is 1,000 euro higher than the fourth prize. But for David Navarro, it's a must-win situation. He has to try his best to win this game to get to the third place, because the draw will not be enough.
I decided next year I'm going to come and play in the Challengers.
Really?
No. Of course not. Why do you think? No, I will come back and do the commentary, of course. No. No, watching so much chess, I'm thinking it would be fun. Yesterday we had fun in the Blitz, but no. These guys are too good, obviously. So the games continue of the final round of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. This is the final day, final games, 2 more games ongoing. 1 game in the Masters, 1 game in the Challengers. There's a lot of at stake here. The title of the Masters, Triathlon, or the third place finishers in the Challengers. The viewers don't go anywhere. We are going to see you very shortly after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're continuing the coverage from Biel, the bilingual city here in Switzerland, where the 58th International Biel Chess Festival is taking place. There is a major development in the game of Vladimir Fedoseev versus Salem Saleh, because this is the game for the championship. If either of the players is going to win the game, he is going to become the winner of the triathlon. And just a move ago, the Emirati Grandmaster Salem Saleh made a pretty serious mistake, queen b4, allowing white to play rook c7, rook d7, and here white has a very serious attacking idea.
Arthurs, I see a huge alarm right now for the top Emirati Grandmaster. Just unbelievable how he managed to go for it. Queen b4, and he didn't see the d3 option, which of course was a computer move. I mean, this was a tough move to see for a human, especially when there is a big checkmating attack ongoing. But we see already rook is on c7. I mean, rook is on the 7th rank. You just feel that your pieces are joining the attack very easily. Queen f6, potentially bishop g4 or bishop c4, something what we can see.
What about queen e5? What about queen f6? These are also moves. So here, according to the engine says rook fc1 is the move, and I think it does make sense because you want to keep more pieces in the attack. But if I'm Fedoseev, I'm also thinking about ways to immediately deliver the mate. And I think I saw Angelika Kim reaching for the rook on f1 to reinforce the rook on c7.
Will we see the rook supporting the other one? And he is going for it. Rook f to c1 has just been played. He's supporting the rook. He's inviting queen coming to f6 or e5 in the next move. I mean, this is exciting turnaround what we see right now here. I mean, amazing game from both players, super sharp, incredible preparation from Vladimir Fedoseev.
And also a pretty strange mistake by Saleh to give up the dark square bishop, which would control these dark squares, because that's what we saw. And I think it was some kind of a glitch or tiredness or whatever is the reason, but the move is done. And here after rook fc1, if you could roll back a bit, this was the position here where Salem made the move queen b4. It just looks very natural because black wants to bring the queen either to d6 or f8, most likely the d6 square to control the f6 square. But according to an engine here, engine would say you gotta play d3, and I think it's very easy to discard because you see bishop d1 as the move or bishop g4, and neither of these moves, they improve white's position, so it's just almost impossible to do it. And yet here, queen b4 was the accurate move. Well, let me try to figure out why. So if I play now, rook c7, rook d... that's why.
There is no opportunity for white to include rook f to c1. Okay, then we should look at the variation where after d3, bishop goes to g4. Not bishop d1, but bishop g4.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to check it, I promise. I also wanted to very quickly to have a look at bishop b3, because that was like my big idea. I don't want to just give up on the line. But now there's queen e7. So you protect these squares, and rook c7 is going to be rook d7. Yeah, so you're kind of safe. I could understand that. And after d3, bishop d1, what was the move again? Queen b4. If I play queen f6 here, now there's queen f8. So it's very concrete. And you said bishop g4, right? Is also the second move?
So that would include ideas of rook c7, rook f to c1 to be still in the picture. So if now queen b4 is played, rook c7 is the move.
Right.
So what should black do now?
The engine says 97.
Oh, but it's not easy.
No.
How would you establish that 97 suddenly in this position is better than queen b4?
I know. You calculate, I suppose. So takes, queen f6, king f8.
And one more time this position. One more time this march with the king.
Yeah, you win the rook, but there's a perpetual check. There's a check, and a check, and it's a draw. Wow, yeah, this was a very difficult maneuver to find, to understand that d3 was important to identify the placement of the bishop, but when you generally look at the move, all you're seeing is that you're actually helping white. And especially right after you have committed a mistake, in this situation, to make such a move, it's dare I say, close to impossible, very difficult. And here the point is, rook fc1, what keeps the attacking ideas? d3 is going to be simply bishop takes on d3. The pawn on f7 remains under attack. And according to an engine here, engine says black has nothing better than to play queen d6, allow the queen trade, and give it the pawn on b7, entering a long suffering.
And look at this. Saleh Salem has 22 minutes on the clock for the remaining 15 moves that he has to play. It's a move number 25 right now, and it means he still has make actually even 16 moves he has to make, because now it's a move 25 for white only. So a lot of moves have to be made. He was reaching out for a piece shortly, but he's unsure what to do. I think he realizes in how much of a trouble he is. Meanwhile, Vladimir Fedoseev is enjoying his huge time advantage, 45 minutes around, because now he has 1 hour, 4 minutes on the clock. What a comfortable position to be in right now. You have attack, you have time advantage, you had a very nice opening prep, and we see d3 is on the board, so he finds d3.
Bishop d3. It's just bishop d3. What I'm missing here, you just take it. You take on d3. I mean, this is not happening on the board yet, but the bishop takes on d3. You got to take on d3. There's going to be queen f7. And with the speed it was done, did he just miss it? Like, you just take it. And now I'm not really sure what's the idea here. Why would you include this? Again, there's no trade on d3. Is this some 95? You definitely have some background issues or queen e5 ideas here.
Maybe queen d4 is the idea of black? So give up a pawn to
Oh,
queen d4.
I see. Queen d4.
But one more time, it's so tough.
No, it's just over. It's just over here. So you're hitting the rook on d7. Maybe it's some miscalculation again, like takes and captures and maybe no, but you can't play 95.
Rook f8, the
Rook
only move.
f8.
You cannot stop it. Yeah, but now it's all the pieces suddenly are pinned to defense.
You like that?
Oh, wow, such a beautiful move.
Yeah, but I don't think it's the only move. Like, this is the fancy move. Rook 8 is queen f7, and I'm threatening with a lot of things.
But the queen and the rook are basically pinned to the defense of the king, and with the only one knight to jump, I mean, not much you can do here as black. I mean, what a tough situation to be right now for Saleh Salem. He goes for d3, he finds this move, but it is one move too late, or even 2 moves too late. He should have found this move earlier. He should have played this d3 2 moves ago. Then there was a chance for him to save this game, but now it's getting very critical.
Speaking about the thing you mentioned, Angelika, that Fedoseev enjoys a large time advantage. When was this? This was a couple of days ago. I was watching some interviews, and I think it was Jan Nepomniachtchi, who one of the world's best players. And was it the question by the journalist or however he brought up this thing is, why does Nepomniachtchi play so quickly? Do you know actually the answer?
No, I don't know the answer.
Well, apparently his coach, either the first coach or the current coach, I don't know which one, told him that you have to play with like a feeling that you have 1 hour less on the clock. So you have 2 hours on the clock, but you're playing like you have 1 hour on the clock. So, and somehow this allowed him to change the mindset to play faster chess. Like, I don't think that's the case for Vladimir, but yeah, I mean, we are seeing a generation of younger players who are indeed starting to play really fast, not spending time. Could be that thinking is overrated.
I think it definitely, I mean, thinking is, I don't think it's overrated, but definitely it's there. It makes a lot of sense. Because what I think the main problem is of spending time is that players are afraid to make decisions. So there are like 2 decisions or 3 decisions in the position you have to go for, and you already know which decisions you want to go, but you still don't want to make a decision. But unfortunately, not making a decision is still a decision, because if you're prolonging this decision making, you get less and less time on the clock, which in critical position is going to backfire. And that's why thinking that you have 1 hour less time on the clock than you actually have, it might help you psychologically to try to decide on the moves faster. Because for me, for example, I can totally relate to it. I might know what I want to play next, but I somehow I feel like, oh, if I go for the straight, I will get more equalish position, I will get more trades.
Yeah,
And I
bishop
don't
d3.
want.
I'm sorry to interrupt,
Oh,
Angelica.
sorry,
Yeah, bishop takes on
Of course,
d3 is on
it
the board.
happened.
Yeah,
Well,
it did happen. But yeah, I mean, what you said, it definitely makes sense. Yeah, so, you know, we had this discussion yesterday also with fellow grandmasters, with Frederick Svare and Daniel Darda. They're playing the blitz. So we played with the time control 1 minute plus 1 second in a hotel lobby. And I was always ahead on the time. Like, I played the openings very quickly. I had like 1 minute on the clock, and they had like 30 seconds. And I told to them, like, what's going on? You're the young guns. You should be playing much faster. I'm the old guy here. And then I was making the mistakes at the very end. And I said I should be, you know, maybe spending a bit more time. And they said, no, stick to what you're doing. Because, yeah, when you start to think, apparently you start to make mistakes. Yeah, so.
If it works out, it works out. So.
Right.
And we see queen b2 has just been played. So this was the idea, but one more time, I mean, there is no material advantage now for white, but there is a huge pressure, and you might consider already ideas of taking on d7 and bringing another rook to c7.
I think I understand it, actually. I think now I understand he missed one move in this position. Maybe Selim felt his position is safe, Angelica.
e5? Oh.
Now what? Now what? This is not played, but what do you do after this? If you take it here, if you go here.
No, you don't want to get there. You don't want to get there.
Where's the mate, actually? Here, here, and here. I think he missed it. I mean, how easy is this line, actually? So maybe this entire sequence, like, we're going back again. So he saw all of this. He saw he could play queen b4. He saw, oh, I could play rook c7. He's going to give up the pawn after d3 to connect the queen, to control this long diagonal. He saw that, oh, I can play bishop d3. Again, you could have played rook d3 because of queen f7. And maybe he just thought this position is okay. And here comes, oops. If you take it, you have massive problems. If you take it, there's this move. That's a checkmate. You cannot put the queen on this diagonal. You play king of 8. And now this move could be something that he simply missed from afar.
But even getting this position with a king on f8, I mean, this is already scary to get this position with black pieces. I mean, you see all kinds of checkmates. You see all kinds of ideas. I mean, you don't really want it. You don't really want to allow queen on f6, but probably there is not going to be a choice.
Yeah, there's also the idea to play e5, but now it doesn't work. There's queen d4, queen g4, and I suppose you cannot play here, queen h5, queen h6, and black is okay.
So h6 can become a weakness.
It can. All right. You know, I had a discussion with Daniel Darda. Was it yesterday, day before yesterday? I think it was day before yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yes. The day before
yesterday.
Was Radek here.
Okay, fine. Like, okay, time flies very quickly. And I asked him, what's your, preparation? On what are you mostly working for? So the young grandmaster from Belgium, he said, I'm mostly working on tactics, pattern recognition. So stuff like this, like bishop b5, queen f6, rook c5, is what a very strong grandmaster, I think you should find it. And here you can see also the pose of Fedorsev. He's like completely locked in. There's no guarantee he's going to find it because there might be distractions. Like it's a pretty difficult move to find, like because your brain might just disconnect it from the candidate moves. But as long as you formulate, I need to push away the queen from b2 so that I enable control to f6 square, you can find it. But it's very challenging. Either you see it or you don't. Like he's reaching for the move.
An e5 looks very natural move, but it doesn't really work out. He's reaching.
Look at the facial expression
Bishop
of
was reaching-
Saleh.
He was reaching for the bishop, or was it?
I think he's going to find it. I think he sees it.
No, he plays a4.
No.
a4 is on the board.
And that's also a great move, by the way.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Brilliant move, apparently. So the point is that the pawn is unprotected on a4. But of course, you cannot take the pawn on a4. There is going to be a rook hanging on d7. And there is a big threat in the position now, a5. And instantly Saleh Salem plays rook f8. Instantly. Not even thinking for 10 seconds. He's playing the move right away. Why is he rushing so much?
I mean, he doesn't really have a lot of time, I suppose. Move 27.
But still has 20 minutes on the clock. Very critical position. Every decision matters.
You know, there's one thing I'm really curious about the previous position. So we're looking at bishop b5. We missed the brilliancy a4. Yeah, Engine likes these lines because, yeah, there's a whole bishop under attack, but of course you cannot do that. There's going to be a checkmate. But the point is, I'm wondering why Fedoseev did not try to play rook c3 here. There's also this move. Disconnect the queen. That's what I talk about. Try to disconnect the queen. Because black can play queen b4. And the point is after queen f6, there's queen f8. So the pawn is hit. So you play a4. You're threatening to play a5, disconnect the rook on d7. Black plays rook f8. And how about now we go back to the same idea. Disconnect the queen. The threat is to checkmate. And unfortunately, the rook on f8 stands really badly. There's no king f8 and there's no queen b4, queen f8. Major difference.
Now queen f6 is a huge threat. You cannot remove your queen on b2. How do you stop a checkmate? You have to remove the rook back. Will we see it on the board? We see that Vladimir Fedoseev is taking time here. He's not rushing. He has 54 minutes on the clock against 20 minutes from Saleh Salem. He knows this game is the most important game in this tournament. This is not only that because it's a final round, but because Aravind played a draw, who was leading the tournament before this round. Now, in case Fedoseev manages to win in this game, he will be the 2025 Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon winner of the Master section. And this is definitely what he wants to get, and he doesn't want to get any hiccups on the way, because yesterday, Arturs, he already got winning position against Murzin. He was winning, I mean, he was almost trapping the queen, and then he just made one inaccuracy, one mistake, and then suddenly he appeared in the completely lost position and lost endgame, and this was completely shocking to follow. But here he must find a way to solidify and get the victory.
Yeah, but what's going on with Salem? Like the last two games, he had this absolutely great start. I mean, when we roll back the picture, at some point in the Masters tournament, he was in the last place. Then he won 3 games in a row. Like, okay, he had some luck, for example, against Aravind, but it felt like he's in a really good role and doing really great. And yesterday, there's just complete collapse against Aravind. And also today, this strange knight takes on d4, missing the trade, and even though Danger says it's somehow equal, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, he's making these mistakes at a critical phase of the tournament.
But I think, Arturs, it all starts with the opening. And we see that Vladimir Fedoseev was prepared so well. He brought this very nice opening preparation, as we were suggesting. Maybe he's using here one of the lines he was preparing for later, for the more important tournament, for the Grand Swiss, for the World Cup, because that's where the ticket to the candidates is being served. So it's definitely more important. Of course, Biel Chess Festival is a very important tournament and very strong one. But the main goal of every player is to get to the candidates. So that's where they focus the most. They have the special events. And now he decided that, all right, this game is very critical. I have to use my preparation for this one. And that's what we saw, this h4, h5, h6
Yeah,
idea.
very impressive line. Some new idea, at least I don't recall. Maybe somebody had played it before, but so far Fedorsev has been playing nice game. I mean, this earlier, he made one mistake according to a chess engine, not including d-takes on e6. It was a very, very human one, and he got exactly what he wanted. And he looks really good. And I think also he learned something from yesterday, and I don't think he wants to repeat the same mistake again for second day in a row, to rush, to miss the victory. He has plenty of time, 50 minutes. I'm pretty sure he's like reminding himself, don't rush, don't rush, don't rush. You got this, you got this. You still have a chance.
I think what he realizes here that, oh, and he's reaching for the move. Okay, first making his hair look good. Okay.
We also do it occasionally, yeah.
Yes.
You don't see it a lot, but we do it off screen, of course.
Yes. But in this position, what he sees, I think, I'm trying to pick up his thought process. There is e5 move, which he would love to play, because after e5 there is queen f6. And that's why the move, Arturs, which you suggested, this rook 7 to c3 is an advanced version of this move, because it's blocking the queen, but it's not allowing queen d4. Because one more time, we already looked at this line one move before, but one more time maybe we can show why this e5 move, which is a very natural one, doesn't work. This
Yeah,
E5,
let's pull up the analysis board. So once again, e5 is something you want to do, but wait, what did I just do?
Oh, wait, the bishop is hanging now on d3.
Is it? Is it hanging?
Oh, no, it's not hanging.
You're missing the... No, we're bonding a fork. Yeah, let's not do that.
Oh,
Okay, this is pretty basic, but there was a similar idea earlier before a4. I think it's here. Yeah, you wanted to show this line. e5, there was queen d4, queen f6. This was quite not working because of queen g4. The king has nowhere to go. If you go here, there's queen h3, king e1. What is the line here? Yeah, I just take the pawn on h6. The attack fails. So anyway, I mean, it's not going to happen.
There was no knight d5 because rook was on a8. Maybe just shortly, one more time, because knight d5 was not working here because rook c8 and it's a checkmate.
Well, not yet.
Not yet a checkmate. Wait.
Yeah, it's a different line. Okay, it already is gone. It's gone. It's gone. Yeah, so, but this e5, I think Fedorsev had looked at it. It just jumps under either knight e5 or queen d4, depending on the occasion. So he's looking for something else. And there you go, rook c3 is on the board. Yeah, he's figured it out.
Rook c3 has just been played. I mean, what a move, stopping, blocking this queen from b2. Queen f6 or queen e5, most likely queen f6, is a big threat with a g7 checkmate. How are you going to stop it?
That's a very good question.
Yeah.
That's a very good question. So queen f6, f5? Yeah, but that's really bad news. That's really bad news. If we go back to the previous position, I mean, here Fedorsev had some other choices. Yeah, so he could have played the same idea, bishop b5. But now I'm not sure
But we had
like
similar position. We had similar position.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is to play bishop e8 and get to the pawn on f7, but I think I visually would like to just to reject the line because the threat is incoming only with the next move. Yeah, that's why I think that Fedosev's move is much cleaner. Queen f6, queen g7, and maybe f6. Maybe there's still f6 here?
There is... Wait.
There's going to be a5. Oh, no, it looks pretty bad.
Bishop c4.
There's going to be bishop c4, and this is where you tune in your tactical vision, some sort of a bishop e6, rook e7, and then look if everybody's watching at you, and then you play queen f6 and wait for the applause.
Sorry, I rushed into saying it.
Yeah, I was building up the hype, Angelika, here, yeah, so, yeah. Could end up with a checkmate here.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. There's a lot of very cool lines for Fedorsev, and the extra pawn the black has. At the queen side, it quite doesn't feel, because black has the initiative, and of course the clock situation for black doesn't really promise anything good. So we're going to use this opportunity to follow the other game, because this game, of course, is fun, it's very decisive, and by the looks of it, it feels like Fedoseev is going to win it. Let's not jump it just yet, but I think he's going to do it. But we have one more game in the Challengers Tournament to fight for the third place. David Navara plays against Renat Jumabbayev, and Navara just said Rook A3 was not really a good decision because now the Rook is back on C2. So this maneuver was not the best.
We have the battle between the most awkward rooks, I think, in this game. We had the Rook on F6 from Jumabbayev earlier. It was very awkward there. Now we're getting another candidate for the most awkward Rook award. It's a Rook now on C2. But of course, it makes sense because it's opening up the bishop. It's opening up protection from the pawn on A5. But was there no better square for the Rook to go? Or was there no Rook G3? I mean, that's actually surprising to see. We were expecting Rook to be seen on the G3 square instead of on C2.
Yeah, so Navara most likely changed his mind. So he played this entire sequence to lift the Rook on G3, and then he realized there's no attack. And when there's no attack, then you just secure the pawn on E4, you adjust. Knight E5 was played, Rook C3, defending the pawn, Knight C6 went back. Of course, Jumabbayev doesn't mind the position to repeat, Rook C2. And if I was black, I would be thinking how to get rid of the knight from F5. G6 drops the pawn on H6, so it's got to be King H7 on G6, most likely.
It looks like this. You don't like the knight on F5. It's standing there very nicely. It's targeting too many squares, but... yeah, also when you play King H7, you have to get ready because you spend time with this move. It is prophylactical move, but you have to make sure if White cannot use this time to create something on the king side. And I think that's what Renat is trying also to figure out. Meanwhile, he has 15, almost 16 minutes on the clock.
And it's only move 22.
For 18, even 19 more moves. That's not much. I mean, that's around like 1 minute, 20 seconds per each move. It's not much.
I think it's less, actually, Angelica. So it's 19 moves and 15 minutes. Yeah, it's like, okay, I don't know. My math is pretty bad, like 45 seconds something, but not a lot. Not a lot.
Definitely. Oh, sorry, I thought it's 15 moves and 18 minutes. I calculated another way around.
Right.
Of course.
So, yeah, I mean... there's definitely some pressure, and the game is now taking a more positional approach. Just to give you an update, what's happening in the other game, I see that there's been a move played by Salem, and I think we're going to jump back to that game.
Let's go right away.
It's a bit more exciting in a way, and on stake here is the victory in the tournament. And according to Evaluation Bar and everything, White is winning. This is a winning position.
Yeah, of course, if you're playing a move Rook C3 and then Rook has to move from F8, which just went there, it's definitely look like this. Queen F6.
You got to play Queen F6, right?
You have to go for it. You have to try it. It's the
Now
only
what?
way to escape a checkmate. And now you have to somehow build up the position. Is there Bishop B5?
And now you play, what do you play? Or maybe just take it, actually.
King. What about King G2?
King G2 is also a move.
Because you cannot take on C1. There will be checkmate on D8.
And the big threat is Queen H8, Rook C7, the Queen is hanging.
Doesn't work.
Maybe not even a mate, the Queen is hanging. So this is a huge threat. Check and Rook C7. I think this threat is everywhere. Like even in this line, you could even take it, and here, maybe this is even simpler. That's just a direct winning the queen.
Wow.
And you just cannot very often defend from two threats at the same time, checkmate threat and winning the queen. So something like Queen B4.
There is there is not yet a checkmate.
Feels very close.
It is, but you have to
Not
be
like this.
precise. Maybe Queen H8, Queen E8? Can we try it, or
Queen H8?
as a starting move? But
Now this is actually a mate, I think, already.
and then you have to play Rook.
It's mate.
Yeah, immediately.
It's a mate, yeah, the bishop on b5, defensive, it's correct.
Yeah, king d8 is the same.
Yeah, it's a mate.
King f8, king d8 is the same.
I don't think it's very difficult. Like, queen f6 is in Fedoseyev's radar for a long time, and bishop b5 was definitely his idea before. So he just has to figure out the details.
Especially considering that there is the only move after queen f6. Queen f6, there is no more way to stop a checkmate by king f8. So this is a forcing line which Vladimir Fedoseev is knowing, like that queen f6 automatically there will be king f8, no other move. And then he starts to calculate, then he starts to find some moves, some suggestions, but
I think Salem sees this.
yeah, it's 15 minutes for Salem in this position.
Yeah, the body language, I think it says it all. He's like, oh no, another terrible game. Like yesterday, he had a terrible game, and it's just not how you want to finish the tournament. Such a fantastic player, being a regular guest to Biel Chess Festival. Last year, he won the Challengers tournament. He was leading the Masters tournament, and then this absolute disaster in the final 2 rounds.
And just recall this in the classical portion, before the Blitz, he won 3 rounds in a row. He won against Fedoseev, he won against Aravind, and who was the third one he won against? Was it Frederick? I don't
remember, to be honest. But maybe let's go full screen now, because it seems that Fedoseev is about to reach for the next move. This could be the critical phase of the game. And I have a feeling it will be decided very soon, because how many other opportunities here for Fedoseev are? I mean, there's also the move a5. And the only thing that can save Salem is that perhaps Fedoseev has an alternative move, which maybe is not working. But now that I'm looking at this, wait, a5, I do not need to forget that the bishop of d3 is under attack. Queen f6 is played.
Is on the board. King f8 has been played instantly. Of course, the only move to stop the checkmate, because there was checkmate in one thread. Saleh is trying to play moves quickly, but the position is not getting easier at all.
He's getting ready for the next move. Definitely he expected the only move from black. He does play bishop b5 here, and I think also Saleh did expect this. This is the strongest move, and now black's position is just collapsing like a house of cards, because you could have played rook e7, it's going to be just a checkmate in one. You make any other random move, white just collects the rook on d7, the killing attack continues. By the way, notice also bishop takes to d7, the rook on d8 remains under attack. There's just no moves.
And there will be a checkmate on c8 with the rooks, because you have 2 rooks doubled on the c file. So yeah, definitely, I mean, somehow everything is working for white. Somehow all moves are working, and there is no good way for black to go. I mean, how do you try? I mean, is rook d1 his only try?
I don't see any ideas. Like, we looked at rook d1. After rook d1, after rook d1 check, there's even the simplest one is just take it. Yeah, you take it, king g2, you have million threats. You have the threat of winning the queen. You have the threat of queen g7, rook c7. So realistically, I think for black, try to do something is to go for the perpetual. But for the perpetual, you'll need a queen on g4. You simply cannot get the queen there. Like, I don't know, queen d2 something? Queen d2, queen h6? But this doesn't really spell me a lot of optimism. Maybe this line.
Just take queen on d8, rook on d8 is hanging, rook cannot take because there will be rook c8 checkmate, so...
Yeah,
not checkmate, not yet checkmate, but...
No, it's a checkmate, you're right.
Checkmate,
But a bit later, a bit longer checkmate. And maybe after bishop d7, queen takes on d7, there's definitely going to be a way, like, there might be still some hope. But yeah, the bar says, unfortunately, I mean, even here, white could just play some quiet move, like, I don't know, f3, king f1, or calculate rook c7 if this works. No, this game should be over.
And what we see also at the screen of the camera, Fedoseev keeps on walking left and right. What I recall from yesterday, if you remember, when Murzin was walking, He was walking to one side, to another. It was like a shark walk, and that's what we see now again. It's a winner's walk. Fedoseev knows the game is over. Look, by the way, he's again walking. He's walking around the opponent. He gives this time to Saleh to sit at the board by himself, realize it's lost. And then at some moment he will come to the board and he will most likely wait for the resignation. Is it something what Grandmaster usually do? We see now Fedoseev on the
Yeah, it's like being respectful to your opponent. You often stand up, you leave the opponent thinking you don't want to disturb him. So when you like feel the body language that he's like started to look left and right, like he already is not there, you come back, and very often this is where the resignation follows. I mean, chess is obviously a gentleman's game, so you respect your opponent. You respect everybody. So that's usually like a unwritten rule.
Definitely it is, and for Saleh it's a very tough time now to decide if there is anything else which can still prolong his position. But I think prolonging it will just prolong the suffering for him. Look at Vladimir Fedoseev, look at his walk here.
Very powerful game, and I'm happy for him, right? Yesterday he did play this powerful game. He had ups and downs in the triathlon. So he always kept fighting, even though like at times he was struggling, but he fought until the very end. And he is rewarded. And this is also why it's so important, maybe a great lesson also for the young players, is that even if the tournament not always is going your way, you just had this tragic loss the previous day, it's so important that you keep yourself composed, that you keep yourself positive emotions, because maybe this loss was necessary to come back stronger the next day. You never know.
Arturs, is this the walk of the 2024 Grandmaster Triathlon champion?
No, it's the walk of the 2025 champion.
What did I say?
Yeah, I think you said 24.
Oh, really? Sorry.
Anyway, no, it's the walk of the champion. You're right.
Exactly.
You're right.
And we see the move has been played. Rook d1 is on the board. We have just witnessed also how Saleh Salem was looking down. He understood this is over. The game is going to finish, but he's still using his last moments to try. Will we see king g2?
No, he's just going to take. That's the easiest.
For a king.
Yeah. No, really? That would be a bit surprising. I think rook takes on d1 is the cleanest to me.
King g2 is on the board.
King g2, okay.
But still many threats are in the position. One of them is rook d1, so...
All right. I mean, doesn't really change a lot because...
Because rook d1 is one more threat. Because rook cannot take on d1.
Yeah, we could argue about it. Both of the moves are perfectly playable.
And, of course, big problems. Queen will come to h8. Queen will come to g7 with a check. There will be rook c7. I mean, too many threats to hide from. 10 minutes for Saleh Salem to try to figure out what he's going to go for. But the previous body language of the top Emirati Grandmaster is saying it all. It's saying that, yeah, he was completely devastated. He couldn't believe it's going on. But as you were mentioning earlier, Arturs, Saleh is not recognizable in this game.
No, unfortunately, yeah, the last two games is just slightly worse games than he's usually playing, and this earlier allowing white to eliminate the Dax with bishop was a very, very strange decision. So whatever happened, queen before, and according to an engine, there is a forced mate and a final the deal, because black cannot defend against checkmate on f7. I mean, of course, there's many moves here.
Rook d1 move, because rook d1,
there's some checks, unnecessary checks. Yeah, like rook f3, you cover from the check, you try to win a mate. Queen h8, king e7, rook c7, also feels good.
What about queen h8, queen e5, and then rook d1?
Yeah, also is good. But rook f3 is played. I think we're going to see resignation right here.
For Saleh Salem, it's of course very tough situation right now to be in. He knew that with victory in this game, he could have become a champion of this year's edition of Grandmaster Triathlon. But the preparation of Vladimir, I mean, all the moves, also misses from Saleh Salem, they all lead to this moment. They all lead to this resignation from the top Emirati Grandmaster, and for Vladimir Fedoseev to get that championship title of this year.
Yeah, now there's the look.
Yes.
That he knows he's beaten. Now, usually you try to recall what happened in the game. You know you have to resign here. And yeah, it's been a fun ride for Salem, but unfortunately the tournament finish was not what he expected, and we are seeing a crowning of the 2025 GMT Biel Chess Festival Masters Tournament. Winner of the Masters Tournament, his name is Vladimir Fedoseev. I think it's already safe to say it. Here there's no chance for black whatsoever. So I don't think there's any moves incoming.
It doesn't feel like there is a way to save the game. And Queen e7, there will be Queen h8 checkmate. I mean, you cannot stop the checkmate. And yeah, now I think before resigning, Saleh Salem is still going to spend some time, and looks like Vladimir Fedoseev is still sitting on the board. He's not standing up for his sharp.
He knows there's going to be resignation right here, and that's why it's also a nice gentleman's approach. It's just you sit there, you know there's going to be the end of the game. You expect it any second. So that's why you can see Vladimir is waiting for the game to finish. Usually he would walk, and very often you also get the subtle signals from the opponent's body language when the opponent is thinking, when he's not thinking. You also think, what would I play if I was my opponent? You expect the final tricks here, but there's no more final tricks. And speaking about the possession, for example, the engine says the best move is Queen B3, just hang the queen. So if this is your best move, according to an engine, you know you're done.
Absolutely. I mean, he cannot wait to stop the clock. And here we have Vladimir Fedoseev, the 2025 Grandmaster Triathlon Master Section champion. What a ride he had here in Biel. Absolutely unbelievable. Incredible result for the Vladimir.
And of course, you can see Saleh is very disappointed, not really in a great mood, so you can perfectly understand him, but he will absolutely recover from this and take something away from this important lesson. There's I think I saw the first smile. They're laughing a bit. Okay, look at that. We had this crazy game. But what's done is done, and I think it's also great sportsmanship from both players. Keep it positive spirits, and I would love to see them back, both of them, next year.
Absolutely. I mean, it has been amazing chess they were producing during these 2 weeks. Both of them, and we see also David Navarre is there watching them analyze. He's one of the first people who were there to witness this result, also the arbiters as well. But yeah, what a run was for Saleh Salem. Arbiters, remember when he started, I mean, with such a great result, with so many wins in the classical, he was leading the event. I mean, he was trying his best, and he was tying for the first, still hoping to get there. But it was Vladimir Fedoseev who made it at the very end.
And this is the only remaining game left for our coverage, because that's the game of Rinat Zhimabayev against David Navarre. We earlier saw that David approached both players, congratulated also Vladimir Fedoseev. So this game still continues. I would love actually to get Vladimir here for the interview. Not really sure if that's going to happen. We're going to let you know. Would be very interesting to hear not only about what was happening in this game, but like what was his mindset to recover from yesterday. Is there some tips he can do for the viewers, for the young players, from one of the world's best players?
Absolutely. I mean, we would love to hear his thoughts, and also maybe he could share with us some details about his today's preparation. How was it for him? And yeah, we see that one more game, the final game of the final round here in Biel is still ongoing. Essentially, it's a fight for the third place. It's a fight for the podium in the challengers. So we already had earlier Nicolas Theodore clinching the victory, already 1 round to spare. Aram Hakobian didn't really have much chances to get higher and didn't have chance also to get lower, so he's on the second place. But at the third place, what is right now at stake? For Rinat Zhimabayev, draw would be enough, so he just doesn't have to lose this game. then he's getting the third place. For David Navarra, he is in must-win situation. He has to win this game in order to get to the third place. And looking at his opening and looking at his intention and his position, I feel like he's trying, he's pushing, and he wants to get the victory, to get the third place, which means also extra prize money.
Indeed, yeah, so no choice for David. Now he and Rinat, they're the only ones left there. I mean, I think actually Fedesev and Salem, they're going to stay there for a while, analyze the game, because there's nowhere to run. The tournament is officially over for both of them. The question is, how do you make some progress here if you are playing with white? I think the knight is getting to the d5 square. The bishop is going to c3. But you need to keep a close eye on black's counterplay with some f5. So let me just put on the board what might be happening. Let's say if I play bishop c3, and black probably is going to try to trade this terrible bishop, like on a fate it wasn't doing anything anyway. So maybe bishop f6. And if you trade the bishops, the pawn on a5 becomes pretty weak. So I think that David doesn't want to trade the bishops. So maybe knight e5. But what about bishop g5? So he could be somewhere here. I could reject it. And what about f5? Counterplay. Because when you're sitting here, you're not only thinking about your choices, you're trying to estimate what I would do if I was playing with black. And black definitely wants a counterplay. So what is this position?
It's a big question here. Like, finally, black managed to create some attack. I mean, found the target on the e4. This you have to calculate here, because the e4, I mean, if you take, of course.
No, you would want to check that.
Yeah.
Oh, no queen f5?
Apparently not.
No, I mean, this still looks pretty normal to me. Like, rook e2. There's some pressure. The pawn on c7 is weak. Doesn't seem a lot.
Played.
Yeah, there's a move. Yeah, bishop c3.
It looks very logical, of course.
So he doesn't mind the bishop trade. So I think he wanted to avoid the bishop trade. Normally here, if he would go back, he wanted to play knight e5, bishop c3. But because of bishop g5 and f5, he cannot do that. So he has decided, made up the mind to allow the trade. But it doesn't seem a lot, to be honest, because there's not much to fight for. I mean, white has some pressure. For example, if he takes and plays knight e5 and plays, by the way, watch out for f5.
Now f5 is ready to go.
Maybe not knight e5, but then what? I mean, the pawn on a5 is the target.
Maybe you have to play queen d2, passive move, but you defend the pawn, and then you prepare maybe b4.
That's a good call. And also knight on e3 stops f5. Yeah, this does make sense. I mean, white does have some minor pressure, but it's not a lot. I mean, with the bishops gone, b4. And yeah, the big question is, how does black build up the setup? Maybe some f5 again. And I think the clock situation is going to play a role. Because as you can see in this position, Jumabayev is down in 10 minutes, move 24. The position is like not really that complex, but still not a very easy position where you play by hand.
Of course, and for white it's much easier to play. You have this very nice space advantage. You have this pawn on e4, which is being controlled, fully in control. There is a knight on e3, which supports all the squares. There are no f5 push, there is no d5 break. It's not happening. And for black, the pieces are a bit clumsy because they're standing a bit awkward around each other. But does it force then black to go for this bishop trade, or does black want to keep that bishop? Because you might say that with every trade, the position of black is getting easier.
No, he definitely wants to trade, like this bishop is really bad. So
you have to do it.
You have to do it. Like, I don't think he wants to put the bishop on d8 and be stubborn. Just say, no, I don't want to trade. This bishop on c3 is very strong.
But then what is he waiting for? Because it looks like such an easy move to play. I mean, what is he...
Maybe bishop g5 is the alternative. That's what I'm thinking about. Yeah, like maybe I could trade, maybe I could kill the knight.
And then play a 5.
And then play a 5. Yeah, he has an alternative. So he's choosing between the two. But I don't think he can sit there for too long because you don't want to find yourself on increment. And we already were witnessing this several times during this year's festival. For example, the most famous example we have is Fredrik Svane playing against Arvind, where Fredrik essentially had to pre-move the last move to reach the next time control, having only 2 seconds on the clock. Bishop f6, by the way, is played.
Bishop f6 is on the board, offering a trade of the bishops, and looks like, I mean, what else on bishop f6? Of course, you have to make sure that you're not, yeah, he's going for it. He's immediately taking bishop f6, rook f6 is on the board, very quickly played. Now, pawn on a5 is a target. You have to defend it. If you play knight d5, you will allow again this f5 idea. And by knight d5, by the way, on the board. But what do you do after rook f to e6?
That is really surprising. Wait, did he?
So fast.
He played so quickly. Wait. Why did he do that? Like, of course, that's a great square. What does he want to do after rook e6 and stop 2 threats, f5 and knight a5? How does he plan to combat that?
Is there b4 something?
About f5. Like, black should be very happy about this. He has counterplay against the pawn on e4. You can't take it. Rook on e1 is ganking. This is just not great. Like, isolate the pawn, knight on e5, c6, or maybe trade a couple of rooks first. There's no way that here black is in any trouble. So he must have prepared something. But what is it? So we see the move.
6 is on the board.
Of course. I think he just rushed. Should have kept no, now he...
e4 is on the board.
All right, so there's something happening here with b4. Very, very surprising. But dear viewers, we are going to make a very short break and be back in a couple of minutes with a small surprise to you. But I hope that you're enjoying the coverage so far. We'll be back in a very, very short break. Stay tuned.
Dear chess fans, we are here at the Biel Chess Festival and I have a super special guest with me. It's Grandmaster Vladimir Fedoseev, who is also the winner of this year's edition Grandmaster Triathlon. Vladimir, huge congratulations.
Thank you, Angelica. And I'm actually impressed that despite my poor result in a classical portion, poor in terms of position I had, I think I should have easily gotten 1 or 1.5 points more in this tournament, but how it went to win the tournament, it's huge in my opinion.
It was truly remarkable, also considering all other pairings, because it was not only on you. Of course, all you had to do is to win the game and hope for the draw happening, but how did you feel when there was already a result in the round, Volodar Murzin drawing against Aravind?
Okay, before this day I was pretty sure that in case I will succeed in this game against Salem Saleh, then I probably would win the tournament. Because I believe everybody already had enough chess here, and and Volodar Murzin is actually super solid. He's never actually trying to get a lot of risks in the game as white, and I expect him to hold Aravind without big problems. And also, after yesterday game against me, which lasted for 5.5 hours, I also expect him not to be super ambitious today.
And also he had not much to fight for in the last round. I mean, there were not so many chances for him anyway for the first place.
But it was a funny thing before this last round. In case we would draw our game with Salem Saleh, and for example Murzin would have won his game against Aravind, all of us would tie on 26 points.
Wow.
So it was possible, yeah. So I believe he should have tried for such opportunity somehow, but it turns out that he was probably idea less in variation Aravind played today.
Mm-hmm. But also I think that Murzin saw how your game went, and we all saw, and we were on the edge of our seats because it was clear both of you went for a fight, because for you and for Saleh it was clear the game must not finish in a draw. You have both of you to try.
Yeah, but he simply played his opening, and I had some good preparation for today. This idea was built by Rutik Makaryan, who is now just generating lots of idea in all openings. And it all happened till my move 15, I believe, till move c5, d5.
Let's dive into the game.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. So this was all preparation.
So obviously it was all preparation, yeah.
Because we've seen that you played earlier. We played this h4 idea, but including
knight
f3,
bishop g7, h4. I played twice against him in lower time controls, but
this was
I
a crucial
decided
game.
that this time it will end in a draw for sure. He will repeat his lines, and there's nothing to do. So I prepared this line, and I was actually impressed at first. It looks like after this queen a5 and bishop gets to f6, like it's nothing super promising for white, but the more I look in the depth of this line, the more I realized it's actually a good try for white. Yeah, so I'm kind of proud with my opening preparation.
And it's also very poisonous because at the first glance it looks like, okay, h6, there is no real attack ongoing, but in the future it can be dangerous.
Yeah, always in future. In many games it's still pawn to deal with, and it's actually super principal and tricky position.
So tell us till which moment was it the
so
prep
probably I believe even move 17, like rook c1, bishop f3, g takes f3, I still knew. Knight d7 is not the best reaction, but decent one. Here's many options for black, but we will not dive deep into it. Okay, knight b6. Yeah, how it went in the game. e4, bishop g4, rook c1, and bishop f3, gf. I think all was my knowledge.
So basically till this moment?
Till this moment I knew everything, and then we started to play, and I still knew ideas, and I still knew how to play in this position. And
And you had 40 more
I
minutes.
believe I had a massive advantage by this point, practically speaking. And soon it increases. Like I believe e6, queen f4, bishop d4, and was proud with my move short castle.
Have you considered here for him e5 move?
Yeah, I
apparently?
knew e5 actually, because e5 is the best move according to engine. All other moves are not equalizing. e5 somehow equalizes, but still okay. It would be a game, and I still knew it's like some O10, and I can try, but it's not much. Yeah. So,
Yeah,
but he went for e6, and here
It looks
probably
natural.
I have something. After bishop d4, I would like to know if my move castle is correct. Maybe not.
No, it's a
but it's actually the same, yeah. So it's
saying
probably he
takes on e6.
take on e6. I didn't like because f6, and then he plays c4. His queen is getting to the
Queen
game.
g4?
Yeah, I saw it, and here he actually was planning c4, queen e6, king h8. He told, yeah, and he is getting very active very fast. So maybe castle is a better practical try.
Practically speaking,
Yeah.
of course, because
And
you're still
actually-
putting the pressure.
Actually, engine is going up, so probably it's just a
Glitch,
really
yeah.
good move. Yeah, yeah. And then it like ed5, knight b5. I believe d takes e4 is almost decisive mistake.
So apparently, that was not the best move. Knight
According
b5,
But what I should
bishop
have played-
b2. Could you hold?
Instead of
Instead of knight b5,
no, I believe I need to
rook
go
d-
knight b5.
rook fd1.
Rook fd1, maybe, yeah, but it's very hard concept
Of
for
course.
human, yeah.
But also for him, it would be very hard to play
Yeah, bishop b2
b2.
we calculated actually. Rook c5 and d takes e4, rook c7, and it's still kind of scary for black.
Many ideas. I mean, if you allow a queen to f6,
Yeah, rook
it's
on c7, yeah, but yeah, somehow black are surviving.
rook f8,
Rook d7, rook d1, and we was not sure how
wow.
good it's for black. I'm actually don't trust this weak engine here. It might be just completely wrong. So in this position, yeah,
Yeah.
I trusted my feelings more. So knight b5 is
Yeah, it
still
makes a lot of sense. of
practically
course.
speaking very good. And d takes e4. Yeah, it feels after the game like a decisive mistake, but probably he could have continued somehow. But
But yeah, he
yeah.
allowed you to take on d4.
yeah, I took and play fe, and here it's already very, very pleasant and without any risk for white, and I was hoping to achieve.
And
more.
yeah, here take. So now you threaten with queen f6. I mean,
Yeah, and
potential
rook
queen
c7
f5,
and many ideas here. So he need to.
So here apparently there was the only move for black,
Yeah.
which was d3. So
Yeah.
he had to play it
D3,
first.
D3 felt like
Oh, sorry.
the best, yeah.
Yes, d3 in the position.
And then after rook c7, he can play rook d7, yeah? This is the point.
And now,
Yeah.
the bishop is problem now.
Yeah, here, like queen f6, you need to see king f8, and yeah, it's not much to do for white here. So on rook g7, I'm actually, yeah, bishop d3 I can't go. Yeah, I think I need to go for this queen f6, king f8,
But
and somehow eventually it will be draw.
But also, it's also scary for black to have this
Yeah.
position because king is running forward like it's.
Other idea on d3 was to go either bishop d1 or bishop g4, but I was not sure if
But-
it's working. And
yeah.
also queen f6 at first, king f8, bishop g4 was kind of making sense. Yeah. But here
Yes.
he can play knight d7 probably anyway. And he holds, yeah.
It was very unclear. I mean, there were these moves: queen b4, knight d7, d3, but in which move order? And
Yeah.
then it was very difficult, definitely, for Saleh to decide, considering also the situation on the clock. He went for queen b4.
Yeah, but it's just wrong. Rook c7, rook c1, then I thought like it's almost over.
So at least after d3, bishop would be on d1. There would be no rook
No,
c1.
d3 I even can take on d3. That's what happened in the game. d3,
Yeah.
bishop d3, and so on. Yeah.
Yes, I meant in this position. So if d3 is played, then if bishop d1, for example, there is no rook c1 in similar lines.
Yeah,
so to
but
say.
also very important, black can sometimes play d2 and then Divan
Yes.
will be ideal. So yeah,
So-
it's interesting that Black
And
still had some good resources there.
and here this read was simply just giving up a pawn to get
After
this
rook
control.
f1, yeah. After rook f1, yeah. But I don't think it's defendable anymore. Like, I probably found couple of good moves later on, but yeah, I don't
A
think
lot,
it's-
even brilliant. Of course, brilliant because you cannot take the
Yes, yes. It's like okay, just come brilliance.
And for another brilliance, you cannot take the pawn.
Yeah, but okay, it's not so
It's
hard
even
to
letting
find.
the bishop and the pawn.
Yeah, and rook
both
f8, maybe rook 7 c3 engine also likes a lot. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
That's
in
what
Spain.
happened in the game. Yeah, this was the best way to go,
Yeah, and here it's just nothing
And
he
it's-
could do. Yeah.
and it's the best again. One more time, this bishop b5 was
Yeah,
amazing move.
it was just crucial idea. Yeah, and here it's inevitable checkmate.
Even taking
already.
on d1 probably would be
Yeah,
working.
it probably
everything
also
works.
everything works already. Yeah. Position
Yeah,
is so good.
And here after rook f3, it's already mate in
some
6.
sense.
Yeah.
In 6, yeah.
Yes. Absolutely incredible game. I mean, one more time, huge congratulations, Vladimir, and thank you for showing it. But share with us your experience. You shared already chess experience. You said you were not doing so well, but besides you, also other players. Because I remember you were here for one of the interviews, and you said to us that one of the main opponent for you will be Aravind. And Aravind had also very tough time in the event. Also Saleh Salem, so you were always close to each other. So how was it for you? I mean, following also his games, and did you think that even though you had a bad performance, you still have a chances for the top spot? Or
No, pretty much for the whole tournament, I thought if I wouldn't do something dramatically stupid, I should be able to win this tournament. But I did many stupid things in classical portion, and it was in close contact till the end. But as for Aravind, he's not playing so well in classical chess last month after a huge breakthrough. But I believe at some moment his dark times will end up and he will show his best again. But here he was not looking extremely impressive to my eye.
Vladimir, you were already in Biel a few times. You played in the Masters Open tournament before. Now you're in the Masters Grandmaster Triathlon. How was the experience for you? These 2 weeks of intensive chess and absolutely exhausting time.
Yeah, I'm actually feeling like I'm only I'm only in the beginning of finding my mood for classical chess because we had so many other games. It was very hard to switch between all those formats. Overall, I'm actually happy with how I've done, but I had lots of not typical for myself inaccuracies in classical games and classic, and also I lost at like 8 points in classical chess here, which is sad. So after all, it's not feeling like a huge victory. It's feeling like the end of a set tournament, like for a classical portion. Yeah. So.
But do you find any explanation for these mistakes you made in the classical?
Yeah, too many switches between different games. And also, I simply didn't feel well for most of the tournament.
Sorry.
When I played my classical games, I didn't feel my best, and this was the reason I played maybe worse than I expected in classical portion, but still I had some really decent games and also some missed opportunities here. So it could be better, but could it be worse than that? Maybe also, but you never know. Yeah.
Vladimir, how do you enjoy the Biel, the city? Maybe you can share with us some top picks of the restaurants here you enjoyed, or maybe you walked to the lake. What have you done in your free time?
Yeah, a couple of times I've been on lake in the restaurants, and We also played the game of basketball on a rest day with Frederick Svane and Daniel Dartha.
Oh, nice.
And it was very enjoyable. And usually I've been close to the tournament hall and
In this area
and
here in the
this
center.
area, yeah. So I didn't move much, but I can't say I like this city a lot, but it was definitely better than in some other places I've been for a chess tournament.
Thank you for answering the question. Vladimir, we still have a couple questions from the chat because people were watching and rooting for you. So we have one of the question, Bolt is live asked, what are the next tournaments for you? What is your next plan? Are you going to play Grand Swiss or something else before that?
Yeah, I'm going to play Esports World Cup just now in Saudi Arabia in a few days. Then I'm going to play Chennai Kwan Box, strong international tournament in India, also round robin. And only then it comes to point I will play probably in Grand Swiss and World Cup this year. And the rest I'm pretty much undecided at this moment. So, yeah.
But pretty heavy schedule after a tough event.
Yeah, but I didn't play in classical chess for many months because with my rating now with 2740, it's not easy to make a choice where to play and to get a good invitation to such tournament, like for example like Biel and Chennai. And sometimes you just need to sit and wait and prepare your openings and hope one day you will play chess again. Yeah, so it was pretty much my case for the last 5 or 6 months, and now suddenly the most entertaining part of the year in the beginning. So
just approaching.
yeah, so now I will play a lot of classical, and it will be also like a huge switch between almost no playing of chess and to play a lot. Yeah. So yeah.
So I still have a couple more questions. So question to you one more time from Boat is Live. Could you do an actual triathlon with swimming, cycling and running?
I believe it would not end well for me, yeah. Yeah, but I would be able to try, but surely I would not do as good as here. Yeah.
And the final question from Big, our producer in the stream. Big question about your username on chess.com. Why is it Big Fish?
Yeah, somehow I liked the idea behind this nickname many years ago. It was created in 2016. And I thought, okay, it's why not? Yeah, like you can choose your nickname. Why not like this?
Why not Small Fish?
Yeah, not because I'm not like pretending I'm small, like so, yeah. Like it. I thought like Big Fish. It's also a movie, and there is some album of some rap singer. Yeah. So yeah, it's you can find lots of idea behind this name, but. In fact, I just decided it's funny, and why not? Yeah, no more. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Vladimir, for answering all of our questions from the chat, and thank you for delivering games, even though maybe some of the results were not as you expected, but this final game, I think it was a very nice finish to the event.
Yeah, and also extremely important for myself as a chess player that now my confidence that I can play this decisive games will grow. It's very important to win such game, and I also proud of how I actually handle it this time. So yeah, there was some moment which was shameful for me here, and some moments I can really enjoy. Yeah, but it's our game in chess. It's always different, and you never having two similar games. It's always different, yeah. and even similar situation is not really often you can get.
And one final question, Vladimir. Will we see you next year here in Biel defending your title?
Yeah, for sure we will negotiate, and I hope to be back next year for this tournament. But I will definitely take it far more serious than I did this time. Yeah, I actually really impressed that I was able to win despite I did so many bad things here. But yeah, next year we will negotiate, and I hope to be back in Biel.
And we hope to see you next year. Thank you so much, Vladimir. Dear viewers, this was the winner of the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters of 2025 58th International Biel Chess Festival. What an exciting ride was it for Vladimir. But we still have one more game ongoing in the final round of today. It is David Navarra against Rinat Jimabayev. We see the moves are incoming very quickly. There is a trade of the rooks right now on the board happening. We see the queen's endgame, which is already on the board. By the way, queen is on e4, and then we might see another queen trade. And there is a 3 pawns against 2 on the king side, while there are 4 pawns against 3 for black on the queen side. The matters are getting pretty much leading to the peaceful outcome, and I have finally Arturs here with me after such a nice interview with Vladimir.
Yeah, that was really wonderful to listen to the winner. I'm back. Enjoyed a bit my free time there. And the final game of our broadcast looks peaceful.
Yeah, it does. It does look peaceful, something what we were expecting also earlier. So it was a perfect time that we had also Vladimir here talking about experience. He was saying that he lost some rating points. He was not so satisfied with how he played. But yeah, you know, still, like he's still a winner, because it was somehow that everyone in the tournament couldn't find the rhythm. Although it was Saleh Salem who scored 3 victories in a row in the classical, but then he just was losing one after another. So definitely a great ride.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm also joining the congratulations of everybody of Vladimir. I'm hoping that he's going to come back next year. But what do we see from this position? So how realistic is it for David try to score the victory? There is something, though, I noticed, Angelica. That's the clock situation. Because Black has only 28 seconds for 2 moves to make.
Yeah, there are still 2 moves that has to be made in the position. But now it's David's turn, so he has more than 10 minutes on the clock. He's still going to probably try to find the best way. But is there any realistic way? Of course, there is a big space advantage on the queen side. There are the 3 against 2 on the king side. Mm-hmm. But is there? And he's going g4. He's getting even more space on the board. Rinat Jimabayev, 20 seconds on the clock, 2 more moves. He goes d5.
D5 immediately responded. Queen d4. David attempts to fight on the clock.
15 seconds for Rinat. He has to make the final move.
Queen e6, I
10
suppose.
seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. Queen e6 is played.
And both players are safely reaching the second time control now with the 40th move.
All right. Now I think it's also a perfect moment for both players to take a small breather, because they're going to get extra 30 minutes on the clock. This is also a perfect opportunity for us to make a small break and come back after it with more analysis on this unusual Queen Endgame, the only remaining game here in the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. To viewers, we are still not done. We have still action and games to show you. We'll be straight back after the break.
Greetings, chess fans. We are the official commentators of Biel Chess Festival. My name is Arturs. I'm a chess grandmaster. This is Angelika Volkova, my co-host already for 4 years of the festival, and we have for you a very important message.
Yeah, we're here in Biel, but the question is
if we're going to come next year, and it could depend on you, dear viewers.
The goal is to achieve €10,000 donation from our Tippy campaign. You probably have seen, what is this Tippy button right there on the streams? This is our donation campaign. So if you are enjoying our coverage, if you like us as your hosts, and most importantly, you would like to see us coming back next year, we would really appreciate that you would donate something for the campaign.
And we're going to reach the goal. You will have this opportunity of having free entrance to all the tournaments at the Biel Chess Festival and also hotel accommodation. Artists, I hope we're going to get some donation because I'm really looking forward for the next edition, and I would like to be here commentating with you.
So do I. Being here for 4th year in a row, we make a really great team, so please make it happen.
We're back live from the Biel Congress Center where the 58th International Biel Chess Festival is about to be concluded. Today is the final day of the main event, the GMT Masters and Challengers. We just saw an interview with the winner of the Masters tournament, Vladimir Fedoseev, who managed to score a clutch win in the final round against Saleh Salem. Angelika, you had the honors to do the interview with the winner. What was it like?
It was absolutely amazing. Of course, seeing him playing here, he was mentioning that his performance in this tournament was not the best. He lost some elo points, but of course, he's truly happy to win the event after end, which was very surprising to him considering how he played previous rounds. And we remember also his mistake from yesterday, absolutely incredible losing the game of the yesterday, how he did against Murzin, but still, he's definitely happy. And also when I asked him if he's going to come back next year to defend the title, he said, I'm looking forward to it. But what he said, what struck the most, that he said, I'm going to definitely try play better chess because this was not the best form I wanted to show at the event.
Did he credit some anonymous blitz games he played the previous evening? No?
No.
Okay, I think they were important for the mindset.
Definitely. I mean, he said what he was doing at the free time. He said that they played a basketball game together with Daniel Darde and also a couple of other players. So that was on the second rest day. Of course, on the first rest day, we all know what he did. He was part of the escape room Harry Potter, which was together with Arne, with Frederick Swane, and the chief arbiter Laurent Freud. So it was their team. So that's what happened on the first rest day. But what Vladimir said during the interview is that it was a very intense event because so many different tournaments taking place. So first you come with chess 960s, then the next day it's rapid, then there is a rest day, finally classical. And then after first part of classical, there is blitz, and then one more time classical. So there were many shifts, and it was a bit tough to focus. And of course, the time control. I mean, without the increment for the first 2 hours is definitely something special that players probably have never played before Biel Chess Festival.
And I think, of course, also the tournament organizer is going to gather all the feedback after the end of this festival because the Biel Festival keeps changing all the time, and the Challengers Tournament is a brand new feature. We didn't have it 2 years ago. It was just the one tournament, the GMT tournament. Now it's the Masters, but there was just one tournament, and there used to be 8 players. With still the same chess 960, the final 4 stages a new thing. So again, I think that after this year's edition and the feedback, the organizers are going to try to reevaluate, come back next year, possibly with slightly tweaked format so that it's tailored for the players and the viewers.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, the Biel Chess Festival keeps on changing and improving so that it's better for players, and you're mentioning as to the people who are watching to make it a brilliant show. I mean, what we can say, it was a great show. Of course, we still have one more game going, which it's going to say who is going to be the third person in the podium in the Challengers. Will it be David Navarra or will it be Rinat Jumabayev?
Yeah, let's go. One more game for us to check, and it's essentially a potential masterclass, as you could see. When we went to the break, that's the position we are getting here. And I'm seeing that the evaluation bar says that it's equal. But to be honest, Angelika, I'm not really sure if it's that simple position. So here, Black needs to figure out what's going to be his setup. Because for White, look at this. The queen on d4 stands surprisingly well. And White has ideas to play at the king side like h4, g5. First, of course, let's not blunder the check on h2. And there's one big problem for Black right now. What to do with a king? Because if he marches with a king closer to the d pawn, the pawn on g7 is under attack. And I also suspect there are some scenarios when Black cannot go to the pawn endgame. So we're going to roll back a bit, couple of moves where Black could have went for the pawn endgame, but it felt quite risky.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have to calculate all kinds of scenarios in this endgame, and this 3 against 2 pawns, they have protected passer. And we see immediately king f3 has been played by David Navarro, who is just improving a piece. He's just improving the king in the endgame because it's very important to have active king.
Yeah, so normally in endgames you want to improve the king, the queen stand perfectly, and the king on f7 is pretty passive, isn't it?
Yeah, and also, I mean, I saw that you were highlighting queen h2. For now, it wouldn't work because of the check on d5, but you can improve this idea. You can move the king, or can you?
Yeah, but where? That's why I'm saying, I mean, this position is not so simple because normally when you have an endgame, you want to bring the closer to the center of the board because king feels like an extra piece. But now, if you're going to walk away like king g8, king h7, are you not giving yourself a position where you're playing without a king? And this queen h2 maneuver, maybe not always, is going to be there to save you. Also, white could use the king to march forward. So I don't think it's so simple here. So now we're going to go back a couple of moves to the critical moment, and this happened in the time scramble for black before the finish of the first time control. So I think it was around here. And even though this feels like pretty innocent endgame, this was a very smart choice by David. Forced black to play d5 because black was in a time scramble. He wants to clarify things. And also, this is also one of the moments when black could have played queen e6, but it's such a risky choice. So let me just show you a couple of moves on the board. For example, takes. Here, what do you do? What do you do? Because I want to play f5, h4, g5, create an outside pass pawn, distract the king, and then try to get to these pawns on the queen side. So the ancient says it's a draw, but I would say from afar it looks a bit scary.
It's not easy at all. I mean, you have to calculate all those lines with the pawns advancing on the king side. I mean, I would be not sure about this.
Yeah, and the same also happened here. After queen d4, here queen d4, queen e6, c takes on d5. Queen takes on d5 again is a very scary move. Look at this, it's actually loses because you can take it.
Oh, you're in time.
Yeah,
Before.
here.
And then you can come for march forward with the pawns.
Yeah, and these pawns are going to serve exactly as a distraction. For example, here, f5, h4, g5. I mean, these are really forcing moves. Even here, you can play king e5 to completely disconnect the king from reaching the d6 square, but I was just hoping, sorry, maybe first include, yeah? Takes. Just to showcase this idea.
g6, okay.
Oh, you want to play g6, sorry. Oh, oh, okay, that's faster. That's faster, of course, of course. But I just want to highlight the idea that you can use the pawn as a distraction. And now you see the king is closer to these pawns, and you're winning. So that's why even in that position, this queen takes on d5 was a mistake. And I would say it's still a very much alive game here.
Yeah, now it's a bit tricky, but do you have some opportunities to, I don't know, to play maybe queen c6, trying to get into the position of white, or
this is a very valid question, and I'm going to throw in this move. I noticed this when I saw the position, and I'm thinking, is this something that you can do? Because once again, if you trade the queens, you might lose for the same idea. Let's say you go here, I play king f4, I'm going to play h4, g5.
And capture the pawn on d5 at some moment.
Yeah, it seems like it. Or maybe you go here. Again, I might go here. I put the king here, you protect the pawn, and I'm using these pawns as a distraction. So even this position, I don't think it's super clear. You gotta play queen a4, you drop the pawn. If you play queen d7, you need to watch out for the king coming. What about king e3? Let's say this position, I want to get king on e3, king on d4. I mean, sure, there is going to be a check. I could go here.
Queen e4?
Probably something like this, but also you need to watch out for these pawns, and that's why suddenly it becomes not so obvious after all. It's a draw, but with a perfect play, but you still need a perfect play here.
And you still have to find ideas to go for all this perpetual check, finding them. I mean, it's definitely a very tough time here for black. Meanwhile, also white has a space advantage. I think that also brings a huge role into the position because, first of all, there are 3 connected pawns on the king side against 2. So it's protected passer for the pawn endgame is just a safe to say that you're not losing at least, and maybe more, even winning. So, and also on the queen side, the pawns are just much more advanced. On b4 and a5, like potentially, it's closer just to the edge of the board. So very tough situation now for Rinat, also considering the time. 14 minutes on the clock only is left for him, while for David Navarro, it's 38.
Yeah, the time is definitely going to play a role in this game. And on top of Black's problems, White gets a couple of nice ideas. So one idea is this queen c5 idea and try to get to the pawns. The second idea we haven't yet discussed is this h4, g5 with the queens on the board. So for example, let's say Jumabayev is going to play something like king g8. I'm going to play h4. Let's say he plays king h7. How about g5? You see, suddenly the bar also changes, yeah? So it's not so clear. And I'm threatening all kinds of g6 ideas. Maybe you can find some perpetual check here. I'm going to give you a check. King g8 is going to be a check. Maybe king h8. What about some queen f4 ideas? I want a queen trade. The king is cut off. That's why I'm saying king is a piece in these endgames. So you start to give me checks and a lot of checks. I think I blundered a perpetual here. There you go.
Oh, and just hiding, and you're, yeah.
Yeah, either hiding or collecting the pawn.
Or checkmate.
Or checkmate in one, exactly.
And Black has to be very cautious in this endgame, and it's also tough to find a way to go. I mean, as you're mentioning, the queen is currently located perfectly on d6. It's defending the pawn, it's defending everything. How do you proceed? I mean, you have to make moves. You cannot just say, please, it's your turn, right? Like, for example, in domino, when you play domino.
Oh, but actually, I'm going to accept it. I'm going to play h4, g5. Okay, fine, it's my turn. I'm going to push these pawns. So for Navarro, it's super easy. Yeah. What about g6 here? What do you think about this move?
g6.
Yeah, it's like my logic is when you're the defender, maybe you want to trade the pawns, but this just, again, brings more opportunities for White on the table. So first thing, I can take. And again, these endgames, if White gets the queens off the board, could be very difficult for Black. Another idea I'm thinking might be queen h8. Queen h7, queen h6. It's like not super clear, is it?
No, it's not. It's not.
Like queen b4 or g takes to the 5, I could give you a check here. You cannot trade the queens. You go here. What about g takes to the 5? I'm threatening queen trade. So it feels like it's a risk-free position where White is not threatening anything. I mean, not threatening, but risking anything.
Not risking, of course.
Not risking anything.
Yeah, for David Navarro, it's a safe position just to continue. I mean, just to build up the pressure, push the pawns forward, try to activate the king, use the trick of trading the queens, offer the queen trade because Black cannot take it due to the losing pawn endgame. This is definitely something what Rinat has to think about.
So, Angelica, the other day, we're discussing about, like, we're trying to evaluate skills up to 10 points.
Yes.
And we talked about you. And you said your tactical skill, what was it, like 10 or something? 9.
Aggressive.
Or I gave you a 10. I don't remember. What is the queen endgames?
Queen endgames? I'm not sure. I don't think I got many queen endgames.
Really?
To be honest.
Yeah, they're very unusual, aren't they? I have to confess, Angelica, I have never seriously studied them. Like, I have studied Dvoretsky's endgame manual, which is like a Bible for me, for endgames. Very heavy literature, I gotta say. But those queen endgames I somehow found like, skip, just go forward. Rook endgames, sure, they happen very often, but queen endgames, they're very, very tricky.
Artus, do you have no respect to the queen or what?
No, I have the respect for the queens, just I don't study these endgames. But here at least, I think I see some ideas for White. Queen d7, by the way, is played.
Queen d7 is on the board, still taking control over the d5 pawn. Also introducing ideas of king e8, maybe moving the king somewhere to the queen side, because queen is defending the pawn on g7. But what's the idea? What's the plan?
Maybe he just stops h4 so that he can meet h4 with h5. I think this is the idea.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's like a very cautious move, but look at the time. How much time it took him to find this one. It was like 20 moves, essentially.
Absolutely. And now he has only 10.5 minutes on the clock. For David Navarre, it's 37 minutes here. One more time, it's a fight for the third place. It's a fight for the podium in this game. If David Navarre managed to score a victory, he will be on the third place in the challengers right after Nicolas Theodorou and Aram Hakobian. But for Inagi Mabayev, he has to at least hold on to a draw. He must not lose this endgame.
You know, Angelika, I have an idea what we could do. So this game is proceeding pretty slowly. You know, we have one game. We have, for David, 37 minutes, and then for Renat. And it's a very interesting game, but at the moment, I think here the pace is going to be slower. So we could make an offer for the viewers.
Which?
For the next TP support for the Biel Chess Festival, we're going to do analysis of our producer's game.
Wow.
So I'm talking about Bick, who goes by Bigfoot in the chat. He's our dearest producer. He's an amazing producer. You can't see him here, but he's always with us. And he's our boss, and he's working very hard on the left. I'm pretty sure he would shout something if he would say, Bick? Yep, he's there. You heard him. He's here. So if you want to see him, his game in action, you know what to do. Find a TP page and send something, and then we're going to check his game. In the meantime, we're going to stick to this game and try to understand what's going on.
Of course, what an offer. So, dear viewers, consider...
One-time offer.
Yeah,
One-time offer. Never again.
Just here now. No more. No more. But yeah, we still have this one more game, final round of the Grandmaster Triathlon ongoing. And now that we have it, I also kind of getting all these, memories from the last 2 weeks and how exciting it was, how exciting it all started. Arturs, what was the highlight for you from the whole event? Was it really the food or was it something else?
Yeah, I don't know. I have to think of the correct answer. What's the highlight of this year's event? Yeah.
For you personally?
For me personally, probably one of the commentaries. I think so. And I'm thinking the Blitz. Somehow, yeah, I think it was the Blitz event. It felt really nice. Like, I think we got it really nice. We had some, by the way, we had some difficulties in the beginning. We sorted them out. And everything went great after that. It was a very fast-paced action, etc. It's like action, blitz, time scramble, etc. For the commentators, for producers, it was usually very tough. So the toughest tournaments are the blitz usually and the rapid. Just 960, of course, definitely. Yes. And also for the players, it's very difficult. So I would say, yeah, motion-wise, it was the blitz and the food.
Yeah.
Yeah, the food.
The food.
Definitely the food.
Because the blitz was only one time and the food was every day. It was every day morning.
What about you?
Well, for me, definitely commentating alongside you. I mean,
every day?
Maybe some days better than others, depending on the games. Because I think it contributes a lot, like because you have this material which you can commentate on. For example, also today's game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Salih Salem, it was exciting to commentate. And yeah, I can agree with you. The Blitz felt somehow, it went very quickly. Like we were doing commentary only for 3 hours, but it was much more challenging than doing the classical round, because there we can chill, we can talk right now. We have a lot of time because players are taking time. But yeah, I agree with you somehow. In terms of commentating, probably Blitz was a highlight, because there we had these nice games all the time ongoing, and we had some great results, tactics, and it was a good pace. I think that's what we managed to have with you and with Big on the broadcast.
Yeah, I think we really had a great pace. And I think it also depends on the choice of the players. If you get the right players who are big fighters, you definitely get a lot of action. And I think we have everything perfect here. So established or the veterans, so to speak, with the youngest, brightest talents. So it's a very nice mix, usually, with an exciting format.
And also cannot even decide, because somehow every year we're coming here, we have a unique field, And it feels like every year's field is beating last year's field. But now that I compare it, I'm like, I don't even know which one was like the best. I mean, I feel like this year is the best, but I know next year we'll come here and we'll say, okay, next year's field is going to be much better and much more exciting. How is it for you, Arturs? Because last year it was like we had Pragnananda, we had Vaishali, so brother-sister duo, both battling it out in Challengers Masters. We had this new invention of the Challengers. It was so exciting to be here to commentate. But now this year we have even more exciting players.
Yeah, very often it's also the stop for many young future superstars, right? So we had Gukesh in the past. He's the one champion right now. We had ordinary guys, Prague, as you mentioned, Vaishali, of course. And from this year's, the young players, I would definitely mention Frederick Svane, definitely on his way to 2700. Daniel Darda, a very young, ambitious player who wants to get it done. So, and then, I mean, 1 year from now, 2 years from now, you're like, oh, look at that, this guy, he's like 2700. He played in Biel last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And also what I love the most is that players are coming here and playing in different tournaments. So we were discussing it already for a few times, but one more time, Saleh Salem is 11th participation at the Biel Chess Festival this year. He played so many Masters tournament. Then he played, after winning the Masters tournament in 2021, he played in the Grandmaster Triathlon because he qualified since he's a winner. And then he played last year Challengers, winning it. And then one more time now he's here in the Masters. So he's played for 11 times and he's saying it's his favorite tournament and highlight of the year. But what about Lim Le? The Vietnamese Grandmaster, he was keeping on coming to Biel and winning it 3 years in a row and telling that this is the most important tournament for him, and also that he didn't really have so many tournaments in the schedule, but he would always come, play Blitz and win. Unfortunately, he was not this year.
But he's definitely going to return. Like, I think
we have something. I think we have a TP.
Oh, we missed something. There was a tippy, and I think we're going to have to keep up our word.
Thank you so much.
Now the big question is how on earth I'm going to find the game.
I love the broadcast is the name of the person who made a TP. Thank you so much for the donation.
All right, let me try to select the game.
Let's probably go to the full view of the board of the players while we're getting the content you are probably you were not expecting, but you deserved.
No, I did expect. Of course, for big, absolutely.
No, but for viewers.
For viewers.
So you're coming here to see Grandmaster Triathlon. You're getting Grandmaster Triathlon, even higher action in the week's tournament, which is taking place now from Monday till tomorrow till Friday. It is a tournament, by the way, which I would advise to some people who would like to enjoy Biel, who would like to get experience in Biel, but they don't want to be here for a very long time because MTO tournament is very long and it's very exhausting. But this week's tournament is very nice because you have 5 rounds. You are from Monday till Friday here. You're enjoying the beautiful weather in Switzerland and Biel. You're enjoying the lakes. You're enjoying the nature. And you're enjoying, obviously, the chess on the stage of the top Grandmasters.
Yeah, there's many things going on. And this tournament is one of them. So, Big, this is your big moment.
This is big.
He's not responding. He just can't wait for the analysis to start. So, Big here is playing with a black color. You know what? I gotta say, I gotta give some credit to myself because he's been asking my expertise for every single round, right? So he's not only our producer, he also asks, what should I do? So I prepped him for one game. I prepped him for one game.
Yeah,
He didn't really listen to my advice though to the very end, but okay.
What to do? Yeah, you got to learn and.
Yeah, and also I said to him, you always put the knight at f6 no matter what, like knight f6 or knight f3, but he doesn't listen to me. He starts with g6, bishop g7,
and allows e4.
What can I do? But this, by the way, works still pretty well. Takes, knight f6. We have some dragon, e5, knight h5, and knight h3 was a mistake because white was threatening to play g4.
why. But now g4 is a big threat.
Yeah, now g4 is a big threat. So here, our dearest producer, he found d6. Very good move. Stopping g4 because there's going to be intermezzo move, d takes on e5. So there was a trade. He included bishop takes on h3. Very nice move. Ruining white's pawn structure. G takes, queen takes on d6. Takes. Very nice queen e6 check.
Not allowing the queen trade. He's not trading the queens.
Yeah, I mean, he could have traded the queens actually on d1, but he was like a bit afraid. Let me just put it on the board. Takes, knight g7. There's some knight b5.
I don't think he is afraid.
That's not what he said.
He was afraid.
Sorry, Nick. Anyway, let's move forward. Queen e6 check was played. Queen e2, knight g7. Black is doing pretty well. So far he's playing perfect chess. Knight c6, queen e6, knight e6. I actually saw this moment somewhere here. Every single morning we have our team meeting here. We gather every member of the organizing team. We discuss all kinds of things, what's happening. And for the past days, Big cannot attend our meetings because he's playing his games. And then we go and check him out, what he's doing. So just to morally support him. So I saw this position. And I suggested that rook c8 was probably the nicer move. White would have played knight e5, but here he would have to pick up a very nice move, king f8.
No castle, but king
No
f8.
castle, yeah, because you need to watch out for the e7 pawn. Let's say white plays something like rook e1, king g7, and white cannot take on c6 because knight e7 is met by a very cute idea. You're trapped tonight. Yeah, the knight is trapped. Indeed. But he made a mistake. He played knight c5. And now this led to the following position, where white played rook c4 going after the pawn, c5, rook d1, rook a7. Yeah, I think this was necessary. Otherwise, after the show castle, there's going to be rook d7. So rook a7 was played. And long castle was apparently a mistake. Yeah, I mean, rook c7 was a move. Probably the best move, I think.
I think he was afraid, so he castled.
I mean, the point was that, yeah, I mean, you see all kinds of rook d5 ideas, show castle, knight takes on c5, but here I think black is okay. But maybe, yeah, you know, this endgame is not so easy to evaluate from afar. Like these pawn endgames, they're so tricky. You see the bar says it's a draw, but is it a draw? I don't know.
Two double pawns promoting.
Yeah, here and here at the queen side, exactly. So I don't know if I can show the next move.
It's probably not for children.
Yeah. So anyway, let's move forward. There was a couple of moves, a couple of trades.
Yes.
P takes on c5. So there were some trades, nothing to see there.
Yeah.
And we move on to this endgame where he felt that black was the one playing for the win. And we essentially entered the race.
So viewers just like 10 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago joined for the David Navarra's endgame masterclass, but they're getting big masterclass in the rook endgame.
Yeah, so this is a race. Rook a6 was not really great. And on this moment, I think he handled pretty well. So he was pushing these pawns aggressively forward. And there was this one moment where he was pretty unhappy that I think it was, yeah, this rook a7 maybe was not the best. That he could have played, instead of g4, here, the very strong move was e3. e3, f3, and promote these pawns. Yeah, maybe not so easy.
Yeah.
And yeah, and here white was putting up some very nice defense, and he thought he's winning here, actually. This endgame, even though it's a material balance, but black has very strong passed pawns, and white did make a mistake in the end. So here, yeah, this rook c5 was a big mistake, allowing black to activate the pieces. White went to a passive defense, and the rest was, as they say, history. Black was carefully going forward. King h3. You wish the pawn was not on h5.
Yeah, you wish you could take your own pawn.
Yeah, you cannot really take it. Yeah, so unfortunately, and black just won the game like this. There you go.
Wow. What a game.
Great game.
I have, after watching this game, I have two questions. First question to you, Arthur. So you said that you recommended this, first of all, to play with knight of 6, and he doesn't listen to you. So what do you do to the students who don't do as you say, don't listen to you? How do you punish them? And how do you punish Big for this?
I mean, usually they do listen to me. Like, I'm saying good advice, and also Big was listening to me. He's like, oh, I acknowledge that, okay. You got to put the knight on f6, not on f3. And then he played g6 anyway. So
how will you punish him?
you'll have to think of some ways. I think I already punished him. I showed his game, no? Anyway, sorry, Big. Yeah, normally they do listen on a serious note. So the students are really hardworking, and they're listening to the coach. Yeah. So I'm thankful for that.
Of course. And I have second question. We've just watched the game. Why there was no photo of Big? Because there is no photo of Big. What is this? It's chess.com. They should have Big's photo.
We are gonna add this to the suggestion list.
To-do list, yeah?
To-do list, and send it to chess.com so that whenever we're looking at Big's games, his photo is on the screen.
Yes,
All right?
definitely. Very important.
It's a deal.
Because I think like many viewers who are watching the stream and who is following now this game also, so I mean they see him always in the chat, but they don't really see him. There is no picture. It's like big secret. But maybe at the end of the stream he can join us.
Yeah, I think it will be okay. I think he's going to do it anyway. Whether we ask him or not, he's going to join us anyway. He did it last year, at least I remember. Actually, I saw him doing exactly the same thing in Norway chess.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in the final round or something, I was following the coverage. He was also doing the producing for Norway chess on site, and I saw him doing exactly the same thing. So I think he's going to come. All right, anyway.
We still have game ongoing. We have seen that the position has changed a bit. There was some moves. I mean, I think that Rinat was trying to repeat earlier, but David didn't repeat.
And what was the position? We left it here, about here, yeah? This queen d7.
Yeah, king d7 was played, now king e3, now queen d6, forcing the king to go to f3. But, of course, David didn't repeat. He's fighting. He played queen f4, offering a trade.
Yeah, and as you can see, White is okay with a queen trade. And this is one of those strange moments when, for inexperienced players, it feels like, but how is this good? You know, I mean, you have a strong pawn in the center, passed pawn, it's got to be great for me. But it's all about the concept of having the outside passed pawn, which you can use as a bait, like as a distraction. So this, even if the king was here on d6, somehow you could play h4, g5, f6, use the pawn as a distraction and collect everything on the other side. So the queen trade is no for Jumabayev, and here David is thinking about his choices. Maybe he's thinking, can he play king d3, and he's trying to understand what happens after queen e1.
No.
Yeah?
Sorry, Artur, now there's suddenly no attack on the d5 pawn. Now queen can move forward. So now queen of white is not targeting the d5. There is no check.
Right, and this king now is escaping to h7. Yes. So you need to watch out for the perpetual check. Let's say collect a pawn. It feels like perpetual. I'm not sure.
Queen e4?
Queen e4. Oh, we need to watch your king c3, d4.
Oh, you don't go for it.
Yeah, it's definitely perpetual. Yeah, like this king has nowhere to run. Like there's just nowhere to run. You can only run to big trouble, like this. Okay, maybe just queen g5, queen e3. I was looking even for some funny mate ideas, but black has a draw.
Yeah, definitely. You have to watch out as white for the oi.
Yeah, I just want to show this, that this is an oi moment that you don't want to repeat. So you could play king d4. On king d3 is played. I think queen e1 is going to happen. And David should be out of ideas here.
Yeah, also looking at this position, we were discussing how good this advanced pawns are on the king side for white, also on the queen side. But this is the biggest disadvantage of this advanced pawns, is that the perpetual check is much more easier to find because there is no space to hide for white's king. It's so tough to find the space where you can fight, because on a4 there will be always some checks anyway, so it's not clear where does the king has to go.
Yeah. Like, where is it going? I don't know. But Do you think queen e1 is going to happen?
I think so, because
Yeah.
I believe that Renat understands he cannot continue his passive defense. He has to become active, and this is opportunity for him to jump into e1, immediately targeting. And I think he understands that giving up the b7 pawn doesn't mean much if he gets queen in the white's position with potential perpetual. He just has to calculate everything correctly. Just double checks lines. Obviously, time is not enough to calculate for too long, so he has to make decision as fast as possible. It's only 7 minutes, 40 seconds for Renat in this position.
Let me try to understand. Maybe there's still some ways for white to find a game. The problem is the pawn on b4, which is always under attack. So I can't play queen e3. Can I? Oh, wait. Maybe I can. Maybe I can do this.
And then queen b4.
And then I'm going to give you a check.
And then king f8.
And then I'm going to go here. And then we're going to agree to a draw.
Yeah, I
So
don't.
either way, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I don't think if black is going to be able to trade this d5 pawn for some pawn of white, looks like it's going to be pretty much a peaceful outcome. But of course, one more time, David is still trying. He's still fighting. The position as evaluation bar also looks very even. But of course, there are some things which black has to watch out for. David Navarro is trying to push because it's the only moment he can still try to get the third place on the podium, which would mean extra prize money. And of course, this motivates David Navarro still continue the fight, still proceed, and try to win this game.
Yeah, but after queen e1... Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen after queen e1, and I'm thinking maybe, considering the clock situation, he should have retreated back with a king. Because I think that's normally the way you want to do when you're playing a position where you suspect or even know that objectively you cannot make any progress. What you're trying to do is you try to delay the best chance for the opponent's time scramble. So what do? You go in circles. Like you kind of make threats, non-obvious ideas, slight improvements, etc. But you are pushing your opponent to the time scramble. And where your opponent is in a time scramble, you fire out your best shot. And then you hope it either works or it doesn't work. So that's why, yeah, I mean, this idea that David played this king d3, I think he could have delayed it. Like, he could have maybe played king f2 first, let's say queen d7, here, 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 and just try something else. Maybe try play queen c5, and then again shuffle the piece here and there, extract more time, and then in the time scramble try it out. But, I mean, of course, objectively, it doesn't really change the evaluation of the position.
And Renat is reaching out for a piece right now. We see he is ready to play a move. Look at his body language. He is ready. He's putting his arm like this. He's getting ready to play a move because it's only 4 minutes. He's under 5 minutes on the clock right now in this position. He has to play it. He has to go for it. I mean, will it be queen e1? Will it be active defense? Or did he find something else in the position?
It's got to be queen e1.
He's reaching for a queen.
It's going to be queen e1, definitely.
It's reaching for a queen. It must
Queen h4 also might be a move, but that's a bit risky. Queen e1, there you go.
Queen e1 is on the board. We see finally black's queen managed to enter the black's position, which is obviously a big improvement for Renat Jumabayev, because now there is more opportunity for the perpetual. And if there is a perpetual, then there is a draw. And there is a draw, there is a third place and the place in the podium in the Challengers tournament for Renat Jumabayev.
And unfortunately for Navarra, I don't see how he can go back. Like, how he can go back to that position and force the queen to the passive square on d7. Like, there's no way. Now, he cannot go back to this. And because the pawn on b4 is always under attack. So queen c7 leads to these forcing lines. How else do you continue? Like, maybe this? Maybe this?
There is queen f1 taking on h3.
That's a fair point.
So you have so many...
That's a very fair point. Yeah, like king d4 takes, and maybe try to play this. Oh, look at this. Maybe this one. I just noticed it. Yeah. Sacrifice the pawn on h3. Maybe it's still not over, by the way.
But you can take also on g4.
Yeah, you can.
Then you're taking many pawns.
And then I'm going to play, let's say, king something. I want to play queen b7 or maybe maybe some b5, use the pawn as a shelter to play king b6, king b7. I don't know. Like, it might be still a game here. So he might like use his final trick here. This could be one of them. I'm not like 100% sure, but okay, he goes for queen c7.
Queen c7 is on the board, now instantly played by Rinat Jumabayev. King g8 to get extra time on the clock. 5.5 minutes now for Rinat, and big threats. Okay, queen d8, we see one more check. Does he want
that's
to
what he
take
wants.
on d5?
That's what he wants.
He wants
Okay.
to take on d5.
Yeah, he wants to push the king further away before collecting the pawn.
But now he will have to collect on d5.
Right, and now the big question is there already a forced perpetual? I mean, of course, black can just take the pawn. And this is what Jumabayev does.
Yeah, he's just taking an extra pawn. Now there is a threat of queen a3, taking another pawn on h3.
Maybe even b6.
b6 is also another threat, trying to eliminate the last pawn on the queen side as well.
So maybe White's only idea is some f6, queen f7 at the right moment. But, I mean, does it work? Let's say the point is if black has to take, which I think he doesn't have to, I might give you a check and a lot of smart checks. And maybe I can get the pawn here, or some can use the king disconnected.
Or maybe you can trade the queens.
Where? Where do you see the
Like
queen trade?
just some way of check queen f5, queen e5.
Yeah, that would be a great idea. King h7, queen e4.
But it's not working, yeah.
I mean, it's worth a shot. It's definitely worth a shot. Like, give a check here, and you start to see some ideas. Like, for example, here, Vasily wins. Look at this. Yeah, this one pawn is holding these two pawns. I have a pawn advantage here. King g6, h4. King goes here. I'm easily winning this pawn endgame. So this f6 might be worth a shot. But the point is, I mean, black can give a lot of checks before and then take on f6. So I don't believe it. But you can still give it a try.
And I think David is going to, because what else if not f6? I mean, if he's not going for it, then there is not much more to talk about it. But meanwhile, Rinat Jumabayev was making all decisions really fast, one after another, removing the king, taking the pawn before, getting now 6 minutes on the clock, a bit more than he had before, but still huge position under pressure. He also has to calculate what is happening after f6.
I mean, after f6, I think the safest way is to give some diagonal checks. Like give a check. King goes here is going to be queen b2 check. You're going to drop the pawn on f6, so no good. King e3, give some check here. And I think actually
you're picking up it, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, you could be in trouble.
King d3, king of queen f1.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be a bit
Queen
careful.
f1.
Queen f1.
And picking up the pawn. And then the question is, or maybe it's not.
Maybe I can still go for some pawn endgame here, by the way.
You have to
that's a check, sorry.
You have to play king somewhere. King
e4, and if you go here, you still need to be careful.
Ooh.
Oh, no, not with the pawn, but the king.
So now there is a problem. There is an extra pawn for black in this endgame, but it's still winning for white because of the activity.
Right, so I'm going to play king e6, h4, just dominate the king, use the so-called shouldering. I mean, king is a very powerful piece in an endgame, and these endgames can be really tricky. So it's not yet over. I mean, no, of course, with a perfect lay, it should be a draw. And if I'm Navarra, I would definitely give it a shot.
Of course. I mean, what else do you have left here?
Maybe queen e4 and then f6. What about this idea?
Then there might be some checks in the position. You have to calculate everything. You might get some checks in the position.
I mean, let me just show you one line.
Yeah, of course.
Like this, yeah? That's a mate. You can't do that. And here, yeah, this feels like, unless black gives a perpetual engine, says there's no perpetual, this king is going to go here.
Yeah.
Thank you for having these pawns. Without these pawns, maybe this would be a draw, but they're present, and you could use them to hide your king. So again, this again is an interesting attempt. But as you said, Angelica, you're absolutely correct. I think that black is gonna here give a lot of checks, and maybe I can still try to hide a king somewhere.
It is possible. But yeah, still. Still, there might be a chance for a mistake for Najumabayev in this endgame. We might see it.
Still a game. So the game continues. Never underestimate these tricky endgames. We already saw, I think it was Jumabayev himself who relaxed a bit early previously in the tournament. Then you can be punished if you feel everything is over. Never ever think it's over before it's really over. So we are going to make one more short break before coming back with a final decisive action from here, Biel, in Switzerland. The viewers, don't go anywhere yet. We still have to show you how this game is going to finish, and we'll be seeing you in a couple of minutes. And once again, we are back from Biel because the action in the Biel Chess Festival of year 2025 is not yet over. We have one more game left in the Challengers Tournament, and it's a pretty important one because that's the one that's going to decide who is going to take it to the bronze medals of the Challengers Tournament. Either it's going to be Rinat Jumabayev, who has a 1.5 point lead over David Navara, or the Czech Grandmaster, who is desperately fighting for the victory in this Queen Endgame.
And what we have seen so far, David Navara is definitely trying to push the whole game. And his last move, he actually went for the f6 idea with opening up the king. But now we see that Rinat Jumabayev is going pretty fast for Queen B1 check. Is there a perpetual or is there not? I mean, it's very tough to say in this position because the king is open, although there is an opportunity for king to be hidden on the queen side.
Black can, not black, but white can still make a mistake here. For example, white plays king e2, there's going to be queen b2 check, and you might drop the pawn on f6. But I think what David is trying to do here, he hopes for this pawn endgame. For example, we had some lines here. For example, let's say, maybe actually it's not a mistake. Let's say king e2, queen b2 check, king e3, and for example, queen f6. There might be a moment when white can give a check and go for this endgame. And even though black has the extra pawn, white does enjoy some space advantage, and it really depends on the white king's position, because we saw some very similar lines before. They were winning for white, and this is drawing for black, but at least it's a shot, worth a shot for white. And also f6 idea, if black would accept it, allows white to play queen f7, queen f6, queen f8. A lot of checks here try to expose the king for unexpected checks. So that's why queen b1 starting checking the white king first makes a lot of sense.
By the way, I don't see a way for white to hide with the king without giving up on f6. I think that's what David Navara calculated, because if you play king on the c3 or d4, there will be queen a1, capturing the pawn. If you will go with the king to the c4 square, there is going to be actually c4, there will be queen f1.
Can I go forward? Like we had a very similar position,
Yes.
like here, right?
There is queen b2 now.
Queen b2.
If you want to take the pawn.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I want to, because there's going to be queen f5. And also there might be some problems. For example, let's say queen f6, queen f5. So this is one of those losing positions.
Apparently losing, yeah.
Yeah, and g takes could be also a problem like this. Oh, we blundered the mate. Oh, okay. Might still happen. I thought I'm the one who is checkmating, but that's what we call helpmate.
Wow.
But yeah, my idea was somehow to keep the king disconnected, put the queen, I don't know where, and then match with the king. Might be still some practical problems for black. I mean, it's, again, like a draw, but I could imagine this to be misplayed, especially in a time scramble. So there are some ideas. The question is, how is it going to proceed? Like king d4 or king e3? I would say king d4. But what happens if I'm giving you a million checks? Like, I don't know which move. By the way, we have a move. King c3. Okay.
King c3 is on the board, so he's not really going forward. But now a question is, do you play queen a1? Or do you keep on giving checks from different sides?
That's what he wants.
But now there is queen e1.
Queen e1.
So if you want to keep on giving checks.
That's a smart check, actually, yeah. That's a really smart. I mean, king c5 is queen a5. Yeah.
You cannot go forward, so now you have to keep on having king.
I just tried to make some mistakes for black, like here. And assume that white might still make it in time.
But there might be even g5.
Okay, how is your calculation? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, black spends more time, but white's a bit faster, but apparently it's not enough.
But also there might be a way of black's king to come to the queen side. I'm not sure. We got to calculate.
You mean in this line? What was it? Queen a1?
Let's try.
Here?
Takes.
Yeah, queen e1 is a great move. I really love this. But okay, let's say takes there. You said the king marching.
So if king is being able to...
I think it's very slow.
Oh, I was actually wanted to go to the queen side. It's not in time.
Here, yeah.
And king... Ah, of course, you're just...
Yeah, I'm using the pawn as a bait again, yeah?
Yeah, and you cannot go king c6 because...
Yeah, but even I think this would be winning.
Yeah. You can enforce black to...
Yeah, you don't take the pawn, you play f6.
Oh, and you just checkmate.
Yeah.
What a beautiful
It's a
idea.
nice idea. All right. Queen c1 check is given. And yeah, these diagonal checks, by definition, very often they're pretty dangerous. So what does he want? Ah, king d4 is going to be queen d2 check, and you have no good moves to go. So if you go king e5, I'm going to take with a check. And this probably is good for black. But maybe wait, by the way, the game still continues. King e6, wait a second. Wait a second. How accurate is your calculation? Takes, here, and I go here.
F5, or is it...
Maybe h5. f5,
Oh.
f5, maybe f5. So I'm going to take it. And here we go again. Huh? You see?
Faster.
How quickly it can be misplayed. It's not yet done. So queen b2 check, king c5, I suppose. I mean, what else?
I'm just interested, why not queen e1? Yeah, queen e1 looked like...
You mean here?
Yeah,
Here?
queen e1.
Queen e1, yeah, I mean, totally would you?
Not allowing king to march.
Yeah, it felt great.
But queen b3, queen b2, sorry, he goes for king c5 now. This is the current position.
Oh. And black is better.
What?
Oh, look at this move. Okay, it's not really a big margin. Look at this, b6.
Wait.
Look at this, look at this, look at this.
Oh my God.
Look at this move over.
Tactics. It is on the board. b6 has just been played by Rinat Jimabayev. Shocking move. Is it a shocking move?
Ah, definitely Navarra missed it. He absolutely
Maybe pull up
missed
the
it.
full view of the players to see more their emotions and...
Or maybe this was like the final test that, okay, if he finds it, he finds it. I mean, for David, the bar, as you can see, still remains balanced. That was a really nice find by Jumabayev. This first accurate move, b6. Maybe Navarro was just, testing the Kazakhstan Grandmaster's final accuracy. And he's like, okay, if you're going to find it, then you're going to find it, right?
Definitely, and he did found it with 4.5 minutes on the clock. Rinat Jimabayev playing all the moves so quickly. Now he has 9 minutes on the board. And Rinat Jimabayev keeps on writing something all the time.
Yeah, what's he doing there, actually? What do you think, Angelica?
Can we zoom in and try to see?
Yeah, he's like drawing something. Like I was looking at this before. I thought like he's filing the next score sheet because after move 60 you get another score sheet.
Yes.
But no, he's like very consistent about it. I think he's like drawing a picture. Whatever single move, he's adding something extra to it. Could it be?
Probably. I mean, definitely there could be something. We just would love to see what is there.
He's like drawing the bronze medal with every single move.
No,
We're gonna ask him.
definitely we will. And yeah, for David, it's like a huge moment right now where he realized he missed it. He missed the b6. And now what is he going to do?
Actually, he has to be a bit careful here because suddenly black is like perfectly in control. And let's pull up the live analysis board. The point is, if you take it, there's a check. The king has to move. There's another check, and you grab the pawn and f6 for free. You're just playing with an extra pawn, queen endgame. So, and I think that Jumabayev would definitely enjoy to play this for a while, even though he's fixing his third place. So the logic suggests that white cannot do that. So king c6 or king d6 is going to be queen x on f6 with a check. So the only move really is go back.
But then there is b5.
Or maybe queen a2 check also is a move. I mean, black already is calling the shots here. Like, black has the draw in the pocket. Like, he's not risking anything. So you said b5?
Yeah, b5 looks logical. It comes with a check. Now we have completely different situation. The pawn is not on b7, it's on b5. It's a protected passer. And now taking on f6, going into the pawn endgame would prefer black, because black is going to be winning there due to the protected passer on b5. And the tables have turned now. I think it's a very shocking moment right now, here and now, for David Navarro. He was the one who was trying to push for a win in this endgame. And now he will have to realize that this will not happen.
I mean, he's no longer playing for the win here. The only question is his opponent, Jumabayev, still willing to accept the draw? I don't know. What would you do, Angelika? Imagine this. You're Jumabayev, you're playing by black, you were leading this solid defense with a draw, you get the bronze medal, great tournament and everything. Your opponent makes a minor inaccuracy. What do? Do you prolong the game for like extra half an hour, 40 minutes? Or you're like, fine, it's a drawn position anyway. Let's just go home. What do you do?
I mean, I would probably still play on. I would try a little bit, because there is already the other
There's the camera.
advantage. Yeah, we can see now the...
What? We can't zoom in any closer, can we now?
Yeah.
I'm very curious. What is it?
Yeah, what is he writing?
He's drawing there.
Now? You know what I'm thinking? What he might draw there? He might... I have a teammate in my women's team in Germany. And she is separating two score sheets. So the copy which you get after the game, and the other one which you're writing on. And she's writing down twice the moves. So first in the real score sheet, and then in the copy. So that when she gets home, she has a very nice written copy. But sometimes in the copy you don't really see the move so clearly. Maybe what Rinat decided to do in the middle of the game is to write the moves in the copy of the score sheet.
You know, this really brings me the memories of the story about Wesley So, how he was famously writing some notes like encouragement to himself. Keep up the good work. You're doing good stuff, etc. But it was against the rules. You know, you're not supposed to leave yourself any notes. And I think he got some warnings for it that he stopped doing that. But yeah, it's like, funny story, but yeah, he was doing it, and this allowed him to concentrate. We don't know what's the story behind of Jumabayev's secret drawings, but we're going to figure it out eventually.
Of course, we will definitely ask him. But yeah, writing other than your own move during the game, it's allowed, but you can write only the times. So this is what you can write in your score sheet. So you write the move, and close to it, you can write the time for yourself and for your opponent.
So do you think something bad would happen to me? I would like write the time, and I would also draw like a flower next to it. Would something happen?
I mean, who knows? It might be some sign, right? Like, it can be a sign language. We have here the zooming into the score sheet. Thank you so much. But
that's the best we can do.
Trying to see. I mean, we see moves there written, but not.
That looks perfectly normal.
Looks normal.
Oh, wow, look at that, the zoom. I don't see any secret messages or flowers. So maybe he was just correcting the way he was writing down the moves? Or he noticed a mistake and he was fixing it?
Maybe, but...
maybe there's no mystery here.
Definitely a nice handwriting he has.
Really?
Yeah, it looks nice.
How is, by the way, your handwriting?
So messy.
Messy, yeah?
Very messy.
You know, I'm usually following this diagonal handwriting. It's like diagonal. So you write it on, so you have these cells where you write every move. And I'm always doing it left, right, left, right, left, right. So how it's called, I don't know, but this is a very famous style of writing.
It's chess writing, yeah? Like it's like black, white, like...
Yeah, but in the same, for white or black, it's always left, right, right. And it comes from a certain chess club, this style of writing in Latvia. Yeah, it's a very, very common. Like we have a city in Latvia, it's called Kuldiga, and we recognize, okay, that's a Kuldiga style of writing, you know, like, but then you mess it up anyway at some point, so, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. The lower on the clock you get, the more messed up your handwriting is becoming on the score sheet. And for some of the arbiters, then it becomes a torture to find out what was the move written there or here. So yeah, definitely, it's a tough thing for a chess player. But
David is down on 2 minutes and 30 seconds, by the way. And previously in the tournament, he already was experiencing some problems in the time scramble. And the craziest example of them all was his game against Aram Hakovian. You all know how it ended. He lost on time.
he lost on time. Yeah, definitely. And also the game against Rinat in the rapid. I mean, he takes on b6. He's allowing queen b5, which is happening instantly. And now it's completely different story in the position. Now it's white has to be careful because now king d6 is on the board. Queen takes the pawn, and in the next move, Rinat Zhimabayev is going to capture another pawn on f6, and it's going to be black who is pushing here. So now Rinat is taking time, but I think he's going to recapture on f6 with the queen very quickly.
Absolutely. I mean, he could, of course, give a couple of checks. No need to do that.
But there are no checks, by the way. Queen a7.
I mean, there's one check. There's another check on b5, which quite doesn't work. Queen takes an f6. So with this, Zhimabayev secures his third place because there's no risk anymore. I mean, he's like perfectly safe here. The big question is, how do you make a draw here? What's the drawing position? Maybe king c7, go after the pawn and hope for the perpetual check. But now it's David Navarra who is giving it.
Absolutely incredible turnaround in this game. We have seen that David Navarro was pushing the whole game, trying to score a very important victory to get the third place. Now he.
I'm sorry, Angelica, sorry to interrupt you. There's a big mistake happening here. Apparently, this is a mistake. Why it would be a mistake, to be honest? Wait, there's no perpetual, is it? I mean, I think the black can just take it. Look at this, queen takes on h4. This is a mistake because of queen e4 check. You can play g6. There's no check on e7.
Queen f5.
Yes, and after queen f5 check, you're going to play king g8.
Oh my God.
Queen e6. Look at this. King h8. Queen e8 check. King h7. Queen e4 check. g6 is the same position. Once again, we have a situation where you have two mistakes in a row. So first he missed his b6 check. Now h4 here, black can simply collect the pawn. I think right now, David, as you can see, he froze essentially with his position. His body language says that he's like, oh no, what did I just do?
Absolutely unbelievable blunder. I mean, as you were talking, we were talking about it many times throughout this year's festival. The mistakes come in pairs, and that's what we have also here on the board. One more pair of mistakes. First, you blunder to equality. Now you have to hold the draw, but then you blunder to the losing position. I mean, you blunder a pawn, you miss. There is no perpetual, and this triangulation. By the way, Arturas, it recalls me the game of Rinat Zhimabayev against, was it Aram Hakovian, where he had similar triangulation, but on the queen side. There, I mean, if you remember, he missed.
I don't remember it, sorry. I'm trying to recall, but I don't remember.
Was black, the bishop was hanging on e6. He could have taken the bishop, and there was queen c7, queen c8 checks.
Doesn't ring the bell. Sorry, so many games.
There was a triangulation.
There was a triangulation, okay.
And he missed it. He was winning that game, and he missed it.
All right.
He was coming to us, oh, yes, sure, I had this move, and he had king a7. That was a triangulation. King from a8 to king from b7 to a8, and then to a7, not back to b7. There would be a checkmate. Anyway, he missed that. He might miss here as well, because David Navarro is definitely a very strong player. Absolutely.
Yeah, indeed.
He's very strong. So, of course, Rinat Zhimabayev, when he sees him playing h4, there is also this trust, because also looking at their ratings, I mean, David Navarro has 100 more, even more rating points than Rinat Zhimabayev, and you may trust your opponent with this. You may trust that he found something.
The first thing is oh, look at that. There's a pawn on h4. Why don't I grab it? And these lines are not really that complex. Because what can just give you a couple of checks? And again, you're not really risking anything here, right? Like, you're like, okay, fine, there's going to be perpetual, there's going to be perpetual. So let's be done with it. So I think here Jumabayev also has a very good read on Navarra's body language, which says that Navarra is well aware of what's going on right now. And for Jumabayev, again, this is one of those long grinds. For example, also the game where he fought back against Daniel Darda, this absolutely impressive defense is just something where he's really good at.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I mean, he was all the time recalling that game. I mean, he was trying his best. I mean, he was defending, but it was always losing. And then till the very end, he was waiting for this blunder of Daniel Darda, because for Inat Jumabayev, at that moment he was playing on the seconds. He was playing literally on the increment. He couldn't have more time, but it was Daniel who blundered, and everything turning out. We see the same exact script. We see exactly same position. David Navarro was pushing. He was trying to win.
He takes it.
He goes for it. I think David Navarro is going to realize now. I think this realization is kicking in this moment, that there is no perpetual in the position.
I mean, for David, maybe this is not really such a big deal, because for him a draw or loss is, of course, the same fourth place. But, of course, you don't want to lose these games. And you would have thought that after pushing an equal game for most of the time, you're like, okay, fine, it's going to be a draw. He tried his final chance combined with a miscalculation or missing a tactical shot like B6. That's going to hurt, but once again, this is the professional chess. You can never relax too early. Unfortunately, this was Navarro's moment.
Of course, and now there is a big moment now here.
I mean, I don't think that here, for example, if we are thinking about the choices that Jumabayev could accept perpetual, there's no way. He's going to play for the win here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course, King G8 or King H8. Oh, King H8. Why King H8, actually? Just to gain some time, right?
Queen F8 has been played. Now King G8. King H7 has been played.
I'm pretty sure he sees the sequence. He just gains some time. There's going to be King G8. There's no need not to try, of course. Of course,
King
he plays
G8
King G8.
is on the board. And now it's David Navarro who is taking time to think. With 3.5 minutes on the clock for Inat Jumabayev, it's 3 minutes. What a game, what a turnaround.
This is also a really great skill, because I think repeating the moves is a very underused skill. Whoever said this, it was one of the old masters, is that maybe it was Botvinnik or Petrosian, maybe Petrosian, the former world champion, who said that too few people are repeating the moves. Because by repeating the moves, very often you get valuable information. And with the modern age of chess, with repeating the moves twice, you get extra 1 minute on the clock. You get closer to the next time control, etc. There's many, many good benefits for doing it.
Yeah, now again, one more time, check. So Queen E4, check is being played. It's on the board, but we're going to see.
And again, he repeats.
He repeats one more time.
He's just using all the tricks in the book. I mean, he wouldn't really hurt to have extra time on the clock.
Of course.
And for Queen E4 check, again, there's going to be G6. And of course, Navarro knows. He doesn't have any false illusions. But there's going to be G6.
Definitely. Queen E4 is on the board. So now, of course, it's a time for G6. You don't repeat 3 times. You repeat just 2 times. G6. But question, is he going to repeat?
No,
Because
no way. No way. I mean, professionals never, ever do that. You just can't forgive yourself. Like, you're trained to play every single for the victory. Like, okay, maybe you could do it in a world championship match, right? There have been historical cases, like famously Alexander Alekhine playing against Alekhine against Max Ewe. That was the World Championship match. Alekhine was losing in the final game, but Ewe just needed a draw, and they essentially agreed to a draw in a completely winning position for the Dutchman. Of course, yes, this has been done before, but I mean here, of course, it's a game for 1,000 euros, but essentially there's no risk for Jumabayev.
of course, there is nothing he can miss.
You just play on.
He can just win first. He can win the third prize, extra 1,000 euro, but at the same time, he can also get more rating points, because this is what it's about. Every chess game, it's about also rating. Let's not forget about that. And this case, Rinat Jumabayev has a big opportunity to score a win against David Navarra, who has more than 100 points difference, to be precise, 115, around 115 points difference, which will get him extra points.
I'll be really surprised if he's going to go for the repetition. Really, really surprised.
Can we say that you will explode?
I won't explode. Because it's not necessary, because G6 is on the board. Of course, a true professional always plays on. Of course.
Yeah.
There's no tricks. I mean, maybe the only trick I could think of is some king f7, queen g6, maybe king f8, queen b7 ideas. You always play on. You use your chances.
Definitely. You have to all the time use your very best chances. And yeah, of course, there is always a risk in the position, but I don't think that this position has any risk at all for black. I mean, this position you can just play on as much as you want, and you can just try.
The only risk is lose on time, I think, which I don't think is going to happen.
No. Considering how much time he was repeating, I mean, having this twofold repetitions a few times to get extra time on the clock, he will always find a way to get those repetitions on the board.
And also the problem for white is that he needs to keep the pawn on G4 alive. There are positions, I don't think we are going to see them, but let's say if the pawn on G4 and the pawn on A6 were traded and the white king was similar on G1, of course, not blundering the queens and everything, this is still a draw according to the engines. But for humans, it's very difficult. And this is something we talked about with Rinat Jumabayev after his longer game against Machun, where he was holding this queen endgame 2 points against 1 at the queen side. And after the game, I asked Rinat, do you know this thing? Of course, he said, of course I know it. And I know that engine says it's a draw. I was just not sure how to hold it. And luckily, he didn't have to.
Of course, he didn't. And yeah, definitely a lot of exciting games in the challengers. And absolutely incredible turnaround in this final game. We were expecting this peaceful outcome. Also,
Wait,
like...
I'm sorry, where's David? Oh, he just stood up?
Yeah, he just stood up. He got some water, I believe. I don't know. I'm not sure.
All right. No, I just realized, I mean, David's time was ticking and he was not present at the board.
Yeah. No, definitely he's not leaving. Definitely he's continuing. He's fighting. I think that's where he's realizing now. I mean, Artur, in such moments for yourself, I mean, how do you, I mean, how are you able to come back? You were pushing whole game. Then suddenly you blunder to equality. Then you blunder one more time, and now you're realizing you might be losing.
It really depends on the mindset of the player. Like, I think, for example, if this was Fedoseev, you'd be just laughing at himself, probably. Like, how did he do that? Mm-hmm. Because we've seen him doing before. Some other player might get really emotional at this, even though, like, the result, again, draw or loss doesn't really change anything. These are rating points, but yeah, it's a bit unpleasant. I mean, you want to finish the tournament on a positive note, and
Definitely.
you lose it. But not really a great tragedy. I wouldn't really exaggerate on this, like not to make too much of a big moment maybe than it is. Unpleasant, sure, but the life continues.
Definitely, and for David it has been, and there have been some rough moments also in the tournament, especially I recall the rapid, he was losing also on the clock a few times. The chess 960 was also rough. It was a rough start for him. Then somehow he managed to solidify. He won the first game in the classical. Then he had some losses and managed to qualify for the finals, which was very impressive from him because it was a blitz where he should have played well, and he did. But now, by the way, Artur, I look now outside of the playing venue and see that it's raining. I think the sky is raining or is crying together with probably David inside right now at this moment. Because
You have an umbrella with you.
I have a spare umbrella which I put.
I'm going to take it.
You will steal it. Oh no.
I think also our producer will be interested in taking it. Yeah, I mean, the weather mostly here in Biel has been fantastic throughout the entire festival. For the entirety of the 2 weeks, I think we had like rainy 2-3 days, and mostly it was just a perfect summer, like 25 degrees, very short walk from the hotel to the playing center here in the Biel Congress Center. It's like very close to the city center, a lot of restaurants nearby. And I actually shot a video about walking from the hotel to the playing venue. It takes like 5-6 minutes, I don't know. So it's a short. You can check out on my channel if you want.
In just 30 seconds.
It's really nice. Yeah, just 30 seconds or so. It's obviously sped up a bit.
But Artus, do you feel it? I feel it a little bit chill. Yeah, it's like coming
from the outside.
From outside, yeah, it's getting a bit.
Winter is coming. No?
I think that's what it implies. I mean, the finish line of the Biel Chess Festival this year. Whenever Biel Chess Festival is finishing, it means we are one day closer to the autumn and with that to the winter. And of course, then the tournament is finishing. Then you're still looking forward for the next edition. The next edition comes again. Here is the summer, great weather.
Are you going to be sad when the tournament will be finished?
I'm sad this is
You're already sad,
day.
but it's still running.
It's still running, but I know that soon. This is our last stream for this year's Biel Chess Festival. Of course, I know I'm looking forward to the next year, but there are many emotions because there are many people, many great people who are working on this Biel Chess Festival all together. We with Arturs are in front of the camera, but there are many people behind on the scenes. We'll mention all of the amazing people, amazing efforts that we have at the Biel Chess Festival. And it's sad to say goodbye, but we are forced to.
Yeah, have no choice. By the way, here, King E8 is a wonderful final try for the Czech Grandmaster because Queen G7 cannot be played because the pawn on A6 will be falling, but I think King H8 is a perfectly reasonable move. And I have a feeling this game is going to wrap up quickly. Like, I don't think it's going to take like 20, 30 minutes here because Jumabayev definitely holds the psychological advantage. There you go. King H8 is played on the board. And unfortunately for David, yeah, the tournament is going to end with a loss, and I would expect one more final mistake. I hope I'm not going to jinx anything, but I think Jumabayev is going to win it.
I mean, there are two extra pawns. I mean, there is a queen, which is always defending the pawns on the king's side. There is an a pawn, which you have to prepare how to march. Of course, there is always perpetual you have to watch out for. But, okay, maybe we can try speculate. I mean, what will be the moves for black? I mean, how to push the pawn forward? Because now queen on d5 is blocking the way for the pawn on the a file.
Maybe
so
Queen G7, Queen G8, try to trade off the queens.
Oh, Queen G7 is actually a very...
Yeah, because H5, you could do that because the queen on D5 stops that. So the queen stops both pawns. And Queen G7 brings some extra opportunities here. I think that David is thinking really hard how to try to get to this theoretical endgame. Take the pawn on H6, give out the pawn on G4. But again, like I already said, this king has to be here on G1, not on E8. So I'm not really sure what is this position. And I could, of course, even speculate if David knows actually how to hold that endgame. It's like many professionals, we know certain types of endgames, what's the evaluation, but what is the actual execution? Well, if you haven't studied it,
remains to be seen on the board.
Remains to be seen, exactly.
Absolutely. And yeah, 25 is on the board. 1 minute, 50 seconds for Rinat Jumabayev in this position. He was using his time wisely. He was making all kinds of repetitions in order to get extra time on the clock, which is definitely very important. And now we see he is still in the sinking tank. He's trying to figure it all out. He goes...
Queen F4 or Queen G7? No, Queen G7. That's a great move.
Apparently...
No, I like it. Why it shouldn't be a good move? I'm not really sure.
It looks like a great move. I'm just not sure why would computer immediately...
The bar doesn't like it though, but I think the idea is pretty reasonable.
Okay.
I mean, according to an engine here, Queen C6 is the best move for white, but this allows the A pawn roll forward. We'll see.
But wait, after Queen C6, A5, Queen B5.
And we might see that actually.
Queen C6 is on the board, so now
A5, just play A5. I don't think it's holding. I mean, with the perfect play, it should be lost. But there might be still some practical problems. And also, let's not underestimate the fact that both players are tired. It's been a long day. They're playing on increments. So I could, of course, imagine a scenario where Jumabayev is not going to win this one easily, of course. But most likely, he's going to do it.
And he's trying. I mean, that's what we see. I mean, he was okay with the draw for the whole game. I mean, that's chess, yeah? He was completely fine with the draw because it would give him the third place. It would give him extra 1,000 for the prize money. But then, suddenly, he gets this opportunity because his opponent's blunders. And here we go again. The game starts from the beginning. It was from the equal position. And then he blunders one more time. And this is already a huge winning chance for Rinat. And he's like completely surprised and shocked. And now, before he was being under huge pressure, now he has 2 extra pawns. Very tough for David Nauer.
Queen a6 is a nice move.
How do you defend both g6 and a5?
I suppose the pawn on a5 has to go. So
maybe you can take somehow the pawn on g4. Queen e5 check.
Queen e5, but watch out for king f7. I don't think you want to allow.
Okay, then here you still can return with queen g7, but you don't want to repeat.
I mean, if you want to find a way to lose, this is one of them, yeah? So, there's still some tricks here.
Tricks.
I mean, here the engine says it's king g8. Ignore the pawn. That's the best line. And if white takes it...
Of course, because now there could be a win of the pawn.
Check, check. Yeah, let me try to find it. What? Oh, wait, there's no way this is going to happen. h5.
No.
How is this even a pickable line? Like h5, g takes queen f5.
Oh. Oh, whoa.
So the point is black is winning this. And no Reti knowledge is going to help you here. I mean, this is very famous, like, gives me some vibes of the famous Reti
1 minute
study.
on the clock. He has to go for it. And
It's
we
not
see
real.
Queen e5 is on the board. We might see some repetition of the moves. And king f7 looks like a move Navarra should try in this position.
No, but there's no way he's going to find it. Like, maybe out of the total desperation, I think we are going to see king f7, queen g7, king e8. This line, once again, king g8, queen a5, queen f8, here, and h5. Okay, let's maybe focus on the live position, but we might see, but only if Jumabayev runs out of
Did you
ideas.
see repetition or not? Queen c7 check. Wait, he's allowing king g6?
Yeah, what about king g6?
What is going on?
So he's winning the pawn on g4 with a check.
He wants to king g6, queen g7, and then king f5, queen g5.
Where do we go? Okay,
On
here.
f5, yeah. We don't want checkmates.
Oh, it's going to continue for a while.
Oi, oi, oi.
And king
What
g6
is
is on the
this?
board.
Queen g7 has been played. King f5 is the only move.
Yeah, but I mean, this line, like I already said, it was insane. It's just people don't think like that. You're thinking how to save your post, not how to give it up, and then some study like according to an engine victory. I could actually show that position to some grandmasters on social media and ask them, can you pick up according to engine the best line? I don't think anybody's going to find it,
Of course not.
especially if you see this line.
Definitely. I mean, if you see that there are 2 pawns on the both sides of the board, which can be marching, well, definitely you look for it. But I think what is missing for Rinat, I mean, he would gladly give up the G pawn instead of H pawn instead of G pawn. If you just had the pawn on G6 instead of pawn on the H6, there would be a big chance to win because your king would be always able to hide. Now with both H pawns, it's going to be very tough for black to hide with the king, and that's why I think also the computer sees it, and there is a more chance for white to hold this.
No, I still really like black's winning chances. And the question is, he's going to play h5, but the question is, where do you put the king for white? Like, that's what I tried to figure out. So obviously, white's going to try to give perpetual check. But where do you put the king? I mean, which is the square? Is it on a4? Is it on a3? Is it on a1? So for this, you need to have studied some endgames. But this pawn on a5, Not really sure.
And apparently every move somehow Renat is playing is some inaccuracy, although it looks very logical. Bringing the king forward. Maybe there are some ways already for white to organize some perpetual, but
I mean, why not h5? Yeah, I mean, h5, there was no checks on there was no check on h6. That was a threat. Yeah, this is a pretty weird move. He should have played h5, of course. h5, this check is not dangerous. There's king g8, no more checks. So it's just tiredness, really, and nothing else. Like, he played king g7. He's like, okay, there was an h5 on the board. Why didn't I do that?
Yeah, so now we see David Navarro, 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock, has to play a move.
The big threat is queen f6.
Yeah, has got to stop that. He cannot allow that strat happen, so...
I think we are going to see a lot of bar jumps still. Like, there's going to be some mistakes and missed opportunities. I mean, they're still human beings. And Navarra is the one who is trying to deliver the perpetual now. Queen g2,
Queen G2.
of course. Queen g5, I think, is going to happen. Makes sense.
Or maybe, or queen c6.
Ah, you still have queen e4. I didn't notice it. That's a good call. King h5, maybe. King g4, how far can you go? Maybe here, hide the king on h4 with queen h3 ideas.
Maybe. Definitely, I mean, for both of the players, has been a very great run in the event. For David Navarro, of course, huge chance which was missed. Huge opportunity to push forward, and then he just made some mistakes. And here we go. Renat is, Renat is trying to push now for the win with 2 extra pawns in the queen's endgame.
All right, so the game is taking a bit longer than we would have thought, right? Because this is the game, one of the longest games, not only today, but the past rounds for sure. And David, it seems he has recovered from the initial shock. He even gets up and he's going to get the water. Players get extra 30 seconds on the clock. And in the meantime, dear viewers, we're going to go for one more final of the final breaks. And we'll be seeing you very shortly after our very short break. See you soon. We're coming back with some developments from the final game of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. The game of David Navarre against Renat Jumabayev is still ongoing. There's the very difficult queen endgame going on. The battle for the third place. The situation is as follows. For black, a draw is good to secure the third place, but Jumabayev is trying to win. And during the break, we saw Navarre winning back one of the pass pawns on a5.
And now we see that there is the H pawn, which is marching forward for black. Will Renat be able to win this one and convert this endgame? The evaluation bar says it's equal. So there should be a way for white to find a perpetual check. I think the biggest problem and drawback for black here is that the pawn is on the H file.
According to an engine, only moves king d3 here.
Maybe we can open the table base also.
Right, stable bases. Yes, yes. So king d3 is the only move. But I mean, it does make sense. You want to bring the king closer to the king side. Also, look at the clock situation. 12 seconds for white. You can't sleep on this. You got to make a move already.
He goes for it. King d3 is on the board. He's bringing the king, playing the only move which is holding the position.
I mean, obviously, the game still continues, so there could be queen f3 check, h4, king g3, king g2, h3, h2. Somehow it's a draw, but I could imagine here white still having some practical problems to hold a draw. Of course, not something that Navarre wanted to do, but better this than losing.
Of course, and we see h4 pawn marching forward. There might be ideas for white to get the perpetual, since king cannot get out of attack, but apparently there is only move.
Only move king e2 again, and again it makes perfect sense.
Just bring the king closer. Just come with the king closer in the position.
I mean, I would be quite surprised if David will play something else, considering there's no checks. There's no checks here. You got to do this. You got to play king e2. Not very difficult.
He goes for it. He is in with his king. He's trying to defend it.
And now I think queen f3 check is going to follow, because after h3, white could play queen c3, and the king cannot get any closer, so this check makes sense. Queen f3, then play h3. After h3, we have the word. Wait, really? That queen a6 is the only move? Oh, wow.
What?
Oh, wow. I find it very hard to believe.
Are you sure?
No, that's the word.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about anything. I'm just using the table base here. Let's maybe put it on the board. h3. Yeah, that's what the table base says. Queen a6 is the only move here, because queen c3 would be losing because of
h2, for example.
Nah, there's something smarter. Check. And there's going to be h2. You need to watch out for the queen trade as well.
Oh my God. And then you're one tempo not enough. You're not in time to hold the pawn. What a tough position.
Right. Oh, this is going to be a big moment. Still not over. Still not over. And Jumabayev is about to make the move.
He has 1 minute, 50 seconds on the clock in this position. He is.
But queen f3 is also very human. He does it.
h3 is on the board.
Huge moment here
37
for Navarre. Queen a6 is incredibly difficult move.
33 seconds on the clock for David Navarre. No time right now. He has to figure out the best move. Will he be able to find the only move which is draws in this position?
I think he's not going to play it. I mean, it just literally makes no sense, because queen a6, you see queen e4 check. I deal with this. And there's going to be h2. So queen c3 feels more human. It's just such an impossible move to make here.
It is very human, but you have to. He goes.
He missed it. He missed it. And now he's losing.
Queen d5 is on the board. Is there a way for black to force?
h2 only move. h2 wins.
h2?
I mean, it does make sense. You push the pawns forward. Queen g2 check. We're going to check it. I think it's going to be king h4, most likely. And again, black is threatening to trade the queens. He's reaching for the move.
He's reaching for the
He
king.
misses it.
G3. What a miss. The h2 was the only move to win, and he is playing king g3, missing this opportunity. Now there will be still options for white to keep in the game.
So white has 3 drawing moves. I mean, queen b3 doesn't make any sense. Queen d3 makes a lot of sense. So yeah, why don't you push the h-pawn forward? Could have spent a bit more time. As you can see, 10 seconds for white and 2 minutes and 22 for Rinat Jumabayev.
5 seconds on the clock. He has to make move now. It's queen g8.
Queen g8 was still good.
King
It's still
h2
good
instantly
move.
played. Now half a minute on the clock for David Navarro. Has to play moves faster. Here is the moment where the mistakes might start one more time.
So I think what Jumabayev wants to do is he wants to play king h1 and h2, but is this where you want to position your king? It was standing better on g4, no?
He has to play a move. 10 seconds on the clock right now for David Navarro. Has to be faster. Queen g6 has just been played. Just holding the king on h2, not moving anywhere.
It's good. King h1 also enables queen b1 check. Very important.
2.5 minutes for Rinat Jumabayev. He still has a lot of time to try to figure it out.
Queen g3 makes sense here. You want to cover the g file so that the king can go out, play something like king g1 or king g2. I wouldn't say it's a draw just yet.
Of course, because there is still huge opportunity for black to march forward with the pawn. You have to calculate so many lines here. You have to be careful here with white not to trade the queens. If you trade the queens, the game is going to be over very soon. We might see blunders incoming this position, this endgame. 2 minutes for Rinat Jumabayev.
Yeah, I mean, if the game indeed is going to finish in a draw, he's going to be kicking himself for the missed opportunity because this move he played, this king g3, I think he did it unusually quickly. Normally he would be spending time. But what's done is done. The game continues. Queen g3. My money would be on this move. I quite don't see anything else. I mean, king h1, there's going to be a check on the position repeats. I mean, he could play that just to repeat the position, gain a bit more time, and then play queen g3. But then again, he sees that Navarra is down on 36 seconds. Does he want to give white more time?
I mean, definitely not, because Rinat Jumabayev, every time he's getting this playing, repeating with the moves, he's also giving more time to David Navarro. So this is something what definitely you don't want to do. You want to keep your opponent down on the seconds. We saw Rinat Jumabayev was reaching for a move, but he didn't play it yet. But I believe it's going to be queen g3.
Yeah, he's definitely going to play queen g3. Like, maybe king h1 to repeat the position, but from a clock situation, it doesn't make any sense. Like, he would be giving Navarra more time.
Queen
c4. I was wrong. I was wrong.
On the board.
So he's going to repeat the position a couple of times.
Yeah, he is. So now you have to make sure where can you go with the king, because king f2, am I not blundering any trade of the queens? I mean,
it also gives me some hope for the medal. That could give you some checkmate after all. You know, why not? Why not give it a try?
Of course, I mean, king f2 looks like, and it is on the board, king f2. Now there is a checkmate threat.
Checkmate in one threat.
Checkmate in one. You don't want to get it. So we will see a repetition, most likely, getting extra time on the clock. And what a gentleman David Navarro is, even though he's under such a low time here on the clock, he's still first writing down the move of his opponent and then executing his own move. I mean, in such position, I could definitely see many players instantly playing the move just to grab more time and then writing down the moves, which is legal. It's according to the FIDE rules. But what he's doing, he's first writing down the move. Look at this. He's first writing down the move and then he's thinking about.
So Jumabayev obviously noticed the checkmate idea, so he gave queen to check. You can't go here with a king. There's going to be a queen trade, a big no-no. King e3, king e1 has to be one of these moves. Both of them are perfectly okay. Which one is the right one? King e1. All right, fine. Queen g2 probably is going to be the move here. So inevitably, we're going for the position with the king going to h1 or g1 followed by h2.
David getting extra more time. I mean, he's having now 44 seconds. Earlier, he was always with 30 seconds on the clock. Meanwhile, Rinat Jumabayev is running out of time and also out of ideas how he can prolong this game. Queen g2, but is it really going to be enough to finish this game with a victory? We see queen a1 check, one more tempo.
Just to gain time, I think.
Here you can even play king f2, but okay, he goes... Wait.
Not sure.
He's not sure?
He's checking. Can I keep my checkmate ideas open?
I would play king f2. Why not? King f2, there is
Definitely.
no...
But king e2 is the safer move. Yeah, I mean, doesn't really matter here. Every move except of queen
Queen
b1
B1.
draws.
Yes.
So king e2.
King e2 is on the board. He's going for a safer approach. Now in the position, not allowing any queen trades. 46 minutes for Czech Grandmaster. We see queen b2 instantly played by Rinat Jumabayev, bringing this queen closer to the position king b1. Both players are getting more time on the clock, trying to figure out the situation. I think that's what Rinat Jumabayev needs right now. Find all the tricks in the position he might use against Czech Grandmaster.
I mean, ultimately, he's going to have to play queen g2, or maybe he's thinking about king h1 first. King h1, then play h2, but the king in the corner doesn't stand that well.
It is definitely very, very tough also for black to find the ideas, because there will be always some checks. But queen g2, I mean, we expect it, right? Queen g2 should be tried, because what else if not queen g2?
Like king h1. And then it's going to force you to put the queen on g2 anyway. King h1, queen e4 check, queen g2, and then the queen is going to walk away. So 2 moves.
Yeah.
c3, okay. I know what he wants. King f2, queen d2. That was the trick. So he's hoping for some tricks. Maybe Navarra misses something, and finally we have queen g3. Okay.
Queen g3 is on the board in a position. Now Navarra has to move the queen. Queen f5 happened. And here we see that now is Rinat Jumabayev's move in this position. And he has to try to figure out, is he having any chances to push forward the pawn? Okay, so 1.5 minutes for Rinat Jumabayev in the position.
Yeah, the point here is that king g1, there's going to be queen f1 check. And the king has to go back. So this queen f5 was an accurate move that Navarra figured out. While Jumabayev was thinking, there's queen g2 check. By the way, we are approaching the 100 move mark. This is move 95 for black.
Wow.
Could be one of the longest games of the tournament.
Definitely. I mean, so many moves. I mean, so many swindles also in this game. First it was Navarro who was pushing, then it was Rinat Jumabayev. Yeah, but one thing is clear, definitely. It's not, I mean, definitely it's possible, but I don't think that black is going to
There's a
lose
queen
here.
f1 in the end. I think I saw a very, very clear drawing idea. Oh, even queen f2.
Queen f2.
That's nice. That's even better. That's even better. Now you see black does achieve the queen trade. Oh, look at this. This is actually pretty nice. But even if
King
you trade the
H1?
queens,
King
king
H1,
h1,
King E1.
King e1. Now it's a draw.
Nice.
It's going to finish in a draw. That's what it looks like. So Navarra has managed to pull the impossible, recover from the blunder. He gave up 1 pawn, then the 2nd pawn, and still the position was so tricky that he is very close.
What
escape.
an incredible game we were witnessing. Okay, King E1, King H1 and King E1 are on the boards, but what a game. I mean, Artur was absolutely unbelievable. First it was David who was pushing, then he blundered. Rinat was winning, then Rinat was winning, then he blundered again. I mean, so many swindles in the game.
Yeah, there's no ideas already because the queen is always going to stay on f2. Now it's never going to move. So you just move the king. So king e2, king e3, king e2, king e1, king f1, and that's it. You just cannot push it out.
Of course.
There's no need for anything else like some other queen moves. The queen is never going to leave the f2 square.
Yeah, and we might see as the end of the game a mate, but not a mate, but a stalemate. So that's something what can be in the position.
Maybe there is one idea though. Queen e4 check, I could play king f1 and h2
Oh,
to stalemate your king.
Queen e4 is on the board.
But maybe the accurate move is king d2. Yeah, king d2,
King
just
d2
not to
is
allow
on the
this
board.
idea. Yeah. Final try, of course, from Jumabayev.
And now h2, there is going to be checkmate. You cannot play h2. h2, there is going to be queen f1 checkmate.
Oh, don't call that. This would be really mean. Like,
Of
it's
course.
like, oh yeah, let's fix a draw. Boom. Or touch the pawn. Imagine this, yeah?
Okay, he's not touching a pawn.
I hope
I
not.
was a bit scared. He was reaching out for a pawn. Queen b4 check. So now king e2 looks very logical. You shouldn't be afraid of the queen trade.
You could, of course, make fun of the opponent. You touch the opponent and say, je dupe. Yeah, you know, I adjust.
Yeah, of course.
Play some mind games, but yeah.
This is a move number 99, by the way. It's a move 99 in the position. Are we going to see a new score sheet or will it be a draw in this one? That's a question.
I think the new score sheet starts with move 120, actually.
Oh, 120.
I think so, yeah. I've done it a couple of times. The most annoying thing is you get the third score sheet, you write all of your name, last name, date, 120, etc. You make the first move and then it's a draw or whatever. The game finishes, you just wasted the whole score sheet.
The score sheet I usually have are 60 moves, so that's why there's 60 moves and you get extra score sheet.
Right.
And then
Yeah, that's the traditional 60-move score sheet.
Yes, yes.
Right. Queen e4 check.
Players have a longer
Another try
one.
for king f1. King f1 is, I didn't check the table base, was this a playable idea or not?
And we have move 101.
So the table base says king f1 was fine. It looked a bit scary. No need to check it.
Yeah, no need to try it.
King e1, king e2, king e3.
You can play whatever you want. You can even trade the
Don't
queens.
touch the h-pawn.
Just Jadup.
Just a dupe if you touch it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what a game. Now Renat Jumabayev has to understand. I mean, there is no way to continue here. He has to keep repeating.
I don't think he's going to be very unhappy, to be honest.
Of
Like,
course.
I mean, okay, sure, he missed the win, maybe small annoyance, but he's been playing a really great tournament, securing the third place. And after last year's amazing victory in the MTO, another success for the Kazakhstani Grandmaster. One of his career's highlights was defeating Fabiano Corona in one of the recent World Cups. So, fantastic player.
Definitely. We see queen e5 is on the board. So now again, we might see king d2 or king d1. You don't want to allow king f1.
I don't know which one is going to be chosen. Both of them are perfectly the same, as long as white doesn't play king f1, which creates unnecessary complications. Unless he wants the mate idea. I can't believe it.
God.
He wants to have some ideas here, but why would you do that? I mean, okay, it doesn't really change anything.
Okay, right now you have to play queen g5 or queen a1 check.
You know, maybe black hallucinates something.
Yeah, queen e4. Yeah. let's not see that on the board. But now David is saying, you know what? If you're not keep on repeating, I'm going to be ambitious. Maybe I'll checkmate you.
Right.
Queen
e5.
Yeah,
Yeah, no checkmate here.
King e1, the only move in the position, is being played immediately. And yeah, we're going to see a peaceful outcome very soon. Queen b1, check one more time. King e2 will be played.
I mean, Jumabayev is testing every single legal check he
course.
has here. There's no rush, no risk. He already has decided not to go for dinner.
Yeah, and not to let us to go to for dinner. Joking.
He's fighting until the very end, of course.
The kebab works 24 hours, probably.
You
Don't
went
worry.
there actually? To the
Never.
kebab place?
Never.
Yeah, we have this kebab place next to the playing venue. Maybe actually it's a pretty great thing. I don't know. Like, I never went there.
Maybe it's a day for us to go there. King e1 is on the board, so checks are happening, and we might see now a repetition. Queen c1, king e2. We'll see queen c2.
Navarro already has 5 minutes on the clock, by the way. He gets up.
And he's leaving
He's like, I have time to go to get
for
some snacks.
for kebab.
Kebab.
Yeah, looks like this. So. Yeah.
So once again, in case you missed the viewer, what's going on in this game, it's a draw because white queen is never going to leave the f2 square ever again. So if there's a queen trade, I'm pretty sure this is how the game is going to finish. There's going to be a queen trade. Black's going to play h2. It's going to be a stalemate, and a stalemate it means it's a draw.
Stalemate is no mate. So yeah.
Would you actually agree to the initiative who said that stalemates should be awarded to the victory to the stronger side?
I was actually in London for the World Rapid and Blitz Team Championship, and there I was asking players some questions, and this was one of the questions. And Maxim Vashlagrau was the one who said that stalemate should be awarding the victory to a player who made a stalemate.
Who made a stalemate? Yeah, but I respectfully disagree to Maxime, because this means we would have to override pretty much every single pawn game, right? And then none of the pawn games would make any sense, right? So you wouldn't have to show any technique. Basically, you just stalemate the opponent, you're winning immediately, right?
Yeah, that's actually...
It's like maybe some exceptions, it just makes no sense, but okay, fine.
Yeah, maybe some exceptions you have to.
I don't know.
But yeah, I'm fine with chess rules the way they are. For me, they're pretty exciting. For me as a player.
Oh, that's Laurent. Look at that. He's bored.
Oh.
That's our chief arbiter.
He's probably watching our stream right now.
No,
Hello,
I think he's just waiting
Laurent.
for the game to finish.
If you're watching us, please wave to us. And I don't think he's watching the stream.
He
right.
has to stay there. I mean, the arbiters unfortunately cannot leave until there's somebody who's still playing, and there's still Renat Jumabayev here in the house.
I think he's checking also the move counter, which is very important in this endgame. But since the players have score sheets, it's not really a big thing. Players can always fix when there is a 50 move, and we see King 1 is on the board.
I think Jumabayev already decided. He made up his mind. Very often you can tell from the body language, he had a look at the gigantic screen ahead of their heads, like there's a move count. He just checked, which move is it? 107? Okay. Now you see there's the turn to the left. He's recalling the game. He's no longer looking for any opportunities, and the game is going to be drawn like in a coming minute.
Yeah, it's going to be a peaceful outcome very soon. We see Queen e4 is still trying, but here we might see King f1. No, King d2 is on the board. King f1 would be a nice way to blunder.
Yeah, but this H2 trick. Maybe there's no trick. The table base was saying it's still a draw, but no need to test it.
Definitely. So King d2 just going away, and as we are talking, also David Navarre has 5 minutes on the clock. Still a lot of time, although he was walking back and forth, getting some drinks, snacks. Queen g2, we will see King e1 one more time, and position will repeat. With King e1, we will have a repetition of the position which was earlier.
Yeah, but do you think David's going to claim it? Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
He was checking the score sheet, but how many times the queen was on g2?
It's second time.
Yeah, but
So if King e1 is being played, this position would be repeated twice, because there was position originally with King on e2 and King on h2, and we have King e1, so this position repeats twice. I think even if we open the moves on chess.com, we might see that there is like repetition mark. If you click
where do I have to click?
to the moves. No, it doesn't say that it's repetition.
No.
Because normally chess.com immediately recognizes there is repetition and there is the sign of the...
Really, yeah? Oh, that's a
the
great feature.
repetition. Yeah, because I remember there was one game of Anton Korobov against Parham Maksudlu. They were playing in the Sharjah Masters. We were doing commentary. There was a position which repeated like 5 times, but it repeated, you know, it didn't repeat after like move after another,
Yeah.
but it repeated like in like after 2 moves, repeated one more time, then one more time. Of course, it was tough to follow, especially with the time trouble, but...
Yeah, and time scramble, it's also difficult to also keep tabs. And also, I think it just distracts you. And if you're sure this is a drawn position, you just play it out.
Of course, and if you just claim the wrong 3-foot repetition, then definitely it's just going to be then extra time for your opponent. So the opponent is going to get extra.
Every
Time
single
on the clock.
move is drawing.
But of course, because it's black.
Yeah.
So for Renat Jumabayev, there is no real...
And
we
there's a
see
draw.
it.
There's a draw coming.
Finally.
Queen x f2. Draw. Offer agreed.
Yes, it's on the board. We see the final result of the final round of the Grandmaster Triathlon Challengers. Renat Jumabayev manages to get a draw with a big swindle. He could have won the game, and now he's the third. He's getting up on the podium in the Challengers.
And let's check the current and the final results of the final round in both tournaments. As you can see, all 3 games out of 4 finish in a draw, including the current one, David Navarre against Renat Jumabayev. The only decisive game was Vladimir Fedoseyev's very impressive victory over Salek Salem that gave him the victory also in the overall rankings.
Definitely, what an incredible day we had today. And here are the final standings of the Grandmaster Triathlon of the 58th International Wheelchairs Festival. We see that in the Masters, there are two players tying for the first, but it's Vladimir Fedoseev who's the first because of the Chess 960 event, which happened on the first day, which he played much better than Aravind, who got the last place. And in the challengers, it's Nicolas Theodor who clinched the first place, already 1 round to spare. And meanwhile, on the background, we still see our players, and I'm still wondering what did Jumabayev do with his score sheet.
Yeah, we're gonna ask him absolutely. So, congratulations to all the winners: Fedoseev at the Masters, Nicolas Theodor at the Challengers. For Nicolas, I think this also means that he might be invited for the next year's Masters edition. Well, Angelika, we are finally here. We made it. Like, it's been a pretty long day and very, very eventful 2 weeks. The 58th International Wheelchairs Festival is finished officially. So, your impressions?
And truly exciting, as always. Every year coming here, getting these emotions, getting these incredible games inside the end games. This is what we love at the Wheelchairs Festival. Always this end game which lasts so long, and then one side is trying to attack, then the other one is making a mistake, and someone is winning. Then suddenly one more mistake comes, and then at the end it's a draw. Absolutely remarkable 2 weeks. I mean, I've enjoyed every moment of it.
Yeah, so did I, doing the commentary with you. And I think it's also a good opportunity for us to make a huge thank you for every single team member of Wheelchairs Festival. So, for example, we have the great Tatiana, who is sitting at the information desk. I'm not sure she can hear it, but she's every single day from the morning to the very late evening to accommodating every single visitor, making sure that things are getting done properly. Our amazing producer, Bic, who is, you can hear his happy scream in the left corner.
Maybe you should join us.
Bic, can you join us, actually? Who are you, man?
Yeah.
You could, no, he's shy. He's shy, it's okay. So Bic, Walter Bic, his full name, he was also in the chat, Bigfoot. Who else?
And also Andreas was also here with Tatiana a lot of times, helping her out. We see also the husband of Tatiana with the dog, and the dog's name is Bentley. It's a chess dog. It's a lucky charm, but Bentley is here. We can hear him bark. I think, dear viewers, you also can hear him bark. And we also have, incredible arbiters team. We had the chief arbiter, Laurent Freud. We have Anna Srebnic. She was in charge of the other tournaments. Also, there is a big team of the arbiters. We had Alexander, we have Florian, we have Igor. We have many arbiters here. Who do we else have? We have technicians. We have Jonas from the technician. We have Ufuk, who are making sure that everything is working properly. Also, we have our media team. We have Dennis, who was also in charge of many press releases. We have Honi, who was the webmaster for this year and also was doing a lot, posting a lot on the YouTube channel. Arne for social media. Also, my mom was here this year supporting.
Yeah, by the way, her contributions to the social media were absolutely stunning. So you should check out some of the reels she did for the Wheelchairs Festival, and I was very, very happy that she tagged me a couple of times as a collaborator. Like I did nothing for those videos, like she was the one doing all the work.
Yes, but yes, of course, but we are all the one team, and we also have photographer Pesce. And by the way, Tatiana, not only she was here at the desk, she was also doing sometimes the work of photographer, running to the playing hall, quickly making photos. But the main photographer was Pesce and Simon. And I think we mentioned we mentioned everyone, but
except the main guys. We have to mention Paul and Peter. And without these two gentlemen, I think there would be no Wheelchairs Festival. And once again, I would like to use the opportunity to thank them personally, because they are here working very hard, giving their soul for the tournament to happen. Every year, it's really, really difficult thing to do, and yet they make it happen. So thank you for being this amazing, and I hope that they're going to come back, of course, for the next year, find all the resources to make this festival happen, because I think also for us, Angelika, it's a very special place to be in.
Of course, for me, it's definitely the Bill has a special place in my heart, and I'm always happy to come back here. I'm always grateful for all the people, all the team, and I'm grateful to you, Arturs, to be my partner in crime during these 2 weeks, and Bentley also.
Yeah, Bentley's really trying to remind her his existence. Thank you, buddy, you're there. Actually, I'm not really thank you for his barking at one of the previous rounds. It was a blitz or rapid. Like he was like really trying to remind of him there, but okay, fine. Everything is forgiven. And you, dear viewers, being officially amazing, being with us for the past 2 weeks and following us, keeping us busy in the chat. Of course, the mods could make it happen. So thank you for being officially amazing. And I think I'm going to conclude the official coverage of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival with these words. So we are going to be seeing you next year, hopefully with the 59th edition. But for now, we're saying goodbye to you and see you in new chess adventures. Greetings, chess fans. The 58th International Biel Chess Festival today has concluded, at least the main event of the festival, which is the GMT Masters and Challengers, because today was the day when the players fought it out the final